I extend a very warm welcome to everyone attending this international seminar titled From Text to Tongue, Exploring the Synergy of Language and Literature. I take the privilege of welcoming the dignitaries onto the stage. Firstly, I welcome Dr. Ramachandra R.K., Principal of Government College Autonomous Rajahmundry, to chair the proceedings of this inaugural session. I request Dr. N. Nagabhushanam Garu, Lecturer in English, to honor our Principal Sir with a lush green sapling. Thank you, Principal Sir. Thank you, Nagabhushanam Sir. I now welcome Dr. D. Sriram Murthy Garu, Vice Principal of our college, onto the dais. I invite Srimati J. Ratnavinola, Lecturer in English, to honor our Vice Principal Sir with a beautiful sapling. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite the convener of this international seminar, Srimati M. Sri Lakshmi, Lecturer in Charge, Department of English, onto the dais. I request Dr. S. Prasad Rao Garu, Lecturer in English, to welcome our convener madam with a green gesture. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I extend my warm welcome to Dr. A. Annapurna, IQAC Coordinator of Government College Autonomous Rajahmundry, to join us on the stage. I invite Srimati S. Vijay Lakshmi, Lecturer in English, to honor our IQAC Madam with a sapling. Thank you, madams. It is my honor now to invite the keynote speaker and chief guest of today's session, Professor K. S. Ramesh Garu, Professor of English and Dean CDC, Adikavi Nannaya University, Rajahmundry, onto the dais. I request Dr. N. Srinivas, Lecturer in English, to extend a very warm welcome to Professor Ramesh Garu. Thank you very much, Professor Ramesh sir, and thank you, Srinivas sir. I am honored to invite Lieutenant Associate Professor Dr. K. Kantimati. She is also the Vice Principal of SDNB College for Women, Chennai. I welcome Madam onto the dais. I request Srimati SDV Neeraja, Lecturer in English, to welcome our special guest, Dr. Kantimati Madam, with a sapling. Thank you, madams. I take the great pleasure of inviting Dr. Ashma Shamail, Assistant Professor, Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University, Saudi Arabia. She'll be joining us online. I thank her for her presence. Further, it's an honor to invite Professor T. Viswanath Rao Garu, retired professor, and also he's the mentor of many more students like Srinivas sir, Sastry sir, and me. I invite you onto the dais with all respect, due respect, sir. I request Dr. Lakshmi Sudeshna, Lecturer in English, to come onto the dais and welcome Professor Viswanath Garu with a green, beautiful sapling. Thank you very much, sir. We are really honored. The pleasure is mine. Thank you, madam. I now hand over the proceedings of this inaugural session to our chairperson, Dr. Ramachandra R.K., with a request to initiate the proceedings of this program. Thank you, everyone, for your gracious presence and participation in this seminar. Thank you.
Lightning of the lamp first. So, where is the program?
I request all the dignitaries to join for lighting the lamp. I request the Department of English fraternity to come on to the dais.
Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Asato ma Sadgamaya, Tamaso ma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityorma Amrutangamaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Asato ma Sadgamaya, Tamaso ma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityorma Amrutangamaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you.
I now invite Dr. N. Nagabhushanam Garu onto the dais for the prayer song.
Hello. Where the mind is without fear, and the head is held high, where knowledge is fair, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic war, where words come from the depth of truth into that heaven of freedom, my Father. Let my country away, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into dreary desert, sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever winding thought and action, into that heaven of my Father. Let my country away, into that heaven of my Father. Let my country away, let my country away. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for reminding us all the great poet, the first Nobel laureate from Asia, Rabindranath Tagore. With this wonderful prayer, I invite our principal, Dr. Ramachandra R.K., for his opening remarks.
Shall I speak here or there? మేడం పేరేంటి ఒకసారి చెప్పండి. Kanti. That's fine. Thanks. Okay. Very good morning to you all. I extend my warm welcome to this prestigious one-day international seminar on From Text to Tongue, Exploring the Synergy of Language and Literature. And with us, Adikavi Nanna University CDC Dean, Professor K.S. Ramesh Garu, and Senior Professor Retired Padmanabhan Garu, Vishwanathan Garu, and another guest of honor and speaker of today's international seminar, Lieutenant Dr. K. Kantimati, Associate Professor and Vice Principal of SDNB College for Women, Chennai, and the Vice Principal of the college, Dr. Sriramurthy Garu, and our IKSC Coordinator, Dr. Annapurna Madam Garu, and our Academic Coordinator, Dr. Rajeshwari Madam Garu, and today's center of, I can say in physics, center of gravity, or center of mass of this international seminar and center of attraction, or a pivotal role played to make it realize this particular event, Dr. Sri Lakshmi Garu and her team members, and their students and faculty members, press and electronic print medium. So once again, I extend my warm welcome from 171 years old Government College Autonomous, Rajahmundry. So the title itself giving a little bit of curiosity for non-language fellows like me, actually. So it's tricky and it gives a lot of information. When I had an habit of that when I come to address some gathering or seminars, first of all I want to know what is that, and because as a physicist I need not to prepare to talk on physics seminars and all, but here it is really there is some in-depth meaning is there, or else they won't keep this much of lengthy title, So from text to tongue and exploring the synergy of language and literature, but I want to talk about 5 minutes about this, but the students, they can understand it, but whereas the professors and research scholars and other subject experts who are attending here, they may get bored. But anyway, let me understand what exactly it is. The text. So text means generally we are texting messages or no. So a different meaning is there. A text is nothing but, it is an emotion which can be expressed with language and punctuation. Nowadays, the people are using emojis. Okay, so that is the text. So that means emotions can be expressed with the language. Language plays a pivotal role here. And then what is tongue? Tongue is also expressed in emotions can be expressed with speaking words. Okay, speaking words with tone, pitch, volume, etc., etc. So that means it has its own essence. So what is the connection in between these two? So what is the connection? And why they put it as a synergy? So what is the meaning of synergy? Synergy means, as a physicist, I know the synergy meaning, but here as a literature or language, the connection. So I inquired some of the English professors, and they told that text is nothing but language, sir, and the literature is, tongue is nothing but literature. There is a connection. The base, all these two is somewhat heavy connection is there, sir. So what that heavy connection? I don't understand. Then I refer some books and I understood that. So synergy is nothing but, definitely synergy means it gives a greater value which the parts which they have, that means synergy means it is a sum of the value which is greater than of its parts. Understand? Synergy is the sum of the value which is greater than of its parts. That means the example is 1 plus 1 is equal to generally 2, but the 1 plus 1 equal to 3 or 10 or more. That is nothing but synergy. So how they connected these two with a synergy means then I understood. So then as a physicist, again I am going with my Einstein. So E equal to mc square. What is that? E equal to mc square is nothing but a simple text. E equal to mc square is a simple text. But whereas it comes to tone, the E equal to mc square is a great invention during 19th century. So we can know the power of the atom. So that is nothing but the mass and square of the velocity is equal to energy. Energy converted into a mass, mass can be converted into energy. So that means a hidden energy is there. Suppose if you explore the atom bomb, we can destroy this world. Just this is the tone and pitch and volume. Just if you look at this E equal to mc square text, it is a just language. When you read out and when you know the meaning of, when you express it with a tone, then it has its own essence. Then now, okay, these two, I know it well. What about synergy? Synergy is somewhat greater if you combine the parts which they have. So that is greater means now the synergy I can express. E equal to mc square means Einstein explained in a scientific way. Now if you want to go for a synergetic mode, E equal to education. Education is nothing but morals and square of the concentration. Whereas their education is nothing but, in case of corporate sector, what is that? Money into square of the corruption. So you just understand it. This is the synergy. This is a Hyatt, but this institution, the education is nothing but morals and square of the concentration. So that means education is empowers you a lot. So that is the meaning. That is the synergy. What I understood. So that's what I understood about your international seminar. So really a thought-provoking concept it has. The research scholars and the professors and other students who are attending this, definitely it has its own essence when you go for in detail of this seminar and different deliberations, different speakers. They will tell you more about the literature and language. It's a very good topic and one should know it. Okay, so on this junction, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the Department of English for arranging such a beautiful seminar and inviting the speakers across the globe. And I wish this conference a great success. Thank you.
Well spoken. Synthesized energy.
I now invite our Vice Principal, Sir, Dr. D. Sriramurthy Garu, to say a few words about this seminar.
Respected Principal Sir Ramchandra R.K. and IQAC Coordinator Dr. Annapurna Madam and HOD of English Lakshmi Madam and Professor Ramesh Garu from Madhikavanana University, Kantimati Madam from Chennai and the Guru of and Srinivas Garu, Viswanatha Rao Garu and dignitaries of the dais and students. I first of all congratulate the Department of English conducting the international seminar on the coordination between the language and literature. Coordination between the language and literature, right? As I am a mathematics student, I am not much knowledge in English, but one point, language and literature. Language is very useful to express the views and ideas from our tongue. Literature means, I think, text. Literature means, I think, text. So, mathematics is a mathematics is a language. Mathematics is a language to understand the algorithms and some languages of Python, etc. in computer science. I think that's where. So I once again wish you all success in this international seminar and know a new concepts and all the delivered lectures. Thank you very much.
I now invite Dr. A. Annapurna, IQAC coordinator, for her message.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. Respected principals are on the dais and the dignitaries as well, on the dais and off the dais. Good morning to one and all. I take this as a great privilege to speak my understanding on this. Whatever is the understanding we project is a different perspective and maybe much smaller to the one projected by the Department of Physics, by the head of our institution. So, what we understood on seeing this particular title, like the title goes like text, tongue, language, literature. These are the keywords I have identified here. So these keywords all are related to the perceptions an individual will give to a given context. So literature need not be essentially a systematic way, but it is a systematic way of expressing our understanding on a given phenomena. Maybe I may be corrected by the language literature department. To my understanding, what I felt is literature exists across all disciplines. And so, and wherever it is expressed, it goes with the language. As every one of us accept the truth that language is the expression of our thought, our beliefs, and our conceptions. So these perceptions from our side, from my side, may add some value to to this particular floor. I also express, this is a thought-provoking seminar, and the resource persons would add definitely a lot of understanding, as right on this platform I had two conceptions, two different ways of notions on this title. So I would like to, I wish that this particular platform will evolve more deliberations on this title and give in-depth insights into this concept, which is everyone's notion. A simple concept which we are all using, but it could have varied dimension in understanding. So I wish the Department of English all the very best, and the students also best wishes to gain knowledge and insights into this particular conference. Thank you for this opportunity.
Now I invite the woman on the screen and off the screen, our convener madam, Srimati M. Sri Lakshmi, to give her message regarding this seminar.
Thank you, ma'am. And good morning, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, respected colleagues, and also my dear students. A warm welcome to you all to this one-day international seminar from text to tongue, exploring the synergy of language and literature. So many definitions have been defined by in the realms of physics and in commerce and all. And before the speakers give the real meaning or interpretation, I give my own interpretation that we are all aware of language and literature, that we know that they are deeply interconnected realms that influence and shape each other in a profound way. While language serves as a tool to communication, literature enriches it with its meaning and emotions and also cultural depth. And together they form a synergy with a mutually reinforcing relationship that enables both to thrive and evolve. Right. Language is the primary medium, as we all know, through which we can communicate. It is the system of symbols, spoken and written. Whereas literature, on the other hand, is language elevated to its art form. It is the creative and imaginative use of language to express universal truths, individual emotions, experiences, and all. So literature is not merely a reflection of life. It is an interpretation of it, giving voice to the complexities of existence. Through certain genres like poetry, prose, novel, fiction, everything, literature expands the possibilities of language. Writers push the boundaries of vocabulary, syntax, style, crafting works that are not only communicative but also aesthetic. The richness of language in literature deepens our understanding of human values and the world around us. Right. The synergy between language and literature is evident throughout history, and in ancient times there prevailed oral traditions, and the Iliad, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, they were composed in poetic language designed to be recited and remembered. So that is really from tongue to text. And later, with the advent of printing press and writing, transformed the synergy between language and literature. Written text allowed for more complex and enduring works, enabling the development of diverse literary traditions. So the relationship between language and literature is particularly significant in education also. Language learning is often facilitated through literature as students engage with text that expand their vocabulary, grammar, and comprehension. For instance, reading a novel like Charles Dickens's Great Expectations not only enhances a student's linguistic abilities, but also exposes them to the social and ethical issues of Victorian England. Similarly, analyzing a poem by Emily Dickinson develops an appreciation for the nuances of language, such as metaphor, rhythm, and tone. So there is a dialogue from Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice. You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you. Readers feel the tension and passion of as Mr. Darcy declares his feelings to Elizabeth. So readers automatically get sympathy towards the character Mr. Darcy. Right. And there is a popular dialogue from Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, where the character says like this: I'm malicious because I'm miserable. Readers feel sympathy for the creature, understanding the isolation and pain of the character. And we all know that William Shakespeare's Hamlet says, to be or not to be, that is the question. Readers connect with Hamlet's inner turmoil and conflict. And all is well that ends well. Again, the phrase coined by Shakespeare has become a saying later. And there are many more sayings like this. Frailty, thy name is woman. And all these are the examples from text to tongue. And the dialogue from Ernest Hemingway's The Old Man and the Sea is like this. A man can be destroyed, but cannot be defeated. A wonderful saying it is. People often use this as an inspirational adage. Readers admire Santiago's resilience. And the dialogue from Toni Morrison, Beloved, she says, Beloved, she, my daughter, she, mine. Morrison's exploration of trauma, the pain, the possessiveness of her motherhood moves readers deeply, evoking compassion. So language is not meant only for interpretation of meaning, but also helps in stepping into the shoe of that character. It makes us to feel, involve, enjoy, cry, laugh along with the character. The language used in poetry always gives peace of mind, peace to mind and heart also. And language and literature together serve as the repository of culture and history too. They preserve the stories, myths, philosophies, define a society, and literature through its creative use of language captures the zeitgeist of its times. In the same way, translations of literary works allow for the exchange of ideas. So in the present era, digital storytelling, spoken word poetry, hybrid genres are examples of how synergy between language and literature is evolving in the 21st centuries. So platforms like social media and online publishing have also democratized literary expression. So the synergy between language and literature is dynamic and inevitable. Language provides the foundation for literary creation, while literature elevates language to new heights of expression and meaning. Together they reflect and shape human experience. As educators, writers, and readers, it is our responsibility to nurture this synergy, recognizing its power to inspire, educate, and connect us. Whether through the eloquence of the poem, the dialogue of a play, or the narrative arc of the novel, the interplay of language and literature reminds us the beauty and complexity of human communication. So, we are blessed to be the teachers of language and literature and also the students who are going with language and literature. So, let us carry this beauty to our students. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Now, let us move on to the next event in this program, that is the release of ISBN book and the launch of ebook on the online platform. I invite the dignitaries on the stage and the Department of English to join this book launch ceremony. On the stage, please. That's a huge book of 400 pages. Around 66 papers. published in 400 pages. So we thought of publishing the souvenir first, but we took it as a challenge and we completed the publication of the book itself with full papers. We thank our HOD sir, HOD madam for her incessant efforts in making this kind of dream come true. All the participants are requested to kindly check the e-copy of this book released on the online platform. Thank you. Now we move on to the sessions by our resource persons. I invite Ms. Elena Sophia of First BA Special English to introduce the first speaker of this session. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. It's wonderful to see such an enthusiastic gathering, and I appreciate your presence as we embark on a session filled with intellectual insights and inspiration. It's my honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed guest, Dr. K.S. Ramesh Garu, Professor and Dean of English at Adikavi Nannaya University, Rajamahendravaram. Dr. Ramesh sir is a distinguished academician with nearly 3 decades of excellence in teaching, research, and academic leadership. Dr. Ramesh Garu holds a PhD in African American Literature from Andhra University and a master's degree in English from Nagarjuna University and a bachelor's degree in Advanced English from Noble College. His journey as a scholar has been adorned with remarkable achievements, including a Fulbright pre-doctoral scholarship to Harvard University, where he completed advanced studies at the W.E.B. Du Bois Institute of Afro-American Studies. He is author of several notable works, including the internationally acclaimed book, Claude McKay, The Literary Identity from Jamaica to Harlem and Beyond, published in the United States. He has also edited textbooks such as The Importance of Being Earnest by Oscar Wilde for undergraduate students. His recent contributions to the book chapters such as American Literary Studies in Post-Millennial India, Cultural Perspectives, further demonstrated his intellectual prowess and dedication to literary scholarship. Dr. Ramesh's research has been published in leading journals exploring diverse themes such as Dalits and African American feminism, ecological consciousness, and cultural narratives. Beyond academia, he has made a significant contribution to societal causes, particularly environmental conservation and river regeneration projects. Notably, he produced a documentary film studying the environmental challenges of the Yerrakaluva River, which was dedicated to Sri Rajendra Singh, famously known as the Waterman of India. His passion for sustainable development and his participation in river protection initiatives like the Godavari Parirakshana Yatra reflects his deep commitment to preserving nature and inspiring others to do the same. In recognition of his outstanding contributions, Dr. Ramesh Garu has been honored with numerous awards, including the Andhra Pradesh State Best Teacher Award and the first prize at the 20th International American Civilization course, and many more. Today, we are privileged to have Dr. Ramesh Garu with us to share his invaluable insights on the topic From Text to Tongue, Exploring the Synergy of Language and Literature. Without any further ado, please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed guest, Dr. K. Sri Ramesh sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Sophia, for that wonderful introduction.
మీరు ఉండండి సార్. అది మీరు ఇక్కడే కూర్చోండి సార్. మీరు హ్యాపీ కూర్చుంటారు. President of this meeting, Dr. Ramchandra Garu, the other dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and student friends. Above all, first my pranam to the teacher of teachers, Professor Viswanatha Garu. And actually when this topic was announced, when I was asked to speak, the first name that I remembered that who can do justice to this topic was Professor Viswanatha Garu. Because he combines both language and literature. He has a flair for language. You will be seeing that in the course of these deliberations today. And I'm very happy that the Arts College is now celebrating this or organizing this wonderful seminar, a very pertinent seminar rather, because these days when Professor Viswanatha Garu, I generally share this idea that today language means only communication skills. At a time when the focus is more on communication and there is hardly anyone who is worried about or who are reading literature, I'm happy that this department has tried to bring back that relationship or to stress on that relationship between language and literature. So here today I'm not going to speak about much of literature, but actually to just explore the foundations or to explore the relationship between these two important, concepts, because language and literature. So actually I titled my presentation as Language and Literature, a Symbiotic Relationship. And see, once we have to, if we want to explore the relationship between these two concepts, I'm calling them concepts because actually maybe they are actually two different disciplines for many people, but I say that for my purpose, for my presentation, I'm calling them two concepts, language and literature, a symbiotic relationship. You know what is the symbiotic relationship? Where there will be two parts and they will be working together or for the betterment of the other, and together they will be more what is called, what the principal has been telling, will be having, the sum of the two parts will be more effective than the individual parts. So here, the topic is age-old almost, because whenever we speak of language, we invariably should speak of literature, because one does not exist without the other. For example, our Telugu language exists right from, say, from Adikavi Nannaya, and before that also. But again, it was Nannaya who has contributed a lot to language. So it's always a symbiotic relationship. So what is new in exploring this relationship? That's what we want to focus on. What is the relationship between these two concepts? So here, when we have to understand something about the symbiotic relationship, let us first start with the origin of language. Because invariably, when we speak of language, we go back to our philosophy, to our mythology, where actually we started. Can you just move the slide? What is language again? Why are human beings having, only human beings having this flair or what is called the faculty to speak. There are many creatures in this world created by God, but why only language has become so important? Why human language has become so important? Does that mean that other creatures do not have language? No, they do have language. Maybe they are what is called the expanse or the material may be very less. It can be reduced to a few sounds. But human language has a wonderful variety. So, invariably all mythologies, whether it is Indian philosophy or Western philosophy or Indian, everybody has to invariably go back and find out what is the origin of language. In Indian philosophy also, in mythology also, just as well in Western philosophy and Western mythology also, there are discussions about the origin of language. There we have to start. Exactly why and how they have seen the origin of language. Because there we can find the seeds of the relationship between these two, origin, language and literature. For example, next slide, please. Here see, origins of language in classical Indian philosophy. Language appears in relation to gods as well as humans and occupies the entire width of a spectrum, from being a divinity herself to being a means used by gods to create and control the world. Remember that right from the Upanishads and Vedas, there was a discussion about language. And there was various mythology, various stories relating to that, saying that language is actually born from the Dhamarak of Shiva. When Shiva was playing the Dhamarak, it came, the first sound, Om, has come from that other alphabet, and other words have come, these sounds have come, from which we have developed language. So similarly, but at the same time we have also deified language. Today we call it the goddess of language, Vagdevi we call it, or Saraswati we have. Saraswati's language is the goddess of both knowledge and language as well. So invariably we go back to our origins, where we find that language was discussed by all the great ancient sages as something that has evolved, has come from God as a blessing to the human beings. So we have divine origins to language. So next, there are so many great Sanskrit scholars who spoke about the origins of language, like Panini, Anandavardhana, Patanjali, okay, Bhartrhari, so many great philosophers, language scholars who have gone back and have written grammars also on it, and all of them have traced the origin of language to God. So this is what the origin of language is in Indian philosophy. So when we come to the Western philosophy again, invariably we have to go back to the Bible, because that's where the Western philosophies, they take their origin, where they speak about, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So they have this statement from the Bible. In the Genesis, in the book of Genesis, in the beginning was the Word. Usually in Telugu it is translated, Adilona Vakyam annadani translate chestu untaru danni. So they traced their origin of language to God, because they said it was with God, and it is God. Word is God for them. Same just for like us also, because for us the word Om, the sound Om actually, we say that it is the sound of the universe, and from that all the entire language system was born for us. So similarly in Western philosophy also we find a parallel to that one, saying that it has come from God. So again, there are many philosophers and scholars who have traced the origins of language right from Plato, the great three, the Trinity, Socrates, Plato and Aristotle, down to Hegel, or today's Bakhtin and other theoreticians. All of them have found that they try to define, they try to trace the origins of language. And especially Plato. We'll come back to Plato again when we discuss literature also, because there is a relationship, there he discusses elaborately the relationship between language and literature there. So next one is, and one interesting thing that we all should note is that when you speak of Western ideas of language, the recent scholarship, especially from the 20th century or late 19th century onwards, Western scholarship about language was greatly influenced by Indian thoughts about language. This is something very interesting. Today, because many scholars quote Ferdinand de Saussure, and Saussure was, many people do not know that Saussure was a professor of Sanskrit. But many people think that he is a professor of English, of Swedish language, something like that. But he is actually a professor of Sanskrit who has taken many of our ideas, especially the sign, structure and sound, etc. All these have taken away from Anandavardhana and Bhatrahari, etc. So, like that, but today's, Western notions about language and Western notions about literature, all this mostly were borrowed from the Indian ancient knowledge system. Okay. So next one is, next slide. I would like to speak about the facts of language. These are certain basic facts about language which we cannot say no, because when we come again to modern scholarship, many Marxist scholars have wonderfully explored on, have wonderfully worked on the origins of language. Marxists though may not agree with the origins of language from God or from other sources. So they say that they have their own ideas about the origin of language, and of course we should, the points that they have stated are also relevant. We cannot say just because they are Marxist or just because they are communist, we cannot write off saying that these points are not relevant. Actually, some of them are really very relevant, and today's discussion about language has much to do with their thoughts, to their concepts. Okay. So here there is a definition by Raymond Williams, one of the great communist or Marxist scholar who says that the definition of language is always a definition of human being in the world. Because language invariably is born with human beings. It is with human beings, and it develops with human beings. It perishes within human beings only. So, and he found that the origin of language is invariably with people only. It's a social phenomena for him. So that also we should agree. It means it belongs to the people. So, and he has made certain wonderful statements which are very relevant to our today's English teachers. And I think many of our English teachers stress on communication aspect of language, but actually this is what the most important point that Raymond Williams has stated. When you teach a language, you open not a corridor or a room to the learners, but a whole world. So, Bhasha nerpiste, kevalam communication kosam nerpistam, but that is not correct. Because language is not mere communication. Language does not come alone with communication. This is the point I think Professor Vishwanatharao garu and we all agree with that one. Because communication is only one aspect of language, but the other aspect is culture that comes with language. These two cannot be diverse, these two cannot be separated, these two cannot be isolated, we cannot read them in isolation. Both of them go together, language and culture. That is, both these concepts are part of the language. So, and then because language is both communication and culture, and now it is, there is one more great philosopher. I think students at the end back, maybe if you can listen, if you can hear me, it's okay. Otherwise, you can just leave. Don't worry about that one. Vinte vinande. Okay? Because you are all students of literature, if I remember. Are they students of language? Okay. So, this is a very serious topic. The problem is the going back to the origins of language and going back to origins of literature is a very serious topic, and students, unless they bear with us and they focus on it, it's very hard for you to grasp this one. These are all very difficult concepts, okay, very deep concepts. Again, I want to bring in one more great writer, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, because his ideas about language are really radical. And he has spoken about the language as having these two concepts of communication and culture. Because as part of his project to decolonize the African literature and languages, he has spoken an entire philosophy of language which is very relevant to us Indians. Okay? Because in India, education means only English education. That's the problem. Today you know that National Education Policy has indicated, has already stipulated that the primary education of all children should be in the native language or mother tongue. And this is exactly where we are also coming to that point. Literature, language and communication, all these are again linked to each other. That's what we are going to explore now in this, in my talk now. So here, Gugi has wonderfully stated that language has these two concepts of culture and communication. It's a means of communication and it's a carrier of culture. So from there we come to literature. Till now we have seen only the origin of language, how language has evolved, how language has been what's called come from mythology or from people, etc. We have seen the different strands of philosophies, because Indian philosophy, Western philosophy, when you go back to mythology, they trace their origin of language to God. When it comes to the Marxists, they trace it to the people as a social phenomena. So it's a thing that was, for them, language is born in the, what they call it is the language of real life, which is born in the everyday communication between human beings. In the means of production of goods, in the means of production of services, in the means of, communicating with each other, for them language was born there. So whatever it may be, we'll come to that one. So here, next slide please. Language as communication has three aspects. See, this is very important because we are seeing, all English teachers are today seeing language only as a communication. And that is the problem why children were unable to pick up language properly. I don't remember, I say my Professor Viswanatha must be remembering that in his graduation or post-graduation, they never taught language in this manner that we are teaching now, because with a computer lab, with so much of paraphernalia, with so a lot of headphones, etc., softwares and all that, and invariably when we go to some college, they will ask me the first question, do you have a language lab? The language, there was never a language lab, Professor Viswanatha. The language lab is the classroom itself. Okay, we used to learn language before, when our teachers used to talk, that's it. When professors like Viswanatha used to quote extemporally from Sanskrit, Telugu or any language, we picked up language very easily. We never attended any laboratories to sit and learn language. Okay, that's what I mean to say, because language as a communication means we are killing one part of the language and trying to give the second part to the students, and that is why they are not able to pick up the language properly. The problem today is that the students are neither able to speak proper English or proper Telugu also. They are somewhere in between now. And that's what we have to address. And I don't find fault with these students, but it is the fault of the system, because we are focusing more on the language as a communication. But language does not come alone. Language comes with culture also. And that is why today teachers like Professor Viswanatha can quote extemporally from Keats, Shakespeare or Shelley, or from any English writer, any English author. Today hardly one English teacher can quote very from extemporally from any of those wonderful literature topics. Anyhow, see this is an important aspect that we should all note. Language as communication has three aspects. One is the language of real life. I have been telling you that language is not born in isolation, language is not born in English language labs, but language is born with the people. When the factory workers, the farmers, and the people, everyday, the people that you meet on the streets, the street vendors, their language is actually born. The language of work, the language of everyday livelihood. And that is the real language, from where language evolves. Okay. So the relationship people enter into with one another in the labor process. Because when we do work, we have to communicate. For example, in a village, when you have different trades of people, a goldsmith, a blacksmith, a potter, okay, or a farmer, a carpenter, a technician, we communicate with each other on the level of our production means. So there we'll be communicating and their language is born. So many new words are also born. Because I interact with my farmer, I have a small piece of land where I grow up some trees. So I have a farmer to look after that one. So when I speak to him in Telugu, he brings in so many new words which I have never heard. చాలా కొత్త మాటలు వచ్చేస్తుంటాయి వాళ్ళ లాంగ్వేజ్, వాళ్ళ కమ్యూనికేషన్లో కూడా. ఎస్పెషల్లీ when the one farmer is talking to another farmer, you have to observe, you have to listen carefully. They will be bringing up at least 2 or 3 words in a few minutes of conversation which we never knew. ఈ మాటలు ఎక్కడ మాట్లాడుతున్నారని నాకు అసలు అర్థం కాదు. ఎప్పుడు డిక్షనరీలో కూడా కనబడు అలాంటి మాటలు, అంటే పుడుతుంటాయి మాటలు అలాగా. ఎస్ సార్, దట్స్ వాట్ ఐమ్ సేయింగ్. ఐ హ్యావ్ అబ్జర్వ్ దాట్ వన్. మేము ఒక చిన్న పాండ్ ఒక ఫామ్లో తవ్వాం. స్మాల్ పాండ్ టు స్టోర్ ది వాటర్, రెయిన్ వాటర్ డ్రైన్ అయిపోకుండా ఉండటం కోసం ఒక పాండ్ తవ్వాం అనమాట. సో ఐ వాజ్ వండరింగ్, ఆ పాండ్లో వచ్చిన వాటర్ అంతా కూడా అబ్జార్బ్ అయిపోతుంది. ఐ ఆస్క్డ్ మై ఫార్మర్, ఎందుకండి తొందరగా అబ్జార్బ్ అయిపోతుంది, నీళ్ళు రావట్లేదంటే ఆయన ఒక మాట అన్నాడు, నాకు అసలు ఇప్పటికీ అర్థం కాలేదు. బెందడ కట్టాలండి అక్కడ అన్నాడు. బెందడ కడతాం ఏంటి అంటే, ఐ డోంట్ నో, ఐ నెవర్ హెర్డ్ దట్ వన్, నోబడీ హెర్డ్ దట్ వన్. సో ఆయనకేమో ఏదో మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు ఏమో. బికాస్ యాజ్ ఎ లాంగ్వేజ్ టీచర్ నాకు కొంచెం కీన్ సెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇయర్ ఉంది. సో మళ్ళీ అడిగాను, ఏంటండి ఆ మాట ఏంటంటే, బెందర్ కట్టాలండి. బెందర్ కడతాం అంటే ఏంటండి అంటే, హీ వాజ్ అనేబుల్ టు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్. సో దెన్ హీ టోల్డ్ మీ, సార్ అలా కాదండి, మనకి వెన్ బఫెలోస్ కమ్ అండ్ రోల్ ఇన్ ది పాండ్, అవి వచ్చి డొల్లుతూ ఉన్నాయి అనుకోండి, అక్కడ ఒక రకమైన జిగురులాగా ఫామ్ అవుద్దట. ఆ జిగురులాగా ఫామ్ అయిపోయి అక్కడ అది ఒక లేయర్ లాగా ఫామ్ అయిపోయి వాటర్ తొందరగా అబ్జార్బ్ అవుతాం. ఇది దానికి మాట. అది ఎప్పుడైనా విన్నాం అసలు మనం ఇలాంటి మాటది? అంటే ఫార్మర్స్ దగ్గర పడితే మాటలు అనిపించింది నాకు ఎప్పుడైతే అనిపించింది. ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ సార్, ఐ లెర్న్ సో మెనీ వర్డ్స్ ఫ్రమ్ మై ఫార్మర్. చాలా మాటలు ఉన్నాయి ఇలాంటి మాటలన్నీ కూడా. అంటే దే కంబైన్ వర్డ్స్, దే బ్రేక్ ది వర్డ్స్. మనం అనుకుంటాం పోయిట్స్ మాత్రమే కేవలం వర్డ్స్ని క్రియేట్ చేస్తారు, లేకపోతే పోయిట్స్ మాత్రమే చేస్తారు. బట్ ఫార్మర్స్ ఆల్సో డూ, బికాస్ దే ఆర్ ది పోయిట్స్ హూ వర్క్ విత్ ది ల్యాండ్ ఎవ్రీ టైమ్. So I really appreciate not only poets, in the everyday life, even the workers in factories, even the workers on the street vendors, వీళ్ళందరి దగ్గర చూడండి కొత్త మాటలు వస్తూ ఉంటాయి అనమాట. కొత్త మాటలు మనం తెలుసుకుంటూ ఉండొచ్చు కూడా. So that's where the language of real life means, when the people communicate with each other, their language is born, and that language evolves over a period of time. It evolves and becomes these words can come into, when it comes into literature or some people learn and you keep on using them, they become classical words అయిపోతాయి. అవి మళ్ళీ మర్చిపోలేనటువంటి వర్డ్స్ అవుతుంటాయి. So that's how it begins. And second thing, languages communication is, it imitates the language of real life. It is a language of speech. So language of real life అంటే కమ్యూనికేషన్, ఒక లేబర్ ప్రాసెస్లో కమ్యూనికేట్ అవుతున్నప్పుడు వచ్చినటువంటి మాటలు. లాంగ్వేజ్ ఆఫ్ స్పీచ్ అన్నది ఒకటి చెప్తున్నాడు అక్కడ. ఇట్ ఇమిడియేట్స్ ది లాంగ్వేజ్ ఆఫ్ రియల్ లైఫ్, వాట్ యూ వాంట్ టు డూ, హౌ యూ కమ్యూనికేట్ విత్ ఈచ్ అదర్. ఆ మాటలు కొన్ని పుడుతూ ఉంటాయి మనం మాట్లాడుతుంటే. అండ్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ఆఫ్ స్పీచ్లో అక్కడ ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే, ది ఐడియా ఆఫ్ స్పీచ్ ఏంటంటే, see when you speak a word, you speak not just in a plain manner. ఇందాక ప్రిన్సిపాల్ గారు చెప్తున్నారు, దానికి యాక్సెంట్ ఉంటుంది, టోన్ ఉంటుంది, ఇంటోనేషన్ ఉంటుంది. తర్వాత ఆ మాటని we will be talking in a different way. Same word, if you repeat in a different tones, it gives different meanings. So language, you cannot fix it. Say for example, maybe in a dictionary, in a sentence, in a printed word, it appears to be fixed. But when you speak, it takes many tones, it takes many meanings, it takes many accents. Stress ni batti, మీరు ప్లేస్ చేసిన విధానాన్ని బట్టి ఆ మాటకి మీనింగ్స్ మారిపోతూ ఉంటాయి. ఇట్ కెన్ నెవర్ బి ఫిక్స్డ్. నో మీనింగ్ ఫర్ ఎనీ వర్డ్ కెన్ బి ఫిక్స్డ్. ద డిక్షనరీ ఈజ్ ఓన్లీ ఏ గైడెన్స్ టు గివ్ అస్ దిస్ మే బీ ఏ మీనింగ్ అని చెప్పి ఒక సూచిక మాత్రమే డిక్షనరీలో ఇచ్చేది మాత్రం. ఎందుకంటే వెన్ యూ టాక్, వెన్ యూ సే పర్టికులర్ వర్డ్, వెన్ యూ అటర్ ఏ పర్టికులర్ వర్డ్, ఇట్ పిక్స్ అప్ ద మీనింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ది కాంటెక్స్ట్. అక్కడున్న కాంటెక్స్ట్లో బట్టి ఆ మీనింగ్కి దానికి మనకి ధ్వనిస్తూ ఉంటుంది అని చెప్తారు ఆనందవర్ధనుడు అయితే. అది మనకి సౌండ్ అవుతూ సజెస్ట్ అవుతూ ఉంటుంది. సో దట్ ఇస్ వై ద స్పీచ్ ఈజ్ అనదర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాంపోనెంట్ వేర్ లాంగ్వేజ్ టేక్స్ ఎ డిఫరెంట్ టోన్. ఓకే, డోంట్ థింక్ దట్ మీనింగ్స్ ఆర్ ఫిక్స్డ్ ఇన్ డిక్షనరీ. డిక్షనరీ మీనింగ్స్ ఆర్ ఓన్లీ జస్ట్ టు సజెస్ట్ మేబీ దిస్ కెన్ బి ది మీనింగ్ అని చెప్పడానికి. సో unfortunately many people think that learning a language you need a dictionary, but it doesn't require that one, because when people speak the same language, we almost pick up the same language very easily. Anyhow, so that is the language of the speech. And next one is the written word. The written word imitates the spoken word. The written word comes later on, but first one is speech, but the written word. And the written word has one facility, that it can grow across centuries. Say for example, Adikavi Nannaya has written in Telugu, he has transliterated the Mahabharata. But today we are able to read that one because he has written it. The written form is also very important, and not many languages also have written form. Many tribal languages, many indigenous languages do not have written written word language. It evolved later on based upon the contingency, based upon the requirement. Many people think that tribal people do not have written language because they are underdeveloped. No, because they are a small community, they never had the need to develop a written word. That is why it has not developed. అంతేగాని వాళ్ళేదో ట్రైబల్ పీపుల్ కనుక అక్కడ లాంగ్వేజ్ డెవలప్ అవ్వాలి, రిటర్న్ వర్డ్ డెవలప్ అవ్వదు అనుకోవడం చాలా తప్పు. తక్కువ కమ్యూనిటీస్ ఉంటాయి కనుక, తక్కువ పీపుల్తో కమ్యూనికేట్ చేసుకుంటారు కనుక, దే డోంట్ రిక్వైర్ ఏ రిటర్న్ వర్డ్. దట్ ఈస్ వై రిటర్న్ లాంగ్వేజ్ మైట్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ ఎవాల్వ్. దట్ ఇస్ ద ఓన్లీ రీజన్ దేర్. So these are the three things. Language as communication has these three aspects. One is the language of real life, language of speech, and language of the written word. So now, next slide please. And now the second most important component that we have been stressing upon is that culture. I told you that language has two components. One is communication and the other one is culture. And how is culture formed and transmitted? ఈ సంస్కృతి అనేది ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తుంది, ఎక్కడ ఫామ్ అవుతుంది, ఎలా ఫామ్ అవుతుంది అనేదాన్ని ఒకసారి చూద్దాం మనం. ఇన్ డూయింగ్ సిమిలర్ కైండ్స్ ఆఫ్ థింగ్స్, ఐఎమ్ కోటింగ్ Gugi, the famous language theorist these days. In doing similar kinds of things and actions over and over again, under similar circumstances, similar events in their mutability, certain patterns, moves, rhythms, habits, అంటే మనం జీవితంలో కొన్ని పనులు అదే రిపీటెడ్గా చేస్తూ ఉంటాం అనుకోండి, అది కొంచెం ఒక రకమైనగా హ్యాబిట్స్ కింద తయారవుతుంది. ఆ హ్యాబిట్ అలా రేపొద్దున ట్రెడిషన్ అవుతుంది. ట్రెడిషనల్లో ఒక్కోసారి సెంటిమెంట్ కింద అయిపోతుంటుంది. కొంతమంది చూడండి, మనం ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ దీపం వెలిగించాం. ఆ దీపం ఎందుకు వెలిగించామంటే మేబీ ఇన్ ద ఓల్డెన్ డేస్ ఇట్ వాస్ ఆల్వేస్ డార్క్. ఇట్ హ్యాస్ ఎ సింబాలిక్ మీనింగ్, ఇట్ హ్యాస్ అదర్ ఫిజికల్ మీనింగ్ ఆల్సో. మేబీ ఇట్ వాస్ డార్క్. సో అక్కడ దీపం వెలిగించి తమసో మా జ్యోతిర్మయ అని చెప్పి ఒక వెలుగుని తీసుకొచ్చామని చెప్పి అనుకుంటూ ఉంటాం. సో అది కొన్నాళ్ళకి ఏమైతే ట్రెడిషన్ కింద మారుతుంది. ఆ ట్రెడిషనల్ సెంటిమెంట్ అవుతుంది. నౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ సెంటిమెంట్ ఓన్లీ బికాస్ వెన్ వీ స్టార్ట్ ఎ ప్రోగ్రామ్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ అండ్ లైటింగ్ ది ల్యాంప్ దేర్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఓన్లీ ఎ సెంటిమెంట్. ఇట్ హాస్ నథింగ్, ఇట్ మే నాట్ బి హ్యావింగ్ ఎనీథింగ్ టు డూ విత్ ది యాక్చువల్ ప్రొసీడింగ్స్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ వన్. బట్ సింబాలిక్ మీనింగ్ అదే కల్చర్ని చెప్పేది. అది దానికి సింబాలిక్ మీనింగ్ ఎక్వైర్ అవుతుంది ఇన్ కోర్స్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్. సింబాలిక్ మీనింగ్ ఈజ్ దట్ ఇట్ ఈస్ dispelling darkness, the darkness of ignorance and giving us knowledge. So how language is carrying both these aspects anamata. So that's what he is saying, that culture is evolved, culture is develops when we do certain things repeatedly and we find certain variations in it. Again we దాన్ని ఏమంటారంటే ఫ్రీజ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాం కొన్ని అలవాట్లని. ఇది మంచిది అని ఒక కొన్ని జనరేషన్స్లో ఇది కొంచెం మంచిది, దీనివల్ల మనకు లాభం ఉంది, లేకపోతే దీనివల్ల దిస్ ఈస్ హౌ లైఫ్ ఈస్ అని చెప్పి మనం అనుకున్నప్పుడు దట్ బికమ్స్ ఎ కల్చర్, దట్ బికమ్స్ ఎ ట్రెడిషన్, అండ్ ద ట్రెడిషన్ బికమ్స్ కల్చర్. సో దట్స్ వాట్ ఈస్ సేయింగ్ దట్ over a time this becomes a way of life distinguishable from other ways of life. So why are people in India so have certain habits, and why people in Western countries have different habits? Because when their interaction with the weather, when their interaction with the climate, when their interaction with the topography, with the geography, certain food habits, they becomes in course of time freezed in our culture. So manaki matrame enduku certain pickles unnai, why are the Western people don't have this sort of practice ante? Because based upon our interaction with the environment. అంతే కదా, ఇక్కడ ఉన్న ఎన్వైర్న్మెంట్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకి ఉన్నాయండి, గోదావరి జిల్లాలో ఎక్కువ మంది రైస్ తింటారు. అదే మీరు రాయలసీమకి వెళ్తే ఎక్కువ మంది రాగులు తింటారు, లేకపోతే జొన్నలు తింటారు. ఎందుకు తింటారంటే బికాజ్ అవైలబిలిటీ. సో అది ట్రెడిషన్ అయిపోద్ది. దే మేక్ స్వీట్స్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్, వీ మేక్ స్వీట్స్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్. అది ఒక ట్రెడిషన్ కింద అయిపోతుంది. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ సంక్రాంతి వచ్చింది అంటే వీ మేక్ అరిసెలు చేయాలి ఇక్కడ, ఎందుకని ఇక్కడ రైస్ దొరుకుద్ది కనుక వీ బ్రింగ్ జాగరి. అది ఒక రకమైన ట్రెడిషన్ అయిపోయింది. ట్రెడిషన్ తర్వాత సెంటిమెంట్ అయిపోతుంది. సో కొంతమంది ఫ్యామిలీస్లో అయ్యో అది చేసుకోలేకపోయినంత సెంటిమెంట్ ఫీల్ అవుతుంటాం. సో కల్చర్ ఈజ్ లైక్ దాట్, విట్ డెవలప్స్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ది ఇంటరాక్షన్ విత్ ది ఎన్వైర్న్మెంట్, విత్ ది లోకల్ కండిషన్స్ తోటి అవుతూ ఉంటుంది. అది కల్చర్ కింద ఫామ్ అవుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, సో బట్ ఈ కల్చర్ని హౌ యూ ట్రాన్స్మిట్ టు ది నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్, దేర్ కమ్స్ ది లాంగ్వేజ్, ద రోల్ ఆఫ్ లాంగ్వేజ్. సో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇలా చేసుకుంటే ఇది మంచిది అని కొన్ని సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత మనకు వచ్చినటువంటి ఐడియాని నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్కి చెప్పాలి మనం. సో ఇలా తింటే మంచిదిరా, ఈ ఆహారం తింటే మంచిదిరా అని మనం నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్ చెప్పాలి. సో దట్ విల్ బి కన్వేడ్ త్రూ లాంగ్వేజ్. సో దేర్ అగైన్ కల్చర్ అండ్ లాంగ్వేజ్ సింబియాసిస్ ఏర్పడుతుంది చూడండి. అంటే మన నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్కి ఈ అలవాట్లు మంచి, ఈ అలవాట్లు చెడ్డవి, ఇలా చేస్తే మంచిది, పెద్దలు చూడంగానే కాళ్ళకి నమస్కారం పెట్టాలి అని చెప్తూ ఉన్నాం. అది చెప్పాలంటే that we have to embed it in a certain language, and that language alone carries that culture. So in course of time, say for example, Nannaya garu first invocation lone, ayana Mahabharata invocation lone Saraswati Devini invocate చేశారు. సో అప్పుడు ఆయన ఒక అది మంచిది, ఒక దేవతను ఆరాధించాలి, ఒక వాగ్దేవిని గుర్తు చేసుకోవాలని he remembered that in the first lines itself. So today in every first line, maybe when you write a book or something like that, we have a quotation either to God or to invocation అనేది మనం చేస్తున్నాం. For example, మనం ప్రేయర్ చేసాం ఇప్పుడు when we before started that one. So where did we get this idea? Why should there be a prayer at all in a meeting? Because Nannaya has done that in his Mahabharata. అంటే దీనికి అదేంది కాదు ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా, because all great literary works, they start with invocation of God, whether it is Homer's Iliad or whether it is Aeneid or it is Virgil's Aeneid, or again coming to Mahabharata or to Ramayana, they always start with the invocation of God. So ఆ invocation వస్తుంది కనుక ఏదైనా ఒక మంచి కార్యక్రమం చేసినప్పుడు we have to start అనేది ఇలా వస్తుంది. So that cultural aspect is embedded in the language which is transmitted over generations లో అది transmit అవుతూ వస్తుంది కనుక అది. So that culture should be transmitted, could be embedded in a language. So language carries culture. So there is a symbiosis between these two aspects. So that is what he is saying. Language as culture is an image forming agent in the mind of a child. Our whole conception of ourselves as a people, individually and collectively, is based on those pictures and images, the collective memory bank of a people's experience in history. That's what I always say to my students also, that language is like a bank. You deposit and you withdraw. మనం డిపాజిట్ చేస్తుంటాం, కావాలంటే మనకు అవసరమైనప్పుడు విత్డ్రా చేసుకుంటూ ఉంటాం, కానీ అది ఎప్పుడు బ్యాంక్ పెరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది, అలాగే ఉంటుంది, ఆ అకౌంట్ మాత్రం అప్పుడే ఉంటుంది. అది దట్ ఇస్ వాట్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ లాంగ్వేజ్, దట్స్ హౌ ఐ కెన్ టెల్ అబౌట్ లాంగ్వేజ్. సో అందులో ఆ డిపాజిట్ చేసే దాంట్లో కమ్యూనికేషన్ డిపాజిట్ చేస్తుంటాం, వీ ఆల్సో డిపాజిట్ కల్చర్ ఆల్సో దేర్. So we recover that from our, whenever we require that, we recover from that account what are our cultural habits, what are our forefathers cultural habits అనేది కూడా మనకు అందులోంచి తెలుస్తూ ఉంటుంది. కమ్యూనికేషన్ కూడా అందులోంచి ద్వారానే వస్తూ ఉంటుంది. So culture transmits or imparts those images of the world and reality through the spoken and the written languages. Written literature and orature are the main means by which a particular language transmits the images of the world contained in the culture it carries. This is the most important statement, the crux of my whole presentation. అదేంటంటే చూడండి ఇక్కడ, written literature and orature. Literature can be in written form or in oral form. మనకు most of African literatures are in the oral form. ఒకళ్ళు చెప్తా ఉంటారు, నేరేషన్ నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్ దాన్ని పికప్ చేసుకుంటూ ఉంటుంటారు. సో అది ఓరేచర్ అని చెప్తున్నాం. అది మనకైతే చూసుకుంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నన్నయ్య ఆర్ తిక్కన మహాభారతాలు అన్నీ కూడా ఇట్స్ కేమ్ ఆఫ్ as a written form. Okay, so will be written literature and orature are the main means by which a particular language transmits the images of the world contained in the culture it carries. చూడండి అక్కడ so many things are, so many ideas are there in that one single sentence. అంటే అప్పుడున్నటువంటి ఆ రిటర్న్ సాహిత్యములో రాసినటువంటి సాహిత్యము ద్వారా ఆ సంస్కృతిని లేకపోతే అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి దైవభక్తిని కానీ ఏదైనా కానీ ఆ భాష ద్వారా మాత్రమే నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్ ట్రాన్స్మిట్ అవుతుంది జరుగుతుందని చెప్తున్నాడు. అంటే ఆ సంస్కృతి దట్ కల్చర్ విల్ బి ఎంబెడెడ్ ఇన్ దట్ లిటరేచర్, పర్టికులర్ లిటరేచర్. సో వెన్ ఎ రైటర్ వాంట్స్ టు కన్వే సంథింగ్ ఆఫ్ గుడ్, ఎస్పెషలీ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ది గ్రేట్ మహాభారత, హీ హ్యాస్ టు పుట్ ఇట్ ఇన్ లాంగ్వేజ్, అండ్ దట్ లాంగ్వేజ్ అగైన్ విల్ క్యారీ దట్ ఆర్ట్, దట్ లిటరరీ వర్క్. ఇది చూడండి, అదే సింబయోసిస్ అంటే, ఇది పెద్ద మనం ఎక్కడో ఆలోచించాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. సో వన్ యూ వాంట్ టు కన్వే దట్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు పుట్ ఇట్ ఇన్ లాంగ్వేజ్, అండ్ వెన్ యూ పుట్ ఇట్ ఇన్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ఇట్ బికమ్స్ ఎ స్టోర్ దేర్, ఎ స్టోర్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ కల్చర్ దేర్. సో దట్ విల్ బి ట్రాన్స్మిటెడ్ అగైన్ టు ద నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్ త్రూ దట్ లాంగ్వేజ్. సో దట్స్ వాట్ ఈస్ సెయింగ్, in which a particular language transmits the image of the world contained in the culture it carries. So for example, అందుకనే చూడండి మనకు తెలుగులో ఉన్నటువంటి చాలా మాటలు కూడా ఇంగ్లీష్లో ట్రాన్స్లేట్ అవ్వవు, because it is carrying a particular culture of that our Telugu language is carrying that culture of that Telugu people here, that it cannot be translated otherwise. చాలా మాటలు, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకి ఎస్పెషల్లీ వర్డ్స్ దట్ ఆర్ కనెక్టెడ్ విత్ అవర్ కల్చర్. నేను ఒకసారి ట్రై చేశాను సార్, ప్రమిదలు అంటాం, ప్రమిదలు ట్రాన్స్లేట్ చేయండి ఇంగ్లీష్లోకి. ఇదే చాలామంది ఎర్త్ అండ్ పాట్ అంటారు, పాట్ అంటే కుదరదు అసలు. ప్రమిద అంటే మేడం యూ నో మస్ట్ బి ఫ్రమ్ ది మనకి దీపావళి వెన్ యూ దట్ ల్యాంప్, earthen lamp that you say. So that is not a proper translation. But when you say the pramida ane మాట అనగానే it strings, it gives us a resonance of certain culture there. Our resonance will be lost when you translate it. So a particular language, a specific language carries that specific culture, which will be translated through literature again. So this is the symbiosis there. A specific culture ni, a specific language lo, a literature ద్వారా మాత్రమే మనం కన్వే చేయగలుగుతుంటాం. సో ఆ ప్రమిదలో అనే మాటకు ఉంది. లేకపోతే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ సంక్రాంతి వస్తుంది ఇక్కడ గొబ్బెమ్మలు అన్నాం అనుకోండి. గొబ్బెమ్మలు అంటే విసే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇఫ్ యూ ట్రాన్స్లేట్ ఇన్ ఇంగ్లీష్ చాలా భయంకరంగా ఉంటుంది. ఆ కౌడంగ్ కేక్స్ అనాలు చెప్పాల్సి వస్తుంది దానికి అక్కడ. అసలు అది అర్థమే అర్థం రానే రాదు. బట్ సేమ్ వర్డ్ గొబ్బెమ్మలు అనే మాట తెలుగులో మనం వాడితే ఇట్ గివ్స్ ఎ వండర్ఫుల్ ప్లెజెంట్ రెజొనెన్స్ వచ్చేస్తుంది అక్కడ. సో ఇట్ కెనాట్ బి క్యారీడ్. స్పెసిఫిక్ లాంగ్వేజ్, స్పెసిఫిక్ కల్చర్ అండ్ స్పెసిఫిక్ లిటరేచర్, ఆల్ దీస్ ఆర్ connected with each other. You cannot go against that one. Okay, so that's what he's saying. This is the synergy between language and literature. Adi synergy and language, a culture, literature and communication. ఈ మూడు కూడా కనెక్ట్ అయిపోయి వెళ్తూ ఉంటాయి. So next slide please. Language as communication and language as and as culture are then products of each other. So language as communication and as culture are products of each other. దీనికి అది ప్రోడక్ట్, అది ఇది ప్రోడక్ట్. లాంగ్వేజ్ ప్రోడక్ట్ లిటరేచర్, లిటరేచర్ ప్రోడక్ట్ లాంగ్వేజ్. సో ఆ రెండుని విడదీయలేము మనం పర్టికులర్గా. సో దే ఆర్ బోత్ సో ఇన్సెపరబుల్. లాంగ్వేజ్ ఇస్ ద ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ లిటరేచర్ అండ్ లిటరేచర్ ఇస్ ద ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ లాంగ్వేజ్. ప్రొఫెసర్ విశ్వనాథరావు గారు మీకు ఈవినింగ్ చూపిస్తారు, ఎన్ని రకాల కొటేషన్స్ చెప్తుంటారు ఆయన. దాన్ని బట్టి మీకు తెలుస్తుంది హౌ లాంగ్వేజ్ ఇస్ ద ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ లిటరేచర్ అండ్ లిటరేచర్ ఇస్ ద ప్రోడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ లాంగ్వేజ్. టుడే we'll be quoting that one, yes? So communication carries culture. Culture is a means of communication. మళ్ళీ అది కూడా చూడండి. Communication carries culture and culture is a means of communication. So when you wear a particular dress, that is a sign of your culture, and that is also a communication. You are indicating that I am belong to this one, that you are, it gives your identity, it gives your position in a particular culture. మీ స్టేటస్ ఇన్ దట్ కల్చర్ అనేది మన యొక్క డ్రెస్సింగ్ ద్వారానో దేని ద్వారా తెలుస్తుంది. సో సెన్స్ ఆఫ్ బిలాంగింగ్ ఆల్సో. సో కమ్యూనికేషన్ క్యారీస్ కల్చర్ అండ్ కల్చర్ ఈస్ ఎ మీన్స్ ఆఫ్ కమ్యూనికేషన్. సో బోత్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్ గో టుగెదర్. లాంగ్వేజ్ క్యారీస్ కల్చర్ అండ్ కల్చర్ క్యారీస్, particularly through orature and literature, the entire body of values by which we come to perceive ourselves and our place in the world. This is another most important statement made by Gugi. Language carries culture. భాష సంస్కృతిని మోసుకెళ్తుంది. ఓకే, అండ్ కల్చర్ క్యారీస్ పర్టికులర్లీ త్రూ లిటరేచర్. ఆయన ఎంత పర్టికులర్గా చెప్తున్నారు చూడండి. పర్టికులర్లీ త్రూ లిటరేచర్, మన సాహిత్యం ద్వారానే. ఓకే, పర్టికులర్ త్రూ లిటరేచర్ ది ఎంటైర్ బాడీ ఆఫ్ వాల్యూస్ బై విచ్ వీ కమ్ టు పెర్సీవ్ అవర్ సెల్స్. అంటే ఆ కల్చర్ ద్వారానే మన ఎంటైర్ బాడీ ఆఫ్ వాల్యూస్, అంటే మన ఎవరము, మన యొక్క ఉనికి ఏంటి, మన యొక్క ఐడెంటిటీ ఏంటి, మన యొక్క అస్తిత్వం ఏంటి అనేదంతా కూడా మన యొక్క సంస్కృతిని బట్టే తెలుస్తూ ఉంటుంది. So if you kill a language, you are killing both language and you are killing both the culture also. Don't think that తెలుగు భాష పోతుందంటే తెలుగు భాష పోతుందని బాధ కంటే కూడా భాషతో పాటు సంస్కృతి కూడా పోతుంది. దట్ ఈస్ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్ బికాస్ అవర్ సంస్కృతి, అవర్ లిటరేచర్ అన్నీ కూడా మర్చిపోతూ ఉన్నాం మనం. సో లాంగ్వేజ్ ఈజ్ ఇన్సెపరబుల్ ఫ్రమ్ ourselves as a community of human beings with a specific form and character, a specific history, a specific relationship to the world. So again, this is how I have already discussed the symbiotic relationship of language and literature. Let us see how various scholars have dealt with this topic. అంటే మనకు వచ్చినటువంటి ఈ ఇష్యూని మిగిలిన వాళ్ళు కూడా థింక్ చేస్తారు, లాంగ్వేజ్కి లిటరేచర్కి ఉన్నటువంటి సంబంధం ఏంటి, వాట్ ఈస్ ద కనెక్షన్, హౌ ఇట్ ఈస్ సింబియోటిక్ అనే దానికి ఐ విల్ టేక్ సమ్ ఫ్యూ ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఫ్రమ్ వెస్టర్న్ థాట్ ప్రాసెస్, ఫ్రమ్ వెస్టర్న్ నాలెడ్జ్ సిస్టమ్. నెక్స్ట్ slide please. So here when we come to one of the greatest writings on Western aesthetics is Poetics by Aristotle. So when Aristotle speaks about poetics, he was actually answering his master by name Plato. Meeku telusu kada, Socrates student is Plato, Plato student is Aristotle. And anybody know who is Aristotle student? Alexander. Alexander the Great, so great antaru adi vere vishayam gaani, but who has come to India. So that is the teacher-student parampara. And when Aristotle was actually writing these poetics, he was answering his guru Plato, who made a one statement saying that Plato has written a book called Ideal Republic అని ఒక పుస్తకం రాశారు. రిపబ్లిక్ అంటారు దాన్ని. ఆయన రాసినటువంటి రిపబ్లిక్ అనే పుస్తకంలో he said that he has stated who should live in that republic. ఎవరు ఉండాలి అని నివసించాలని దాంట్లో చెప్తూ he says that poets are banished from this republic అని చెప్పాడు. It's a very famous statement. Poets do not have a place in the in my ideal republic అని చెప్పాడు. చాలా డేంజరస్ స్టేట్మెంట్ అది. No, all type of poets. No poets, no exemption. He didn't speak about a variety of poets. అసలు కంప్లీట్గా poetsని బ్యానిష్ చేసేయమన్నాడు. That is a very challenge because he himself is a poet. That is the problem. All his writings are written in verse form only, in a poetic form only. But he said that poets should be banned from the ideal republic. And he gave 3 reasons for banning the poets. First and most important thing is he said that poets rouse emotions. భావావేశాలు రెచ్చగొడతారు కవులు. ఫస్ట్ కంప్లైంట్ అయింది, అందుకు కవులు ఉండటానికి వీల్లేదు. బికాజ్ ఇన్ హిస్ ఐడియల్ రిపబ్లిక్ ఈజ్ ఆల్వేస్ గవర్న్డ్ బై రేషనాలిటీ, రీజన్ అండ్ రేషనాలిటీ. పోయిట్స్ దానికి ఆపోజిట్గా పనిచేస్తారు. దే రౌజ్ యువర్ ఎమోషన్స్. దే రౌజ్ యువర్ ఎమోషన్స్ అనే దానికి మనకి ఎన్నో ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఓకే, బికాస్ వెన్ యూ సీ వెరీ రీసెంట్లీ ఆల్సో తెలంగాణ మూవ్మెంట్లో చూస్తే అక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి స్పీచ్ల కంటే కూడా ముందు ఆ పాటలకు ఉత్తేజం అయిపోయారు జనాలందరూ కూడా. ఓకే, అండ్ అట్ ది సేమ్ టైమ్, for example, why should I go to that one? Our whole independence movement revolved around one song, Vande Mataram అనేటువంటి బంకిం చంద్ర రెడ్డి రాసినటువంటి ఒక సాంగ్ చుట్టూ తిరిగింది మొత్తం ఫ్రీడమ్ మూవ్మెంట్ అంతా కూడా. మోస్ట్ డేంజరస్ సాంగ్ ఫర్ ది బ్రిటిష్ పీపుల్, Vande Mataram, because they are ready to bare their chest, ready to, when the police are coming and beating the freedom movement leaders, they are saying Vande Mataram. It soothed them. Okay, it's like an ointment to them. So అందుకని చూడండి, poets are very dangerous, and that is the reason why even Shelley also says that poets are the unacknowledged legislators of the world అని చెప్తుంటాడు ఆయన. అందుకని కవులతో చాలా డేంజరస్. శ్రీశ్రీ గారు చెప్పారు కదా, కవులు ఎంతమైనా ఏదైనా చేస్తారు, వాళ్ళు రెచ్చగొట్టేస్తారు, ఎమోషన్స్ రెచ్చగొడతారు, అందుకని వాళ్ళు ఉండటానికి వీల్లేదు. ఫస్ట్ థింగ్. సెకండ్ థింగ్ వాజ్ దట్ he says that the poets create an imaginary false world which is twice removed from reality, from God's reality అని చెప్పాడు ఆయన. Twice removed from God's reality, because Plato is a great believer of God and he felt that this world is a Maya. మనలాగానే ఈ ప్రపంచం అంతా కూడా మాయతో నిండిపోయి ఉంది. ఇది కాదు ప్రపంచం, నిజమైన ప్రపంచం is with God, and this world is only a reflection of what is there in the mind of God or what is there with God. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఉన్న ప్రపంచం అంతా కూడా జస్ట్ రిఫ్లెక్షన్ కనుక. పోయిట్స్ ఏం చేస్తారు మరి? పోయిట్స్ ఇమిటేట్ దిస్ ఫాల్స్ వరల్డ్ అండ్ క్రియేట్ అనదర్ ఫాల్స్ వరల్డ్. అంతే కదా, సినిమాలు చూస్తాం మనం, సినిమాలు ఏం జరుగుతుంది? రియల్ వరల్డ్ జరుగుతుందా? రియల్ వరల్డ్ యొక్క ఇమిటేషన్తో ఇంకొక వరల్డ్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తారు అక్కడ. అందుకని మనం ప్రపంచంలో మునిగిపోతాం, 2-3 గంటలు ఆ సినిమా చూస్తున్నంతసేపు ఎక్కడికో వెళ్ళిపోతుంటాం. బికాజ్ వీఆర్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్టెడ్ టు అనదర్ వరల్డ్. సో పోయిట్స్ ఆల్సో క్రియేట్ అనదర్ వరల్డ్ విచ్ ఇస్ ఎ ఫాల్స్ వరల్డ్. అసలే ఫాల్స్ వరల్డ్ ఇది, దానితో ఇంకో ఫాల్స్ వరల్డ్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తారు. అంటే భూలోకి మనం చెప్తాం చూడండి, అరిచేతిలో స్వర్గం చూపిస్తారని చెప్పింది. సో ప్లాటో మెంట్ దట్ పోయిట్స్ create another false world which is twice removed from God's reality. అందుకని poets should not be there. Third one, ఇంకోటి కూడా చెప్పాడు ఆయన. Third complaint against poets is that because poets usually tell lies about gods, ఫాల్స్గా క్రియేట్ చేస్తారు, దేవుణ్ణి సరిగ్గా చిత్రీకరించరు, తప్పుగా చూపిస్తుంటారని చెప్పి ఆయన కంప్లైంట్. దట్ ఈస్ స్పెసిఫికల్లీ హీ వాజ్ రిఫరింగ్ టు ది Greek writers at that time who created has shown gods in a lewd manner or in a very poor manner. అందుకోసం ఆయన కంప్లైంట్ అది. సో ఈ 3 కారణాలు చెప్పి ఆయన poets should be banned from the ideal republic అని చెప్పి క్లియర్ చేశాడు ఆయన. సో నౌ హిస్ స్టూడెంట్ ఈస్ దేర్, ఆయన పేరు అరిస్టాటిల్. Now the challenge for Aristotle is to answer his master, whether he should agree or disagree with his master. Are you following me? So yes, first thing Aristotle said, yes, poets rouse emotions అనే దానికి ఆయన accept చేశాడు. But he has given a wonderful justification of what the poets do. He said that yes, poets rouse emotion, no doubt about it. And poets rouse such emotion in an imaginary world, in a what's called an artificial manner, that the emotions that are roused are only within the mind, and when the drama or certain work of art is completed, performed, it brings a harmony in the mind of the spectator. ఒక డ్రామా చూసామో, ఒక సినిమా చూసామో అనుకోండి, మనలో ఒక రకమైన రౌజ్ అవుతాయి, ఎమోషన్స్ రౌజ్ అవుతాయి. అవన్నీ కూడా ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఎమోషన్సే, నిజమైన ఎమోషన్స్ కాదు అవి. It's an emotions roused by art. So they are not real or dangerous. అందుకని మనకి కోపం వచ్చిందనుకోండి పక్కన వాళ్ళని తిడతాం కదా, అదే సినిమాలో కోపం వచ్చిందనుకోండి తిడతామా పక్కన వాళ్ళని? సినిమా చూస్తున్నప్పుడు తిట్టాం, మనలో ఫీల్ అవుతుంటాం. when the hero is for example persecuted by the villain, we feel sorry, we feel angry. when he beats somebody, we feel happy. ఈ అన్ని ఎమోషన్స్ లోపల రౌజ్ అవుతూ ఉంటాయి మనలో, but these are all artistic emotions. And when the artistic emotions rouse, they again cool down to bring a harmonious mind. ఒక రకమైన ఆ డ్రామా చూసిన తర్వాత మనలో ఒక రకమైనటువంటి ప్రశాంతత వస్తుంది. దాన్నే మరి భరతాస నాట్యశాస్త్రంలో శాంతరసం అని చెప్తుంటారు. బట్ దట్ ఈస్ నాట్ కనెక్టెడ్, దట్ ఈస్ డిఫరెంట్ అండ్ దిస్ ఈస్ డిఫరెంట్. కానీ ఈయన చెప్పేదాన్నే దాన్ని గ్రీక్ వర్డ్ ఏంటంటే కెథార్సిస్ అంటారు దానికి. ఆ కెథార్సిస్ అంటే రౌజింగ్ ఆఫ్ ఎమోషన్స్ అండ్ బ్రింగింగ్ దమ్ టు ఏ హార్మోనియస్ బ్లెండ్ ఆఫ్ ఇట్. ఒక రకమైనటువంటి ప్రశాంతత వస్తుంది ఇవన్నీ చూసిన తర్వాత, ఈ ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఎమోషన్స్ రౌజ్ అవటం వల్ల. సో అది మంచిదే అని చెప్పాడు ఆయన. సో హీ డిఫెండెడ్ ది ఫస్ట్ పాయింట్, దే రౌజ్ ఎమోషన్స్ బట్ దే బ్రింగ్ దమ్ టు ఏ హార్మోనియస్ పొజిషన్ లెవెల్ తీసుకొస్తారని చెప్పారు. సెకండ్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ ట్వైస్ రిమూవ్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ రియాలిటీ. దిస్ ఈస్ ఎ వండర్ఫుల్ జీనియస్ ఆఫ్ అరిస్టాటిల్. yes, he said that yes, poets create another false world. ఇంకొక ఫాల్స్ వరల్డ్ నో డౌట్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తారు. ఏది ఉన్న ఫాల్స్ వరల్డ్కి ఇంకొక ఫాల్స్ వరల్డ్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఒక రకమైనటువంటి వాళ్ళ యొక్క రచనలతోటి ఇంకొక ప్రపంచాన్ని సృష్టిస్తున్నారు, నో డౌట్ అబౌట్ ఇట్. బట్ హీ సేస్ దట్ ద వరల్డ్ దట్ వాజ్ క్రియేటెడ్ బై ద పోయట్స్ ఈజ్ అన్ ఐడియల్ వరల్డ్ కంపేర్డ్ టు వాట్ ఈస్ దేర్ ఇన్ విత్ గాడ్. ఒక రకమైనటువంటి ఐడియల్ వరల్డ్ని క్రియేట్ చేసి మళ్ళీ మనకు ఆ ఐడియల్ వరల్డ్ అనేది ఎలా ఉంటుందిరా అని చూపిస్తారు అని చెప్పాడు అనమాట. అంటే గాడ్స్ రియాలిటీని తెలుసుకోవాలి అంటే ది పోయిట్స్ రియాలిటీ, పోయిట్స్ చూపించినటువంటి ఫాల్స్ వరల్డ్ వల్ల వీ విల్ అండర్స్టాండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ ది ఐడియల్ వరల్డ్. అంతే కదండి, ఏ పద్యమైనా కానీ లేకపోతే ఏ ఒక డ్రామా అయినా కానీ, ఎనీ నావెల్ ఆర్ ఎనీథింగ్, ఇట్ వాంట్స్ టు క్రియేట్ అన్ ఐడియల్ వరల్డ్ ఆల్వేస్. ద ఎయిమ్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ రైటర్స్ ఈస్ టు క్రియేట్ అన్ ఐడియల్ వరల్డ్. దిస్ ఈస్ నాట్ గుడ్, ఇది కరెక్ట్ కాదు, ఇది జీవితం అని చెప్పడానికే కదా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తారు. సో దట్ ఇస్ వై హీ సెడ్ దట్ యాక్చువల్లీ ది పోయిట్స్ టేక్ us back to the God's reality. So that's how he answered the second objection also. And third objection, he agreed totally that some writers are really creating false ideas about God. ఆయన dispute చేయలేదని. For these two reasons he said that poets should be invariably a part of the society. They should be a part of the, because they are the people who show the vision, who show the future to the people. అందువల్ల గాడ్స్ రియాలిటీకి దగ్గరికి తీసుకెళ్తారు కనుక పోయిట్స్ ఉండాలని చెప్పి ఆయన డిఫెండ్ చేశారు. ఇన్ దట్ కోర్స్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్ వీ బ్రింగ్ ఇన్ సో మెనీ వర్డ్స్ లైక్ కెథార్సిస్, పెర్పిటియా, అండ్ అగైన్ వాట్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ మైథోస్, హెమర్షియా, ఇలాంటి వర్డ్స్ చాలా వచ్చినాయి. దీస్ ఆర్ ఆల్ ఇంగ్లీష్ టీచర్స్ నో దట్ వన్, అండ్ దీస్ ఆర్ ద వర్డ్స్ దట్ ఇండికేట్ టు అస్ ది ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ పోయిట్స్ అండ్ ద రోల్ ఇన్ ది సొసైటీ. సో అక్కడ కూడా చూడండి హౌ Aristotle has established that poets are the carriers of culture or the visionaries should be there in the ideal society, and I already established it. Now next point, next slide, I will show how again Bharata has treated the same topic. Bharata's Natya Shastra. Ayan kuda how he spoke about the symbiosis between art and language, or symbiosis between language and art. Because Bharata actually in the very beginning itself of Natya Shastra, there were many, all the rishis go and ask Bharata, what is the importance of this one? Where does the art come from? Who is the originator of the art? And why do we need art? అనేటువంటి questions raise చేస్తారు. చాలా many people think that our ancient wisdom is very sentimental, or it is very what's called mean, or very, it's not so రేషనల్ అని చెప్పి అనుకుంటారు. కానీ ఎవ్రీ వర్క్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్ట్, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ భరతాస్ నాట్యశాస్త్రంలో ఆయన క్వశ్చన్స్ రేజ్ చేసి దాని అన్నిటికీ ఆన్సర్ చెప్పుకుంటూ వస్తారు, వెరీ సిస్టమాటికల్. హీ సేస్ దట్ when the sages ask him, why do we need this art? అసలు ఈ నాట్య కళ ఎందుకు? నాట్ అంటే యాక్ట్ ఆఫ్ రిప్రజెంటేషన్. మనం చాలామంది నట్ అంటే ఏమనుకుంటామంటే ఇట్స్ థింక్ డ్యాన్స్ అనుకుంటాం. ఇట్స్ నాట్ జస్ట్ డ్యాన్స్, బట్ అన్ యాక్ట్ ఆర్ రిప్రజెంటేషన్. So why do we need this nat or Natya Shastra, or ఈ కళ ఎందుకు ఈ అని అడిగితే ఆయన వండర్ఫుల్ రీజన్స్ ఇచ్చాడండి. ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ దట్ all great knowledge is in Vedas and Upanishads, which can be understood only by highly educated people. బాగా పండితులైనటువంటి వాళ్ళకి, పెద్దవాళ్ళకి, గొప్ప వాళ్ళకి మాత్రమే వేదాల్లో ఉపనిషత్తుల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి సారాంశం అర్థం అవుతుంది. మామూలుగా ordinary people cannot learn or cannot know what is there in the Upanishads and Vedas. అందులో ఉన్నటువంటి రహస్యాలు, అందులో ఉన్నటువంటి మోక్ష సాధనకు కావాల్సినటువంటివన్నీ కూడా మామూలు మనుషులకి అర్థం కాదు కనుక God, and when Swajas have gone and said, sir, it should be easily understood. మాకు ఈజీగా అర్థమయ్యేటువంటిది, చాలా తేలిగ్గా అర్థమయ్యేటువంటి మార్గం చూపించండి అంటే, then art was created అని చెప్పాడు ఆయన. So that when you play the role of Rama and Sita or Ramayana there on the stage, people will be able to understand it very easily. చాలా చక్కగా మనసుకు ఆహ్లాదకరంగా హత్తుకునేలాగా అర్థం చేసుకుంటారు. అందుకని నవరసాలని ఆయన క్రియేట్ చేశారని చెప్పి ఆయన చెప్పారు. అంటే పండితులకి దే కెన్ అండర్స్టాండ్ ఇట్ స్ట్రైట్ ఫ్రమ్ వేదాస్ అండ్ ఉపనిషత్స్, బట్ ఆర్డినరీ పీపుల్ దే కెనాట్ అండర్స్టాండ్. ఫర్ ఆర్డినరీ పీపుల్ వీ రిక్వైర్ లిటరేచర్ అని చెప్పారన్నమాట. అంటే ఇటు సాహిత్యం ద్వారా మాత్రమే సామాన్య ప్రజలకి అర్థమవుతుంది. సో రిమెంబర్ దట్ ఆల్ లిటరేచర్ వాజ్ ప్రొడ్యూస్డ్ నాట్ ఫర్ ఎడ్యుకేటెడ్ పీపుల్ బట్ ఫర్ ఆర్డినరీ పీపుల్ ఓన్లీ. Okay, even novels, when Shakespeare has written all his dramas, it was not written for educated people. In fact, educated people did not like Shakespeare's dramas because it is a mass dramas. ఇప్పుడు ఈ రోజుల్లో మీరు చేసే షేక్స్పియర్ అంటే ఎవరండి అనుకుంటున్నారో, ఆయన ఉన్న టైంలో ఇప్పుడు మీ రాజమౌళియో లేకపోతే మీ త్రివిక్రమో అలాంటాడు అంతే. ఈజ్ ఎ వెరీ ఫైన్, వెరీ కమర్షియల్ ఫిలో. ఓ డ్రామా రాస్తాడు, డబ్బులు తీసుకుంటాడు, ఆ డ్రామా గురించి పట్టించుకోడు ఆయన. వెరీ కమర్షియల్, ఈజ్ ఎ వెరీ కమర్షియల్ డ్రామటిస్ట్, ఐఎమ్ టెల్లింగ్ యూ. And great plagiarist also. He has not created one single drama out of his mind. Everything is plagiarized. Plagiarized అంటే అందులోంచి ఒక ఐడియా, ఇందులో ఒక ఐడియా తీసుకొచ్చి కలిపేస్తాడు ఆయన. అర్థమవుతుందండి. Many people think that Shakespeare was a great imaginative thing. Imagination is in the way he has built up the drama. Okay, ప్రజెంట్ చేసే విధానంలో ఉంటుంది ఆయన యొక్క ఇమాజినేషన్, ఆయన యొక్క జీనియస్ అంతా కూడా. బట్ వెరీ కమర్షియల్ ఫెలో. అర్థమవుతుందండి. So, in fact, when Shakespeare's dramas were performed, it is only the common people who enjoyed most of Shakespeare's dramas. The rich people did not enjoy much of Shakespeare's dramas. Common people. Later on, when Shakespeare became very popular, then the Queen and others also used to watch his dramas. And మొదట్లో మాత్రం it is for the common people. It is the people sitting in the pit under them. అంటే లోయర్ క్లాస్ పీపుల్ అందరూ కూర్చుని షేక్స్పియర్స్ డ్రామాస్ని ఎంజాయ్ చేసేవాళ్ళు. అంటే మనం ఎప్పుడు ఏమనుకుంటామంటే షేక్స్పియర్స్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ఇస్ సో డిఫికల్ట్, ఇట్ ఇస్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్, హీ ఈస్ గివింగ్ హై థాట్స్ అని చెప్తాం. బట్ ఇట్ వాజ్ అండర్స్టూడ్ బై వెరీ కామన్ పీపుల్ ఇన్ ఇంగ్లాండ్. సో లిటరేచర్ ఇన్వేరియబుల్ ఈజ్ ఆల్వేస్ ఫర్ ది కామన్ మ్యాన్ అది చెప్తున్నారు అక్కడ. భరత నాట్యశాస్త్రంలో కూడా ఆయన కూడా చెప్పింది కూడా అదే. ఇది సామాన్యులకు, పామరులకు, పెద్ద గొప్ప పండితులకు మాత్రం కాదు అని చెప్పాడు ఆయన. ఓకే, if they want they can enjoy, but that's one. So it shall be conducive, and moreover that literature will show the righteousness, it has certain values, it will convey certain culture. ఇవన్నీ కూడా అందులో ఉంటాయని చెప్తున్నాడు అన్నమాట ఆ నాట్యశాస్త్రంలో. He took and he has given a wonderful way of how literature has evolved. అందులో ఎలా ఎవాల్వ్ అయింది అనే దానికి చూడండి. ఫస్ట్ దాంట్లో he took the పద్యం recital from రిగ్వేద. ఒక్కో దాంట్లో ఒక్కో వేదంలోంచి ఒక్కొక్క ఆస్పెక్ట్ తీసుకుని సాహిత్యాన్ని క్రియేట్ చేశారట. ఓకే, రిగ్వేద. గీతం, మ్యూజిక్ ఫ్రమ్ సామవేద. అభినయాస్, హిస్ట్రానిక్స్ అండ్ జెస్టల్ రిప్రజెంటేషన్ ఫ్రమ్ ది యజుర్వేద. అండ్ రస ఫ్రమ్ ది అథర్వవేద. ఈ 4 వేదాల్లోంచి కూడా 4 ఆస్పెక్ట్స్ని తీసుకుని ఆయన సాహిత్యాన్ని క్రియేట్ చేశారని వండర్ఫుల్గా చెప్తున్నాడు ఆయన. అర్థమవుతుందంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ ఫర్ ది కామన్ మ్యాన్ అని చెప్పేసి. సో and the objective of the Natya Shastra I have already, next slide please. And the objective of the Natya Shastra, I am not going to all the details of the Natya Shastra here, but I have already told you that how it is connected with the common people and how it is aimed at common people, and how again he also speaks about the Navarasas. 9 రసాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఆ రసాలకి దాని ద్వారా ఏం జరుగుద్దని చెప్తుంటే ఆయనకు ఇచ్చిన వండర్ఫుల్ స్టేట్మెంట్ ఏంటంటే, when a drama is performed, because నాట్యశాస్త్రంలో ఎక్కువగా ఆయన డ్రామా మీద ఫోకస్ చేస్తారు. when a drama is performed, the emotions are roused, భావావేశాలు కలుగుతాయి. ఆ భావావేశాల వల్ల రసోత్పత్తి జరుగుతుంది. ఈ రసాలన్నీ కూడా, నవరసాలన్నీ కూడా జరుగుతూ ఉండటం వల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే, at one point the spectator will be so absorbed in the drama, okay, it becomes, అంటే ఆయన ఆత్మ అంతా కూడా దాంట్లోకి వెళ్ళిపోద్ది, ఆ డ్రామా నాటకంలోకి వెళ్ళిపోద్ది. That you will, for a few moments when you are watching the drama, you will become a soul, not the body. You will forget your body. అర్థమవుతుందండి. అంటే ఆయన చెప్పిన ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఏంటంటే, నాట్యము బ్రహ్మానంద సహోదరం అని చెప్తాడు అక్కడ. అంటే బ్రహ్మానందం ఎలా ఉంటుందో వేదాల్లో ఉపనిషత్తుల్లో ఉంది. కానీ ఆ బ్రహ్మానందం ఎలా ఉంటుందో ఎలా ఆనందించాలో మనకు తెలియదు. సో ఇదేం చేస్తే బ్రహ్మానంద సహోదర అంటే బ్రదర్, ఇట్స్ నాట్ యాక్చువల్లీ బ్రహ్మానంద, బట్ ఇలా ఉంటుందిరా బ్రహ్మానందం అంటే ఇలా ఉంటుంది, హెవెన్ ఈజ్ దిస్ వన్, మోక్ష అంటే ఇదా ఇలా ఉంటుందని ఆ లెవెల్కి తీసుకెళ్ళి చూపిస్తుంది అంతే నాట్యం అనేది, లిటరేచర్ అనేది. So you will understand, you will get a taste of it, and that taste of it which you have to do again, you have to reach that state afterwards, but you are given a sample of it in your drama. అది చెప్పడానికి కోసం, దానికోసం నాట్యశాస్త్రం ఉంది, దానికోసం నాట్యం ఉంది అని చెప్పాడు ఆయన. దట్ ఈస్ ద డెఫినేషన్, దట్ ఈస్ ద ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ ఫర్ నాట్యశాస్త్ర దట్ Bharata has given that one. So anyhow, the reason I am telling you is that from Western concept and the Indian concept is to how our people, of the ancient people, have already recognized that there is a symbiosis between language and literature, and a symbiosis at a very highest level. మామూలు లెవెల్లో కాదు. ఈ భరతాస్ నాట్యశాస్త్రం అయితే డైరెక్ట్లీ టు హెవెన్ చూపిస్తేది అని చెప్తున్నాడు ఆయన అక్కడ. అరిస్టాటిల్ అయితే ఒక రకమైన కథార్సిస్ తీసుకెళ్ళేదని చెప్తున్నాడు. సో both Western and in the Indian style also, in Indian philosophical system also, language and literature have a strong symbiotic relationship. So now let me come to the last few slides are there. And these days we are always hear about Bakhtin. Bakhtin is a famous Russian philosopher who has actually given certain wonderful precepts about language, certain ideas about language. In course of his discussion about novel, and novel తెలుసు కదా, మన novel చదువుతూ ఉంటాము, ఆ నోవెల్ గురించి చెప్తూ ఆయన కొన్ని ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఐడియాస్ తీసుకొచ్చారు. అవి దట్ దే ఆర్ వెరీ రెలవెంట్ ఫర్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ ది సింబియోటిక్ రిలేషన్ బిట్వీన్ లాంగ్వేజ్ అండ్ లిటరేచర్. సో Bakhtin says that language is a social phenomenon and hence dynamic. This is the most important principle that Bakhtin has said, that language is always dynamic, it is not static. లాంగ్వేజ్ అనేది ఫిక్స్డ్గా ఉండదు, ఎప్పుడు కూడా డైనమిక్గా ఉంటుంది, చేంజ్ అవుతూ ఉంటుంది, మార్పులు చెందుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఒక భాష ఒక 100 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం ఉన్న భాష ఇప్పుడు ఉండకపోవచ్చు. It is alive, it is dying. It is always alive and it is always dying. Just like human beings. Language is inherently dialogic. నేను మొదట్లో చెప్పాను మీకు, language is inherently dialogic. So even from the written form or even the oral form, it is always dialogic. ఆ డైలాగ్ అంటే ఒక మాట ఉంది అంటే it anticipates the other word also. అంటే it's always inherently dialogic. Context బట్టే మీనింగ్ ఉంటుంది, but it's not, you cannot understand the meaning of the word in isolation. It is always, you can understand the meaning of the word in the context itself. So, and words, signs are multi-accentual rather than frozen in meaning. They are always the words of one particular human subject for another, and this practical context would shape and shift their meaning. It is always, అంటే హ్యూమన్ లాంగ్వేజ్ అనేది ఒక మనిషి ఇంకో మనిషితో మాట్లాడటం కోసమే, and it is always a social phenomenon చెప్పడానికి కోసం ఆయన స్ట్రెస్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. So when a writer writes a book, for example when Nannaya writes Mahabharata, when he translates Mahabharata, the text is written there, it is lying there, it is a book, but when a reader reads it, then it becomes alive. అందులో ప్రాణం వస్తుంది, అది మనతో కమ్యూనికేట్ చేస్తుంది, మనతో కనెక్ట్ అవుతూ ఉంటుంది. So the poet, the text and the reader, all three of them are connected in the dialogic process. So then the text produces the meaning. So there is a continuous process of living there, and it's a continuous relationship there, and the text comes to life there. So it is always dialogic and చెప్తారు ఆయన, Bakhtin చెప్పిందట. And he also says about the next slide please, centripetal and centrifugal forces అని చెప్తాడు. This is a very good concept. Centripetal ఏంటంటే when literature freezes certain language, okay, common people will have another sort of language. So this common people's language in course of time again becomes frozen as a classical language. So there is always a process జరుగుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఏదైతే మనం మోడర్న్ లాంగ్వేజ్ అనుకుంటామో ఒక 100 సంవత్సరాలకి అది క్లాసికల్ లాంగ్వేజ్గా తయారవుతూ ఉంటుంది. So there is always a centripetal and centrifugal forces. ఒక భాష ఇది స్టాండర్డ్ అని అనుకుంటే దానికి ఆపోజిట్ భాష ఇంకోటి వస్తుంటుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూడండి, మనకి ఇన్ని డైలెక్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో, తెలుగులో ఉన్నాయి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ when we speak one standard Telugu language, there is always another sort of language when you go to Telangana. ఇంకో రకంగా మాట్లాడుతూ ఉంటారు వాళ్ళు, ఇంకో డైలెక్ట్లో మాట్లాడుతూ ఉంటారు. So there is always a conversation, there is always a dialogic process, there is always a centripetal and centrifugal force at work in language. Same thing in literature also. What is called is classical, tomorrow when Shakespeare has written, it was not at all a classical literature, but today it is classical literature. When Shakespeare is written, people thought that he is abusing, that he is misusing or language and వాడు ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్టు గ్రామర్ లేకుండా వాడేస్తున్నాడు అని చెప్పి చాలామంది ఆయన్ని క్రిటిసైజ్ చేశారు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇన్ Julius Caesar, he says this is the most unkindest cut of all. Double superlatives వాడతారు. Grammatically, grammarian ఇస్తే this fellow is wrong అని చెప్తాడు గ్యారంటీగా. But Shakespeare has used that one. Like that, Shakespeare has experimented many words with many words and many sentence structures. Similarly, Milton also. Yeah, many placed. So, a poetic license అంటాం దాన్ని. కాకపోతే ఏంటంటే because they create, they demolish certain words. The words యొక్క meanings కూడా మార్చేస్తారు. So that's how what I mean by centripetal and centrifugal forces. And last slide, language and literature synergy. Literature gives real life situations in all its colors and shades. That's the thing. Sahityam dwarane we will come to know about life in all its colors and shades. So literature is not merely a sanctuary of human values, but deals extraordinarily with human relationships also. So not just values, ఏదో morals teach చేసేది కాదు భాష అంటే. It speaks about the relationships between human beings also. It shows the relationship of human beings in various colors and shades. Okay. So the dialogic character of language is realized in literature. అక్కడ ఇంకొక సెంటెన్స్ ఉంది. Unlike set phrases and sentences in communication skills books which are mostly artificial. ఇందాక విశ్వనాథరావు గారు చెప్తా ఉన్నారు, సాహిత్యం ద్వారానే భాష బాగా వస్తుంది అనడానికి ఇదే కరెక్ట్ థింగ్. అర్థమవుతుందండి. మనం ఏదో కమ్యూనికేషన్ స్కిల్స్లో గ్రామర్ సెంటెన్స్ పెట్టి ఫిల్ ఇన్ ద బ్లాంక్స్ లేకపోతే అవి చెప్తుంటే భాష రాదు. వీఆర్ కిల్లింగ్ ద లాంగ్వేజ్ దేర్. బట్ యూ గివ్ ఏ స్మాల్ బుక్ ఆఫ్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ Chetan Bhagat or some other writer and ask the students to read that one, they will enjoy and the language comes to them unconsciously without their own conscious effort. That is the thing. Because unfortunately today we are trying to give them in a conscious manner, ila the sentence chadavandi, ee sentences in and first thing I always tell my students, please keep away your grammar books aside. Because grammar is like, I always compare that when you go to, you don't require to know about all the parts of a car to drive a car. Do you? We don't need to. అవునా కదా? ఒక కార్ నేర్చుకుని డ్రైవ్ చేయాలంటే ఆ కార్లో ఎన్ని పార్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, టైర్ అంటే ఏంటి, దాని గురించి ఫిలాసఫీ అంతా, దాని యొక్క థియరీ అంతా, దాని ఎలా తిరుగుద్ది, దాని యొక్క మెకానిక్స్ ఏంటి, దాని ఫిజిక్స్ ఏంటి తెలుసుకోవాలా? దట్ ఈస్ లైక్ లెర్నింగ్ గ్రామర్. దట్ ఈస్ ద గ్రామర్. వీ డోంట్ నీడ్ టు నో దట్ వన్. సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఏ స్మాల్ చైల్డ్, a Telugu child at the age of 3 years has taken to England and kept there for 2 or 3 years. He will speak wonderful English than all of us do here. Why? People are all from the surroundings. అంతా కూడా ఇంగ్లీషే మాట్లాడతారు, ఇంగ్లీష్ వచ్చేస్తుంది అంతే. భాష రావడం అంతే, అలాగే రావాలి. కానీ గ్రామర్ నేర్చుకోండి ఫస్ట్, తర్వాత ఈ పర్టికులర్ కమ్యూనికేషన్ స్కిల్స్లో ఈ సెంటెన్సెస్ చదవండి, అప్పుడే మీకు గ్రామర్ వస్తే. లేకపోతే యూ గో అండ్ సిట్ ఇన్ ది ఇంగ్లీష్ లాంగ్వేజ్ ల్యాబొరేటరీ అండ్ లిసన్ టు ఆల్ దట్ అంటే రాదు అక్కడ. సో లాంగ్వేజ్ ఆల్వేస్ కమ్స్ త్రూ లిటరేచర్, బికాస్ ఇన్ లిటరేచర్ ఇట్ ఇస్ అ రియల్ లైఫ్ సిచ్యువేషన్స్. అర్థమవుతుందండి. ఆ రియల్ లైఫ్ సిచ్యువేషన్స్ ద్వారానే మనకి భాష వస్తుంది. దట్ ఈస్ ద గ్రేటెస్ట్ సింబియోటిక్ రిలేషన్ బిట్వీన్ లాంగ్వేజ్ అండ్ literature. So literature reinforces language and language makes literature possible. That is the last statement that I want to give in this keynote address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful and enlightening lecture. Now, we will break for tea for a few minutes, and we will come back for the next session.
If you have any questions,
The floor is open for your questions, doubts. Okay, tea will be served in the seminar hall itself. So we will move ahead. Shall we? Or do you have any doubts or questions or queries? Okay. Shall we move? Yes. Now I invite Ms. K. Keerthana of 1st BA Special English onto the dais to introduce the next speaker.
Good afternoon to everyone. It is a privilege for me to be a part of this one-day international seminar on From Text to Tongue, Exploring the Synergy of Language and Literature. And with this remarkable gathering, I am honored to speak about a distinguished personality who exemplifies academic excellence and versatility, Dr. Kantimati ma'am. She completed her 10th standard at Kendriya Vidyalayam, Panagarh in West Bengal. She pursued her secondary education at Kendriya Vidyalayam, AFS, Barnala in Punjab. She went to complete her undergraduate degree in BA English, Language and Literature at V.V. Vaning, Aprimul College, Madurai, Kamaraja University, and her postgraduate degree in MA English, Language and Literature at Madras Christian College, University of Madras. Her commitment to academic excellence led her to an advanced degree such as MPhil PhD, contributing significantly to her chosen field of study. She started her career as a guest lecturer at RV Government Arts College, Chengalpeta. Now she worked as Associate Professor at Department of English in SDNB Vaishnav College for Women, Krompet, Chennai. She has a total teaching experience of 24 years. She has contributed several free journal publications. She is an accomplished poet. Her poem Mother Indian appeared in an anthology of modern English poetry. While Forever, Mother My Treasure were co-authored in Eternity, Abound Forever. She worked as an additional member also. She had membership in several prestigious bodies, reflecting her dedication to linguistic and educational pursuit. Like she was a member of the International Association of Teachers of English as a Foreign Language for year 2020-23 to 2024. She held extensive administrative and institutional roles, including Vice Principal in 2023 and Dean of Arts and Humanities from 2021 to 2022. She contributed to society by coaching rural students to improve their English reading and speaking skills and providing English coaching. Dr. Kantimati's journey is a testament to power of dedication, intellect and services. She continues to be a guiding light for aspiring students, educators, and writers. Now, I would like to request our esteemed guest, Dr. Kantimati ma'am, to kindly address the gathering. We are eager to hear from such as a distinguished personality whose achievements and insights have inspired to many. Please join me in welcoming her with a warm round of applause.
A very warm and a pleasant morning to everyone here. Coming to Andhra or to this college, Government Arts College, Rajmandri, has been a great experience for me. And thanks to the organizing team for choosing a wonderful topic, from text to tongue. And the speaker before me has already set the stage for me to talk on something which is probably he touched upon the origin of language and how language literature have a very symbiotic relationship. My talk is primarily on how there is multilingualism in the literary texts that we see. In fact, I have titled it Cultural Identity and Human Connection through Literary Multilingualism, and how we try to bridge the local and the transnational with the multilingual tongue that we use. If I'm not wrong, I think I have seen it in my state, and we mix a lot of Tamil and English. I'm sure the younger generation here also does the same. Yes, you do not speak pure Telugu, neither do you speak pure English. We try and mix a lot of English in Telugu and Telugu in English. This is the tongue that we speak. This is the language that we speak right now, right? So it is very difficult for anybody to speak in pure, whatever be the language, pure Tamil or pure Telugu or pure Hindi. We have been so much influenced by English. Our education system has provided us with so much of English exposure that the tongue or the language that we speak, the oral language that we speak, of course we don't use it much in writing unless and until there is some need. So my talk is around that. Can we have to the next slide, please? Yeah, so we can move to the next slide. So I'm just going to give you a overview of what is multilingualism and other things. So what is multilingualism? Multilingualism is the ability to engage with more than one language. I'm sure all of us here in India are quite multilingual. So what are the languages that we know? English and the mother tongue. Okay, other than that, do you know any other state language? Hindi, yes, okay. Other than that, if somebody is residing in the border regions, they will be knowing an additional language of the neighboring state. So most of us are multilingual. It's a linguistic, our Indian linguistic background is quite multilingual. And multilingualism has several advantages, and we all know about it. Your mind has a very broader overview, and it opens up to new cultures, and it has a lot of advantages. And for job, why do people want to learn more languages? Probably because of the job prospects that you get from the number of languages that you know. And it is estimated that in the entire world, around 60% of the population is multilingual in some or the other way. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we see that Indian multilingualism is something different from the world multilingualism scenario. We have a lot of religions, we have a lot of languages, we have a lot of cultures, ethnic, the communities. So close to 1,500 languages is what some of the studies say. Though we have officially 19 languages, but on the whole, we have around 1,500 languages in India. And quite a pluralistic society, and each state has one dominant language. For example, Andhra has Telugu as a dominant language. But other than Telugu, are there other small languages? Yes, there might be some small tribal languages which are slightly different from the primary language, which is the state language. So some or the other way, most of us are bilingual or multilingual. And in some languages, I don't know whether it is there in Telugu, but in Tamil we have this two varieties. We have this diglossia where there is high form of Tamil and lower Tamil. The lower Tamil is a colloquial Tamil that we speak. And the higher form of language is something that we use in the written form. So the written form is not what we speak. The written language is slightly different from the oral that we speak. Is it there in Telugu like that? Do we have higher language and low, high and yes, okay. Okay, fine. So we have, in most of the Indian languages have it. And so a necessity, multilingualism in India is a necessity rather than a choice. And 3-language education system is there in most of the states. So definitely all of us know at least Hindi, English, and the state language or the language of the state. But in world, it's a different kind of a scenario where multilingualism is more product of a migration and colonial history. For example, in the African continent, if you have a look at it, there are several indigenous languages, but then there's some kind of a dominance of certain languages, and that is, in fact, I was talking to one of the students of this college, and she was telling me about her place, Zimbabwe, and she said that though we have so many languages, 4 languages in Zimbabwe, and only 2 are dominant. So the other 2, if you speak, you are looked down upon. So such situations are there. Probably in India we don't have that. We We take pride in speaking our native tongue. And so this world multilingualism scenario is quite different. Can you move to the next slide, please? Yeah, so when we talk about literary multilingualism, so this kind of multilingualism is something that we see in many texts also. Some of the writers, though they write in one particular language, in some places you see them bringing in words from a particular language. Why do they do that? What makes them do that? So that is what is primarily what we are going to talk about. So here this term was first introduced by North in 2007, where he talks about this kind of mixing of terms from a particular language in literary work which is written in another language. And so this literary multilingualism is nothing but interspersing of words and phrases from different languages in any of the multilingual situation. And this is not a new phenomena. Of course, we all think that we are using a lot of code mixing presently. But this is a phenomena that has been existing from age-old writers, like Kalidasa has used it. So he has used a lot of terms from Sanskrit and Hindi mixed together. So there have been writers who have done this in the past. Of course, some languages have that, what do you call, a prestige. Some varieties are very prestige varieties. For example, in India, if you look at, if somebody speaks or intersperses English words in their conversation, they're considered to be elite or somebody who's very learned. So that's a kind of a situation that is there in India. So at that point of time also, there were certain languages which are marginalized. So, but still, multilingualism was in practice even from ancient times. And yeah, now we have this ish form, Banglish, English, where English is mixed with the native tongue, and we have different varieties. So this variety is getting into the literary texts of many of the writers. If you look at some of the diasporic writers, you find a lot of their, the text has insertions. Yeah, so why do they do this? Probably it is something very natural to them because they have grown up in a multilingual environment, and automatically they feel that these words have to be used. And any, in fact, Professor was talking about how certain words cannot be translated. They have so much of cultural connotation, they have so much of cultural value that you cannot exactly translate them and give that feel to the reader or to somebody who's listening to those words. So for that, some of the writers prefer to use those words exactly as it is. And sometimes when a reader reads, he also is able to associate, or he is also able to connect, get the same emotion when it is written by a writer and it is read by the reader. And why do they do this? To probably create a kind of a mutual cognitive environment. I write it in such a way, and you are also able to understand that, then I'm okay writing it. And there's a beautiful quote here: every language is like a snail. It carries its social and cultural history on its back. So there's so much of value that each word carries with it. It's so much of essence of that culture or the social practices which the language carries with it. So there are a lot of multilingual elements which are used in many of the literary texts. In some texts you find songs being used. They will not translate the song. They'll use the song as it is. The way of addressing, for example, in Tamil, I can give examples only from my language. Maybe you will have, sir has given a lot of examples from Telugu. Way of addressing, for example, Chittappa. Chittappa is father's younger brother. And we have a word for elder brother, that is Periyappa. But in English, if you say it is uncle, so you will not be able to distinguish, you will not be able to find out whether it is referring to the elder brother or to the younger brother. Similarly, cousins, a very common word. But then we have so many ways of addressing our the kinship terms. That itself is such a wonderful way of identifying who is who. So way of addressing, probably the writers did not want to change it. and they felt that they had to say Chittappa in a particular place and they say it that way. So that's insertion of another language word in a text which is dominantly written in one language. Sometimes fillers. Fillers, for example, when we speak also we use a lot of fillers. We forget something and array. So some kind of a fillers. Writers use that also in the text. I'll give you some examples. Proverbs. Some of the proverbs are so intimate to that culture that you cannot change them. So the next slide has some examples. See, this is from, the first one is from God of Small Things. If you have read this text by Arundhati Roy, she talks about the fishermen's community a lot, and there's this song, Tayya Tayya Taka Tayya Tayya. So when the boatmen, they go into the sea, so they have this song. This cannot be translated, and the writer had to use it the way it is. So you find this kind of insertion. That's example of one of the literary multilingualism. Again, another text, The Hungry Tide, which is by Amitav Ghosh. Yeah, he uses Bengali. He uses a little bit of Bengali there. And you see he uses Bengali, Arabic, and even Persian. So probably all the languages that the writer has learnt or known in some of the other contexts, he has used it in his work. And he says, Bismillah boliye, mukhe dorina kalam. So there is part Bengali, there is part Persian. And another example, in the same text, he says, you can't explain what a madman will do any more than you can account for what a goat will eat. Probably we will not be able to understand what he is trying to convey unless and until you know the Bengali proverb, which is Pagole kina bole, chagole kina khaye. So probably it's a Bengali proverb which he tried to translate, but whatever be the translation, we will not get the essence of it unless and until we are from Bengal or we are Bengali speaking people. So such examples we find a lot in literary texts. Sometimes it's the native words which are used, expressions, idioms, code switching, code mixing, structural or stylistic deviations are there, and these all help in retaining the native culture in the text. Some songs, religious verses, proverbs, we have already given you as example. So these give an insight into the thought pattern of the native people and the way of experience and perceiving reality. Change next slide, please. Yeah, so what is the reason? Sometimes it is a kind of a need because the lexical item does not have an equivalent translation. There are some phrases, there are some discourse markers and fillers that you tend to use. Sometimes in anger, when a character speaks in anger, it is not English words that they can use. Probably the abusive language or the anger way of expressing their anger naturally will be in that native language. So that exactly comes there. I've given you some more examples. See, there's one example from Rohinton Mistri's work, A Fine Balance. Arey chotu. See, arey chotu, not so loud. Okay, again, arey chotu. It is Hindi. So maybe he wanted to bring in that essence of how anybody addresses one of the workers there. So he has brought in there. Array. Array is very often used in many of the texts. Again, here are some examples. See, adrak, ginger. Adrak and ginger are same. Adrak is Hindi, ginger is English. But while talking, many of us also do that. In fact, in Tamil Nadu, I have observed this. Side pakkama ponga. Side pakkam. Side is also pakkam. But that has become part of our way of speaking, and that the writer has used that because it's very much there in our oral. It's very much there in our way of speaking. It's very much there in our tongue. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, so many of the writers, Indian writers, diasporic writers, we have seen them use this. Rohinton Mistry, Chitra Banerjee, Divakaruni, if you see their works, you will find a lot of such insertions, such use of code mixing or multilingualism. See, again, there's another example. Pan, we don't chew only. Probably it's not a properly constructed English sentence, but that's how they have translated from the native language grammar. So it's not there only in the Indian writers. We also see a lot of other country writers. I've given some examples of other country writers who have used a lot of literary multilingualism. This work by Gabriel Garcia, 100 Years of Solitude, he uses Spanish, Quechua, Arawak, some of the languages which are there of their country. And why do they do that? Why does the writer use that? Is enhance the theme of cultural syncretism. Probably different ideas, beliefs, traditions, and magical realism is something he wanted to bring in, and that could be done only through these languages which are from, which he has learned and which he talks about. Next slide, please. Yeah, again, this is another work. In this, you see the writer using Spanglish, not only Spanish and English, but it is Spanglish being used just like that. And why does he do that? Is because he wants to build an authentic atmosphere. So right now, if any of you becomes a writer, probably you will be writing more in your Telugu, which is mixed with a lot of English, because that is a language that you have grown up learning, speaking, experiencing. So that's how. Why is it getting inserted in the literary works? Next slide, please. Yeah, again, there's another work by Taib Sahib. He also uses Sudanese and European in his works, and to highlight the clash between local tradition and Western modernity, exploring themes of alienation and belonging. One side it's alienation, and other side the other characters explain how they want to express their belongingness, sense of belongingness. Again, God of Small Things, Arundhati Roy, I've already given you some examples from that. But why she uses a lot of Malayalam and English is because she wants to create a rich, layered narrative that reflects the complexities of identity, cultural clashes, and the legacy of colonialism. Colonialism has been one of the major reasons for a lot of English in our works. Again, Amitav Ghosh, we have already talked about him. So he just wants to try and bring in the role of language in shaping personal and collective memory, how language has shaped the personal and collective memory. Again, Ismet Chugtai, there are a lot of examples, probably we'll skip a few examples. You can go to the next slide. R.K. Narayan, another one slide. R.K. Narayan, a very popular writer, he uses a lot of Tamil words. That's again trying to bring in the hybrid culture. So hybrid culture which is there in a particular state or in a particular town, in a village, all that is tried to, is reflecting in the way the writer writes. The next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Again, Kiran Desai. These are some more examples I've given, so probably we'll try and, okay, in short stories, not only in novels, we see this trend in short stories, we also see this trend in dramas. So all these have, the writer has a particular purpose. Why does he do that? He has a particular purpose in doing that. He either wants to express how certain languages dominate or how the labor class speaks, or some of the other reason behind that. This is another important and a controversial work by Perumal Murugan, one of the prominent writers. He uses the varieties, formal literary variety, the Sanskritized variety of Tamil, and the rural dialect. So that is also a part of literary multilingualism. You need not always have another foreign language or another language. It can also be the two varieties of the same language that are used in the text. So he uses Sanskritized Tamil as well as the local Tamil which is being spoken. Okay, I try to get this example from Telugu literature. Probably you will know better than me. So here this writer has used formal Telugu as well as the lower class characters speak colloquial Telugu. Yeah. Again, Ponniyin Selvan, which is one of the, now it is made into a movie that also has a lot of Sanskritized Tamil and the colloquial Tamil which are spoken. Different characters, for example, an elite character or a character from the king's family will speak more of a formal language, whereas a casual, normal, regular person will speak a very native tongue, normal tongue. Next. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we see this again in many of the examples. These are just examples. We can skip through this. Next slide. Yeah, in poetry, sir has already given examples from Gugi Thiango, so I will not touch that. You can skip all these. In short stories, almost all the genres, I have given you some examples. We can skip. Okay, why, no, one slide back, yeah. So how, see, there are some writers who also try this kind of an experimental style, where here we have a writer, Eugene Jolas, who has used German, English and French. So this is one poetry which has all the styles, which has all the languages. Probably he has learnt these languages, he has grown up with these languages, and when he writes poetry, he says he can think only in this way. However he tries to translate, he will not be able to do justice to those words. And here is another interesting poetry here. If you can look at this poetry, you will realize that the writer here has used Arabic and Hebrew in the script. Can you see the script difference? Yes. So there are two scripts which are used by the writer. He feels very comfortable writing that way, but again there's a question of intelligibility. Will anybody who know only one of these languages understand what the poet is trying to convey? So there is a question of intelligibility also here. This is one interesting poetry that I found in the internet. Hindi as well as English. Yeah, so how the writer has beautifully used both the languages. I told the matter to my lover, sabko nahi milta sun khushhal ghar. So every alternate line, probably he has tried to bring in Hindi and conveyed a bit in English. So varieties of ways in which the writers experiment. Next slide. So some of the reasons can be why they use these is because they want to reflect the cultural and linguistic identity. The character demands it. Certain characters in the, for example, a maid will not be speaking a very polished language. So there you have to bring in her. If you have read Jones, what's it? I'm not getting the writer's name. Once I remember, I'll tell you that. Okay, so characters demand. Some of the characters are in such a way that they have to speak a particular kind of a slang or a particular kind of a spoken variety that will be used by the writers. So it is trying to communicate the reality of the globalized world. Right now, it is a globalized world. People learn a lot of languages in some or the other way, either as educational setup or something, and that is what is being reflected in the works. And some writers want to do this as a stylistic innovation because they want to try it out as a different style. I have already shown you one Urdu poet changing that. So here we have what are they trying to depict? Class divide. In the Indian context, we have this class divide, cultural identity by using different varieties of languages, and also the post-colonial legacy. Some of the characters use pure English, sometimes they use vernacular. So all these are techniques used by the writers to bring in the essence of the soil or to bring the essence of the character. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we have had some polyglot writers. Polyglot is somebody who knows more than one language. So as I've already referred to Kalidas, 4th century poet who knew more than one language, so he has used that in his text. Amir Khusro, another poet, he knew Persian, Hindi, Sanskrit and Arabic. So obviously in most of his works we find that all these languages being used. And modern writers, as I said, any of you who becomes a writer will probably know more than one language and you will try to use that in your literary texts. Okay, I thought I'll give you, because students are here, some of the songs, the present day songs, they have a lot of insertion. Is that a Telugu song? Or even in Tamil song, I have seen some Telugu words getting inserted. So how the tongue has, now many of our Tamil students speak or use a lot of Telugu words. So how did they get to know this? Either through some texts or through some of the movies, they have learned these and they tend to use it in their tongue and when they speak. Okay, this is another, this is Tamil song where there is Ippudu Chudu. Probably Ippudu Chudu is Telugu. So I was wondering how did, and this song has Tamil, English, Malayalam and Telugu. There's Malayalam word is, no, there's one, maybe in some of the other lines there is one Malayalam word also. So I was like, why did this poet try and do this? Because he has learnt all these languages, he knows all these languages and he has automatically tried to use that. Yeah, so sometimes the writers, when they use these words from other language, they either use it in the form of italics just to show that this is different, or they quote change of dialect, they indicate in some of the other way. Sometimes long breathless sentences are also used. So this last word, can anybody guess what this last word is? it's a way of, it is difficulty, but the way an uneducated person pronounces, that is how these writers have tried to incorporate it in the text. So there are a variety of ways in which literary multilingualism happens in the text. But as I already told you, there's a question of intelligibility. Who will understand? In case a reader who does not understand Indian words, how will they understand what this means? And what meaning will they decipher from that? What does it mean to read a text that is only partly legible? I showed you a text in Persian and Arabic, I think. So if somebody knows only one language, how will they interpret the rest of the poem? So the question of intelligibility is something that is to be taken note of. So whether this literary multilingualism is a barrier or a bridge, it is both. A bridge because they try to give these words, try to connect. The human emotions cannot be left just like that, so they try to connect. But at the same time, it can be barrier for those who do not understand that language. Yeah, some of the examples. For example, jalebi. When I say jalebi, all of us know what jalebi is because we know it. We have seen it, we have eaten it. But imagine the Zimbabwe girl. If I tell her jalebi, she'll not be able to understand. These are terms, but we have to use it because we cannot convey it through, yeah, somebody has translated it as sweet dish in spiral shape. So whether that will, if you think of a jalebi, is it spiral shape, what kind of a shape? Definitely it is very difficult for anybody to get it. But we see a lot of writers using food related words exactly like that in their texts. So that's another area of interesting study. So language choice, whether it is resistance, assimilation, conflict, nostalgia, identity, there can be several reasons. So as a nostalgia, people can use certain words from that language. As a reflection of identity, as a part of resistance, I don't want to use this word in your language, let me use it in my language. That can also be one of the reasons. So it's also creativity. The writer wants to use this in a very creative manner and they try to use it. So spaghetti, falafel, hummus, all these are words that can be used only in that kind of that native language. So whether it is, they are trying to spread some kind of a cultural awareness. So finally, to summarize, by weaving together different languages, authors can evoke deeper emotional connections, reflect the hybridity of modern societies, and challenge readers and viewers to confront the richness and diversity of global identities. So literally, multilingualism offers a means to explore the intersections of local, national, and transnational identities in a very profound and creative way. Yeah, so we already are a very multilingual country. So this multilingualism is our identity, and we try to use it in many ways. Whereas in some countries, it is something to be celebrated. Of course, we also should celebrate the multilingual identity that we have. But certain countries do not have that. They're trying to impose multilingualism to make their population a little more multilingual because it has other benefits. Yeah, so the cartoon there says that her being multilingual has drawbacks. She nags me in 6 languages. The husband complains that the wife knows so many languages and she can scold him in different languages. So there are advantages and there are disadvantages. Thank you so much. I hope you were able to take away something from this talk. Thank you. And if you have any questions, you can always ask. Thank you.
That's really a great lecture, ma'am. Thank you very much. Now I request all the staff of English department to come on to the stage, please. It's time we honor the key resource person of today, Professor K. S. Ramesh sir. I request all the staff members of English department to come on to the stage.
Sir, we are very humble to send that message, but we are not.
ఆయన భోజనం చేసి వెళ్ళేలా చూడండి. వచ్చేసిందా భోజనం? భోజనం వచ్చేసిందా రాలేదా
Students, stay back, please. We I now invite once again Kirtana to introduce the next speaker of this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we convene for this illustrious one-day international seminar, it is both privilege and profound honor to speak about Dr. Ashma Shamil. Dr. Ashma Shamil, an Indian national, is an assistant professor in English at Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University, Saudi Arabia, with over 13 years of experience in the Middle East. She holds an PhD in African, American and Caribbean literature from Andhra University, India in 2009, along with an MPhil in 2003 and an NAM in 2003. Her expertise lies in literary studies. She is an experienced assistant professor currently serving in the Department of English at Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University, Saudi Arabia since 2013. Previously, she held the same position of Zazan University, Saudi Arabia from 2010 to 2012 and Department of English, Paida College for Postgraduate Studies, Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, in India in 2023. Dr. Ashma Shamil was awarded the University Gold Medal for the Best Dissertation in MPhil from Acharya Nagarjuna University in 2003. She also secured the University Gold Medal for first rank in MA program at Andhra University in 2000. She has published and researched on the impact of COVID-19 on school students, anxiety and sleep difficulties in Saudi Arabia, as well as the transition to online teaching during the pandemic in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia. She has served as the coordinator for several department committees since 2013. She also a life member of Indian Association for Commonwealth Literature and Language Studies. We noticed that Dr. Ashma Shamil has been actively attending online seminar. We would be honored to invite her as a speaker for our upcoming online event, where her valuable insights and expertise would greatly benefit the participants. Thank you.
Asma, Dr. Ashma, can you hear me? Asma madam, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Asma, can you hear me? Hello?
Am I being audible or not?
Yeah, you're audible, Asma. Asma, you are very much audible. You can continue, please.
I can't hear you. I can't hear anyone from this end. Am I being audible?
Madam, you are audible.
I'm sorry, I can't hear any one of you. Yes, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess this is quite audible now. Yes. So let's begin. Well, in the first place, let me profoundly congratulate the Department of English for choosing to address the seamless relationship between language and literature studies. And if I would ask a question, if there is a recipe to expand the learning of English, then the answer would be, of course, yes, or indeed. I would say that if literature is the mirror of life in society, language is the sculptor that paints life. And if literature serves as music, language acts as the musical tool, weaving life into the subject. So the nexus of language and literature, it crafts an ethos, just like the blending of ingredients for a successful recipe. And the existence of one without the other is unimaginable. So this upcoming international seminar on the topic From Text to Tongue, exploring the synergy of language and literature, an endeavor by academicians at the Government College, Rajahmundry, does exactly that, to spread out wings and embrace the dynamic interplay of language and literature, or literary text. Well, whether it is to be or not to be, or English language as a work of progress, diving into both realms is espoused. And the synergy of language and literature provides intellectual fodder to keep alive our literary tastes and language repertoire. Literature is not simply a medium to foster cultural awareness or critical thinking skills or academic literacy, but a literature-based approach delves into societal issues, dialogues, conversations, and it promotes linguistic knowledge as well as competence. Literary texts, they manifest deep insights into the subtleties of language use. And of course, it seems prudent to say that the rewards of employing both, it maximizes learners' opportunities and their, of course, their exposure to decipher varied techniques and skills. Well, as researchers now for today's international seminar, they're going to present myriad ideas and new paradigms on the topic. I earnestly wish them the best, and we hope we stay engaged with scholarly papers. I extend my appreciation also to the organizers of the seminar for an effort that is commendable, a topic that is vital, and an audience that is passionate. So let's begin with my paper presentation. Well, I would be delving into the topic about role play or real playing. I would be focusing upon experiential learning. I just need to move my slides. Just give me a moment. Are you able to see my slides being moved or no? Yeah, can you hear me now? If you can hear me or you can see the slides moving. Just a
No,
moment.
your slides are not moving,
I'll
Asma.
take the help of the IT person to...
Can you hear me, Asma? Hello? Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's moving now.
Yes.
Are they moving now?
Yes.
Yeah. In recent years, role play has garnered considerable attention as a widely used teaching techniques in EFL or English classrooms. Role play activities, they involve taking on a particular role in a simulated setting, enabling students to explore various perspectives and participate actively in real life situations. So I've chosen the topic role playing or real playing, unleashing practical teaching techniques in English classrooms. Because employing this dynamic teaching strategy, it has fostered and it has literally helped my students to enhance their speaking skills, their communication abilities, and it also promotes lively interaction, tries to build up with cooperative or cooperative learning, and so on and so forth. So by enacting into the shoes of a specific character during role play, students, they themselves as actors or actresses, they communicate, they interact, develop, learn, and partake in settings adapted from real life scenarios. Furthermore, role play is an excellent way for students to expand their knowledge and understanding, equipping them with a deeper comprehension. By portraying real life scenarios, students can also gain valuable insight into how language is employed in different contexts, allowing them to enhance their linguistic abilities as well as communicative competence. So according to Russell and Shepard, they refer that role playing is defined as a form of experiential learning, where students adopt different personas and work through a given scenario together, interacting in their assumed roles. Role play as a teaching method is much more dramatic and interactive than other traditional teaching methods. As noted by Sehriban Dunter, who states that drama activities, they enhance the learning process of language skills. But then comes the question, why is role play mostly preferred by students? The credit is largely due to the interactive nature of role play. Role play is generally preferred by students as it disregards most formalities that are associated with the traditional teaching techniques. And role play, it enables students to put their knowledge to use in a situation that is very similar to their everyday lifestyle and activities. Role play exercises can be performed by individual students or in pairs or in groups. And when they employ this technique, the students, during role play, they use their foreign language or the English language in a less serious and intimidating manner. And that helps them understand how a foreign language or the English language is used in real life. And also, in addition to that, the students also, when they use the language, this for in English, they try during role play, they try to use it more often and then without any inhibitions. And as I said, role play exercises can be performed by individual students or in pairs or in groups. So unlike simulations and games, which are often planned or structured activities, and of course they last over a longer period of time, role play exercises, they are usually short and spontaneous presentations. As role play, it mimics the real world. That's why here it's called, the role playing is termed as real playing by Al-Arishi. Through role play, students can gain additional and alternative meaning from their context than from non-context textbook learning and lectures. So by means of guidance, clear objectives and instructions, role plays do help students gain knowledge and skills from a variety of learning situations. So here at this point of time, I would say that you need to have a well-defined rubric. You as an instructor has to set and decide and devise a well-defined rubric for role play. You also have clear objectives. You know your courses very well, and when you're composing your course learning outcomes, you have the objectives. You have to frame this activity as a teaching strategy in such a way that your course learning outcomes meet with your program learning outcomes. So when you have seen that the alignment is existing, then you can adopt this. So it's up to you as an instructor to have a variety of teaching techniques, and we as instructors also need to enhance our current teaching techniques from time to time. So dwelling on this particular topic, I would say that this paper is going to investigate the inclusion of role play activities in both language and literature courses. If I would speak about language courses, I would be focusing on listening and speaking course and also conversation course, which we have it at the Department of English. And the program that we are having right now is about the program of English language and translation. Then when I come to the literature courses, we have employed this role play activity in literary genres, modern literature and American literature courses at Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University. As we all know, we have two forms of role play. The first one is the scripted and the other one is the unscripted one. And we have a very clear demarcation. A scripted role play, it involves using a pre-written script, which is taken from your course book or from your textbook. And it, of course, outlines very clearly about the dialogue or the actions and the descriptions of a specific scenario. And also the actors who are involved in this role play, they follow the script and they act out the predetermined actions and dialogues. But while unscripted role play, on the other hand, it involves spontaneity and improvisation. The actors who are involved, they are given a general scenario or situation to act out. Both the dialogues, the actions, and the script are not predetermined. It's up to the actors or the students who have to employ or they have to respond to the situation in real time. And they have to use their own narrative strategy. They have to employ the dialogues. They have to write the conversation, and etc., etc. So now, as I said earlier, designing the choice of one of these role plays lies entirely or depends upon the instructor himself or herself, because they very well have to know about the specific objectives or the needs of their course and whether it does fit into it. So when we see literature and language courses, we have employed it and it has been quite successful at our College of Science and Humanities. Unscripted role play, acting out the scenario. I will just not go into all details. I will just briefly, just tell you that students were given certain situations and then they have to, for unscripted role play, as I said, for the conversation course and the listening and speaking course, we have employed that at our College of Science and Humanities. Here students are divided into groups of 3. Sometimes there are students who just would like to choose only a group of 2, but even then also we have different topics for them. So if it's 3 or more students, a group, then we have given them varied situations. Like for instance, I would just briefly speak about 2 or 3 situations. 2 friends see each other across a large, crowded and noisy restaurant. They try to communicate different issues such as the time. Imagine that one of the person is late. So where do they sit and when to leave? What are they going to have? What are they going to order for their brief lunch? For their lunch and etc. The next situation is a tourist who does not speak the language of the city and is lost. So he or she tries to get directions from a local resident to get to a specific location. One more situation, the third situation, where a patient is in a doctor's clinic and tries to explain to the doctor how he or she woke up with a terrible headache and weak muscles. In addition to that, we also have other situations where, you know, one of your friend is suffering from obesity and she wants to try to get a quick solution. So what are you going to discuss with him or her? Whether what type of suggestions you're going to give or impart to them, the healthy lifestyles or the surgery and other things which are related to the issue. When some students come up with a group claiming that they would just want to restrict themselves to be like a group of two, then we give them these topics like an angry customer and a sales manager, a new neighbor and an old neighbor, a hotel receptionist and an annoyed businesswoman staying at the hotel, two girls at the theater waiting for the movie to start. And then you can also have devise your own, and we keep changing these topics from semester to semester. I mean, you can also have more topics where, you know, like give them a situation at the airport where they've gone to receive their cousin who's flying back from US. So if they've gone over there to pick them up at an airport, or then you can have conversation between friends at a cafe, or then, you know, at a mall, or, you know, conversations that happen between friends at a reunion party, whether it is a school reunion or college reunion. Yes, you have lots and lots of topics, and then it's up to you as an instructor to decipher and find out that what fits into the bill. As I said earlier, you should have a well-defined rubric as an instructor. It's up to you. So this is the one that we set for the language courses. Moving further, so the role play activity, which I have employed for my literature courses, scripted role play. But then I did give the liberty to some of the students to proceed with unscripted role play in this section as well. So I'm just not going to focus on all the, what do you say, the lessons that we have focused upon, but I'm just going to tell very briefly. The first, the drama by William Shakespeare, The Merchant of Venice. It was completely scripted role play. They just had to perform what was exactly from the book. And then short stories, we focused upon The Story of an Hour by Kate Chopin, The Luncheon by William Somerset Maugham, and the novels, which we 16th century costumes was quite sensational. In addition to that, the execution of dialogue delivery by the students and the angst of Shylock, it left the audience in the auditorium to appreciate this character in a negative role. I proceed further with the story of an hour by Kate Chopin. So I encourage my students when they ask me like how do I create or what can I improvise, I give them the chance like telling them that you provide an alternative ending to the story. You need to just surprise me. You need to just surprise me. Something which is different from Kate Chopin's style. Don't employ the same conclusion or the ending. And then you would be surprised that, the students, they did change the outcome of the story. Some of the students, they focused upon the story as it is, but some of the others, as I said, improvisation, they did dwell upon this concept. And there's one group which changed the outcome of the story, much to the audience's amazement. The story, of course, we all know that the story ends on an ionic note and it ends with Louis' death. But then the students went a step further ahead, and then they portrayed it in such a way that they were not very happy with the death of the protagonist. They did not want to kill the main character. So what did they do? They changed the outcome of the story. Birthday party for her, and in that birthday party she poisons the cake and gives that piece of cake to her husband, which results in his death. So while they were plotting to kill Louise, she tries to kill them, and then they change the outcome of the story. There is one more group which went ahead in showing it in such a manner that the story does end with Kate Chopin's style of the main character or the protagonist's death, that Louis' death. But then the next day, this dead person, she appears in the dream of her sister Josephine, and then she tells to her about the stifle and the oppressiveness in her marriage. So she goes a step further, where the next day morning, Josephine wakes up and then she vows to tell the world about the inherent oppressiveness of marriages of a woman and how stifled it was during the late 19th century. So she vows to tell the world, and she vows also to tell her sister's story in particular to the world. So the execution of this story was done very beautifully. As I said, based on one part of the story, you can even ask the students to compose the rest of the story by introducing a new character who will change the outcome of the story, or they can create an alternative ending to the story. So me as an instructor, believe very strongly that every good short story contains opportunities for engaging in creative writing tasks. And how do we do that? It's in literature courses that you dwell upon creativity, upon improvisation. You create your creative writing skills. Also, they're put to test when you perform this activity. The next one was Luncheon, William Somerset Maugham. So we know that the story is quite a comical one, and just as it was written, the execution also was done in a very comical manner. Some of the students changed the menu in the short story, the Luncheon. Instead of the character asking for asparagus or salmon or champagne and other things, they change the outcome of the story by asking a menu from their own list, like asking for kapsa or mandi, and then the chicken biryani, and so on and so forth, so that when served on the table, she would just gobble up everything. And then asparagus and salmon would seem quite less amount for our students to enact. So they did change even the menu, so which was quite exciting for us to see as instructors. Now let's see an example from a novel. We did have for American literature, The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald. We know very well about The Great Gatsby, about the 1920s, the Roaring Twenties, the Jazz Age, the American Dream, and how the unachievable pursuit of the American Dream is deployed in this beautiful novel. But my students couldn't perform the role play activity for this, but they did surprise me. I have a very specific student. I would take pride in stating her name, Farha Al-Buenain. This student way back in 2019, we have this for every semester, right? So she literally amazed me in the sense that she surprised me, where she brought her guitar and played the guitar. She played jazz music. And she said that she would like to do a solo performance. And I was wondering, how does a student with a solo performance work something on a novel like this? And that was quite surprising for an instructor for me. And I do still remember her because she did stand out from the crowd. Now we come to The Driver's Seat by Muriel Spark. We know that this is a psychological thriller, and this story deals with a disturbed woman's journey of conscious self-annihilation. However, because it's a psychological thriller, it was a bit challenging for the students to execute this novel. However, the students, they chose the unscripted role play approach for the specific text by interviewing the author, and that was quite surprising for me. So we see when we interviewing a character or when we interview an author, so interviewing characters or an author, it's an activity where you take the main characters out of the story and bring them into the classroom. And it involves the students' understanding of the characters, the plot development, the use of imagination, and as I said, improvisation and creativity and etc. And the students playing the roles of the characters in the story, they put themselves in the characters' shoes. They must give answers that reflect the character's personality and that are relevant to the plot. This is one perspective. And I just, felt that, okay, if they didn't want to portray the plot as such, they're doing it in a different style. Okay, I said, okay, you can go ahead with that. Because I feel that we as instructors need to give them kind of liberty, make them feel free when they are performing the scripted or the unscripted role play, not feel stressed, be creative, be spontaneous, and try to improvise even if you forget the dialogues. So students, they are empowered to practice their communication skills, their decision making, problem solving, and strategic thinking during practice. So through active engagement, students develop empathy building which are relevant in workplace or real life situations. And I believe as an instructor that sometimes improvisations, or I can say not just sometimes, most of the times, improvisations on part of the students can lead to better execution. You can also devise performance-based activity where it inculcates collaborative learning, cooperative learning amongst the students. The students can create, perform, and provide a critical response. And examples also include like recital, dramatic presentation of the plot, dance, or dramatic interpretation of one of the themes in the story. Moving further, about the benefits of role playing. Well, role playing can be effectively used in the English classrooms to motivate, engage, and inspire students. And students learn skills used in negotiation or debate or teamwork, cooperation, and persuasion. And of course, it provides opportunities for critical observation of peers. And we as instructors, as I said earlier, it does enhance our current teaching strategies. So I believe as an instructor that real world scenarios can prepare students learn to tackle unexpected situations. And this is actually the need of the hour or call of the hour. But however, role play activities also address negative effects as noted from teachers' perspectives, where some of them, they spoke about time constraints, inappropriate classroom management, inadequate availability of role play materials, difficulty in controlling the class, a few learners' refusal to participate, noise, laughter, disorder, and disturbance. But fortunately, at the College of Science and Humanities at Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University, we didn't have such things. So far and so forth, or alhamdulillah, everything has been in place so far. Why? I will just show you pictures. This was the one that we did for this current semester. We also have the student council leader who is responsible to take care and manage all these things. This is about sound and lighting, and this is the auditorium where all the, she plays a part for managing each and every group. And then I said that there shouldn't be delay after the other group performs, okay? And the students and the teacher shouldn't be kept waiting. So here is where we have the connectivity issues. We have the IT team set up to tackle all these issues. This is our auditorium. If you can see, this is the auditorium and there's a chair. This auditorium can accommodate around 100 or more than 100 participants. And then this is just a picture of the luncheon. Yeah, we just took the picture. And we also have an IT team at the college who's responsible for providing us with the microphones or the mics. And then the IT team is also, online, through online version from our e-services. We have to arrange for the IT equipment who take care of lighting and sound. Well, I just want to share about a paper where we produced upon Saudi EFL students' perceptions towards roleplay on their speaking skills. Now, this paper is under consideration in Scopus Index Journal, that is Pertanica Journal of Social Sciences and Humanities, which has already crossed its first stage and it's now in the second stage of its review. So here, me being the principal investigator, we did this along with the students for the senior project, or I could say the graduation project. So when the students are going to go towards this, reach their final year, they have this graduation project. And in that graduation project, they have to collaborate with their instructor and write a paper and get it published, which is a very common factor throughout the university. So we worked upon that, and this paper, this paper, I would like to just show the kind of feedback that we got for employing role play activity in our college. So this research had adopted a descriptive mixed methods approach, which utilized both the questionnaire for quantitative data and semi-structured interview-based methodology for qualitative data. And it consisted of both closed-ended and open-ended questions. Closed-ended, we had around 14 questions, and we had 7 open-ended questions. The population for this study were 49 female university students. And the findings of the participants' perceptions, we worked upon 2 aspects. The first one is about students' perceptions towards the role play, and the second one is about exploring the positive effects of adopting role play activities on the speaking skills. So the results, they showed that the students, they displayed a positive impact on the speaking proficiency, and it said that role play contributed to improved motivation, communication skills. It did build their confidence, and they did overcome fear, shyness, and also negative feelings which were associated with language learning. And a vast majority of the students, they asserted that role play activities, they provided opportunities to practice the speaking skills, and is also very useful teaching methods. Now, proposing the widespread adoption of role play techniques in Saudi Arabian EFL classrooms is recommended for enriching language learning experiences. This is the first figure, which focused upon the perceptions towards role play activities on a 5-point Likert scale. The second one is about the positive effects of adopting role play activities on a 5-point Likert scale. Semi-structured interview responses, we had like 7 questions, and of course I can't detail everything, but we'll just quickly sum up. See, we have to the questions that were answered by the students. Before, I was shy and did not participate, but after my first role play, I gained the trust to speak. There's one more respondent who's quoted that during the role play, I suddenly forgot a line, and I didn't remember what it was. So I improvised, and it was a lot better than what I had memorized. Well, when there was a question which was stating about the preference for textbook-based method or role play activity, this was the answer which was generated by the student. Textbooks were different because the story was already written, but in role play, you have to act seriously and also write the story. Yes, it may sound, some of them, they said that they did overcome the fear of presentation in other courses. And this is one respondent who stated that it is okay to make mistakes and learn from them. The fear of being made fun of is common, but no one is perfect. This idea is what made me feel less stressed and helped me through the role play experience. So usually when there's one more respondent who quoted that usually when I talk, I don't raise my voice, but after role play, I did. I felt confident and sensed it's happening for real. And as I said earlier in the abstract, yes, the students did overcome stress, confusion, anxiety, fear, and shyness. So at Imam Abdul Rahman bin Faisal University, students, they did value the engaging nature of role play for fostering real-world communication abilities and social skills, contributing to a more confident and resilient outlook during language learning activities. And this role play activities, they also enable learners to contextualize language use, and they develop their practical communication skills, which are essential for real-world interactions. So these role play activities not only offered a more dynamic and interesting learning experience, but they also cater to diverse learning styles. So this immersive activity, it enhances students' conversational abilities, contemporary language acquisition skills, confidence, motivation, teamwork spirit, collaborative and cooperative learning, of course, many things. Globally, performance-related activities have empowered learners to take ownership of the language learning journey and gradually overcome communicative apprehension. Significantly, if implemented effectively, the role-play teaching technique can make a compelling impact in the world of pedagogy. And as I said, yes, some people do have some negative impacts. They should have proper role-play materials. They should have proper IT department at certain colleges, and when they want to employ it in the universities. So this is something, if they are deficient, the IT team should be responsible to fix up all these things. And whenever we have an activity, me as an instructor, I have to book the auditorium at least 2 to 3 weeks prior to the commencement of the role play activity, because every other department has some activity or the other in the auditorium, and then we have a well-established IT team which stands all throughout the event and make sure that we don't have any technical glitches or any challenges. And then they have to check with music, the background or the sound, proper lighting, and etc., etc. So sometimes, yes, in some universities and in colleges in India, I do agree that, they have, some people do face challenges, or instructors do face challenges with the technical elements. Okay, now we need to try to overcome those things in order for successful implementation of this role play activity as a teaching technique in classrooms, in English classrooms. These are the differences. And then, yes, of course, after 2.5 hours to 3 hours of performance by my students, I felt that I need to pamper them. So they were served with a short break, and after they performed the event. And then they were also served with certain kind of Indian street food snacks, which they relished it a lot. They were served with pani puri and other things, sev puri and dahi puri. So I felt like I need to pamper my students after putting up such a great performance and after practicing for such a long time. So that's it, and thank you from my end. So I'm done with it.
Hello, Asma, am I audible?
But I can't hear anybody from that end, so I guess I would join the YouTube session.
Silent and accommodate yourself fast. Yes. Welcome to the afternoon session. I invite Mr. Samuel to introduce the resource person of this session. Samuel, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy and excited to welcome you all to the one-day international seminar, which was being held by our Government Autonomous College Rajahmundry, the English Department of English. I'm so glad here to stand before you, and I'm so humble by standing here in front of the respected sirs and madams. This is Samuel Vijay Kumar from first year Special English of Government Autonomous College Rajahmundry. I'm so grateful to introduce you all a great personality, Professor T. Viswanath Rao Garu Sir. He is a retired professor in Andhra University PG Center, Kakinada. It's a great pleasure for having him today with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. He completed his bachelor's degree in Andhra University, Visakhapatnam in 1971. While he was in his bachelor's, he received the General MacDonald Gold Medal in English and Sri Prabhala Sundara Ramaya Pantulu Gold Medal in Telugu. And also he won Principal Kaza Sivarama Krishna Rao Book Prize for his wonderful contributions. He completed his master's degree in English with a first class in Andhra University in 1973. He also did his junior diploma in French in Andhra University itself in 1973 and passed out with a first class. He got his PhD in English with his research, The Poetry of Robert Graves from Andhra University in 1980. He worked as the head of the Department of English in Andhra University campus thrice in Kakinada from 1st Jan to 11th July of 1985, and secondly Jan 1993 to February 1996, and thirdly May 1997 to September 1999. He served as the chairman of PG Board of Studies in English at Andhra University from June 2000. He was a former member of governing body of Ideal College, Kakinada. He has about 45 years of experience in PG teaching in more universities than one. He successfully guided 3 PhDs and 14 MPhils. He spends much time of his time in reading books and learning new things. We can tell that he is a lifelong learner. He likes to participate in seminars, workshops and lectures to share his knowledge with the younger generation. Moreover, I thank God and I thank respectable principal sir and especially the Department of English for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I am very humble to introduce the respected Professor Viswanath Rao sir. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्ति भेद विभागिने व्योमवत् व्याप्त देहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः ज्ञानंदमयं देवं निर्मलस्फटिकाकृतिम् आधारं सर्वविद्यानां हयग्रीवमुपास्महे. I salute the Lord Almighty by whatever name you may call him or call her. I am a very small man. I have always struggled to learn, that is what I say. And I am still struggling to learn. That's the problem with me. I come here to know what kind of ignorance I suffer from. I am not sure of what knowledge I can impart, but I am sure I will at least learn in what fields I am totally ignorant. I do not normally come prepared to deliver lectures. Some topic will be given, all right, but I have a habit of speaking on many occasions extemporaneously. And that can be troublesome, I know. I may be confined to random reflections on the subject. Doesn't matter. If you benefit, you remember. If you do not benefit, forget me. This is my humble appeal to this young generation. There are a number of students of mine in this institution, elsewhere, wherever I go, my students greet me with great affection. This is not because of my merit, but because of the Lord's grace, as I say. Not by my merit, but by His grace, H capital. Okay? That's what I am. I am a very small man, as you know, and also very short. I am not even tall. Neither physically nor metaphorically am I tall. Neither. That's the problem with me. I shall look into the text proper, the seminar proper. Well, there are many ways this problem can be addressed. That's the problem. And that is a problem in itself. Where should I begin? That's a problem. Should I begin with language? Should I begin with literature? And very simple propositions, all of you know as Indians. The statement made by Kalidasa, Vagardha viva samprukto Vagardha pratipattaye Jagata pitarau vande Parvati padameshwarau. The relationship between vak, that is the word, and ardha, the meaning, is like the relationship, inalienable relationship. They cannot be separated. The inseparable pair. Who are the inseparable pair? Lord Shiva and Parvati. There is women empowerment in India from time immemorial. Lord God, Lord Shiva has given half of his body to Parvati. Is this not woman empowerment? What else is it? Lord Vishnu has Lakshmi in his heart of hearts. Here, he holds her. Right? So, this is common. But Ben Jonson, the great writer, to come to the Western parameters, because I know you are afraid that I may speak in all the time about Sanskrit literature or Telugu literature. I am not accustomed to that kind of a thing. We will bring you the parameter, the Western parameter. When Ben Jonson says that sound and sense, note that well, sound and sense are like body and soul. Sound and sense are like body and soul. This is what Ben Jonson says, not me. There are all kinds of miscommunications. We have already spoken about communication, language, culture and whatnot. My young friend Ramesh had spoken at length on a very panoramic canvas, starting from Bharata Muni to Bhakti. But what did Bharata Muni do? We in India have two important works. One is the Mahabharata, which is called the Panchama Veda. Okay? Bharata Muni's Natya Shastra, many of you perhaps do not know, is also called the Panchama Veda. This is the irony. We have two Panchama Vedas in India. One is the Panchama Veda called Mahabharata. The other Panchama Veda is the Natya Shastra, because Bharata Muni himself says, Natyakhyam Panchamam Vedam. Natyakhyam Panchamam Vedam. In the morning, Ramesh was pointing out how all the four Vedas have been incorporated, clues from all those four Vedas were taken and incorporated into the Natya Shastra. Natyakhyam Panchamam Vedam, as they say. Remember, when we speak, we must speak properly, because Kautilya says, Jihvagre vartate bandhu, ilagre vartate mrutyuhu. If you do not speak properly, you may be beheaded. If you speak properly, you may be rewarded. Therefore, your rewards and your punishments dwell at the tip of your tongue. Nadika chivarni, jivagrani, mrutyuvu, bandhavyamu, manchitanamu. Andike, Srikakulam Jillalo, in our district, I hail from Srikakulam district actually, where it is said, Tala Paru Noru Chebutundi. Tala Paru Noru Chebutundi. This is what they say. What you are will be known through your speech. Speak so that I may know you, say, goes a proverb. And look at the kind of miscommunications. I will give you an example of a beautiful miscommunication. Ben Jonson, such a great writer, when he died, somebody wanted to write an epitaph, an inscription on the tombstone as a remembrance. But then the man who was given the script was an illiterate. He did not know Latin. Actually, the whole thing was written in Latin. But he mistook the whole thing and wrote there, "Oh, rare Ben Jonson." Oh, rare Ben Jonson sounds very good, no doubt. But the truth was, it was written in Latin as, "O rare Ben Jonson," O-R-A-R-E, O rare. In Latin means, pray for Ben Jonson. O rare in Latin means, pray for Ben Jonson. O rare Ben Jonson. But the illiterate made it into English and made it, "Oh, rare Ben Jonson." This is how miscommunication sets in. My professor used to tell me, my professors used to tell me that this is the kind of a thing we must always keep in mind, check ourselves. This is the problem. But remember one thing, my friends. Study of language is good. Study of literature is better. Why should I say this? I say this because one sloka saved the lives of a family. I will give an example. It happens in the case of Bharavi, the great on a very low plane. And then Bharavi's wife came to Bharavi one fine morning, started weeping. And Bharavi said, "I understand what you want. You want money. I know we are poor. I will write a sloka and give it to you, give it to the neighbor, who is a very rich man and who is also very cultured." Therefore, Bharavi wrote a sloka and gave it to the wife. The wife went to the neighbor's house. Thereupon, the businessman looked at the sloka. He was very much pleased and gave her a lot of money, and she came back. This is a story. But that is not the purpose of my story. Suddenly, one fine morning, the businessman had to go to a foreign country to earn money. You see that? And the businessman, what he did, he pasted it to the wall. He nailed this wonderful sloka to the wall because they are written on Pamida leaves. Tadapatra grandhalu meeda rasivaru kada. Aa tadapatra meeda rasinatundi he pasted it to the wall, make kotti unchadu. He did return only 15 or 20 years later. ఆ రోజుల్లో ఏం కమ్యూనికేషన్స్ అది లేవు, ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ మీడియా లేదు. పాపం ఇతని కోసం ఈ కుర్రాన్ని పెంచింది. ఒక కుర్రాడు కలిగాడు ఆవిడికి, ఆ కుర్రాన్ని పెంచి పెద్దవాడిని చేసింది. దిస్ మ్యాన్ రిటర్న్ హోమ్ And then she said, she was very much delighted and said, Kalu Kadukondi, she gave some water to wash the feet. Perfectly all right. And then she went in. But Bharavi, I mean the great man, the businessman, came in and saw the bed littered with all kinds of clothes, clothes of a male. And a young man who was able-bodied was sleeping on that bed, on the very bed where his wife was sleeping. He doubted her fidelity. And then he was about to, he said, Na bhari nenu lenapudu ila chestondani kopam vachi, he wanted to murder her. He took a stick, waited for a second, he kept it in carefully so that she may not notice the stick, and he wanted to hit her with that stick, one blow, which is not slow, and she would kiss the dust. That is his plan. So the wife came in. In the meanwhile, before his wife returned from inside the kitchen or whatever, he looked at the sloka suddenly, and he controlled himself, did not hit her, and wanted to know what was the story of her character. And she came, called on the boy. She woke the boy up and said, hey, you have been asking about your father. Now he has come. Please get up and salute him, she said. Salute his feet. తండ్రి గారికి నమస్కరించుకోను ఆయన అని చెప్పింది. చెప్పేటప్పటికి నీరైపోయాడు. ఇక్కడ పడేసి వచ్చి he was so thankful to Bharavi. ఎందుకు ఇతను చేయలేదు? He did not commit the mistake because of the sloka. What that sloka is, kindly allow me to quote it. Sahasa vidaditana kriyayam avilekam paramapadam padam vunditehi imrushakarinam gunarubdha swayameva sampadaha. That is the sloka. What does the sloka mean? The sloka means do not rush to conclusions. That would be aviveka, that would be unwisdom, that would be ignorance. Don't do that. If you commit such a mistake, you will regret your whole life. That's what exactly happened in the case of this man. And he was saved from ruin, because what happened was, had he killed the wife, he would have also committed, he might look this side or that side, but ultimately he would commit suicide. That's the problem. He would have committed suicide. His wife would have committed suicide. The whole family would have been destroyed. But who saved him? A sloka. That is the greatness of literature. Whereas grammar will not save you. Grammar has no glamour for me. It may have glamour for you, not for me. It is mere clamor for me. That's the trouble. Shankara says, Samprapte sanhite kale nahi nahi rakshati dukun karne. Dukun karne is one of the grammatical forms. What is the use of learning so much grammar without literature? A dry, bone-like structure without flesh and blood. Literature is the flesh and blood of language. We need backbones, all right. You may not expect me to stand without the help of the backbone, but flesh and blood is more important than the backbone, than the bones. Nowadays, what are they doing? Now, in the classrooms, in the language labs, you have what I may describe, for want of other words, the dance of skeletons. That is okay for a Vithalacharya movie like Gudeba Kavali Katha. There is a movie called Gudeba Kavali Katha, where the skeletons are made to dance, and a mere exercise in language is like merely catering to skeletons. But if you want flesh and blood, you must need literature. And literature does not deal with the ordinary kinds of communication. You see that. You look at a great play like Shakespeare's Hamlet. What is the first word? Who is there? Who asks the question? Not the guard. The guard standing at the castle of Ensenor must ask the question, who is coming? Who is there? But it's not so. Here everything is topsy-turvy. Yahan sab ulta palta hai Jaspal Bhatti jaisa. That's the problem. You understand? And he says, that man coming to the castle says, who is there? He is shivering, because it is chill, bitter cold, darkness, and he does not know whether a god is standing at the gates of Elsinore or the devil. They have heard that a ghost was walking for variety, not for variety, there is a reason, but then let us say for variety it has been walking very punctually over the ramparts of the castle of Elsinore for the past 3 days. Everyone is shivering in his shoes or without his shoes. I do not know. That's the kind of a tragedy. So you see, with one expression, who is there? The tone of the play is set. The topsy-turvydom of the Hamlet's world is exposed and projected, laid bare before our eyes. That is the greatness of literature. You understand it? Or when Kalidasa, when he writes a sloka like Ashuttarasham Disidevatatma Himalayo Nama Nagadhirajaha, he is not merely speaking about the physical glory and grandeur of the mountains, he is also speaking about its spiritual dignity. When he says, Disidevatatma, it is like the soul of gods in the high empyrean sky. That is Kalidasa. Therefore, I like Kalidasa, I love Kalidasa. The masters of literature is the masters of language too. But the masters of language may not always be the masters of literary thought. Simonides, the Greek thinker and philosopher, says, poetry is a speaking picture, and a picture is mute poesy or silent poetry. The poetry is silence there. You understand? In a picture. But what is poetry? Poetry is a speaking picture. It portrays. And he portrays all the directions of India. Asyuttarasham Disidevatatma Himalayo Nama Nagadhirajaha. To the north of India, there is a mountain range called Himalayas. It's not a geography textbook, but geographical information is given. And then he says, Asyuttarasham Disidevatatma Himalayo Nama Nagadhirajaha Purvaparo Varvidhi Vihagya Sita Prithivya Iva Manadandaha. Like a measuring rod. Understand? There is a mountain range between the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal. This is the greatness of Kalidasa. This is how we should try to communicate, not merely going to the language lab, wasting money. Many computers are wasted, and you have not tasted literature. Had you tasted literature, you would not have wasted your time in these labs. I am very sorry. I am a sole adversary of the kinds of language learning of today. I don't hear anybody anywhere, everywhere I can tell. Well, 1 second please. Rajan, I lecture istunnanu, meeru vachesi. Maroka 40 నిమిషాల తర్వాత రండి. Okay. The Home Minister is the most powerful among ministers. I have a call from my Home Minister and therefore I have to answer. She has gone to my friend's house anyway, and she wants to know where I am, what I am doing, what else would I do but trouble young innocent people like you. Anyway, that's the kind of a thing that I have been doing for the past several years, and yet my students are not tired of me. I have retired, but my students are not tired of me. That's the problem. What can I do? Am I responsible for this? Not at all. So, well, anyway. So, you look into a play like Philip Messenger's A New Way to Pay Old Debts. Wonderful expression. A new way to pay old debts. A new way to pay old debts is not to pay them at all. Understand? అప్పు చేసి పప్పు కూడు తెలరా ఓనరుగా అని పాట ఉంది కదా పిక్చర్. అలాగా ఈ ఓల్డ్ డెక్స్ ఉంటే అందులోనూ దెర్ ఆర్ సమ్ క్యారెక్టర్స్. వన్ క్యారెక్టర్ ఈజ్ ఎ విలన్. హిజ్ నేమ్ ఈజ్ సర్ గైల్స్ ఓవర్ రీచ్. ది నేమ్ ఇట్ సెల్ఫ్ ఈజ్ ఇండికేటివ్. ఓవర్ యాక్షన్ అంటారా మీరు? వాడు చాలా ఓయే చేస్తున్నాడు అంటారు మీ పిల్లలు. అవునా? వాడు చాలా ఓయేరా, ఎక్స్ట్రా ఎక్కువ వాడికి ఇంకా అంటారా? కాబట్టి మీరు ఓవర్ రీచ్ అంటే ఏమిటి? ఎక్స్ట్రా ఎక్కువైన వాడిని ఓవర్ రీచ్ అంటారు. సో గైల్స్ అంటే మోసాలు చేయడం. మరి సర్గైల్స్ ఓవర్ రీచ్ వాడి పేరు. సరే, సర్గైల్స్ ఓవర్ రీచ్, ఇట్స్ నథింగ్ బట్ ది Elizabethan literature, you will be surprised to learn, is the one from which our cine makers seem to have taken many themes. Because what happens is, they always, invariably, the villain is very rich. He has always one daughter. He doesn't have more daughters for convenience. Only one daughter. And that one daughter invariably loves a poor man. Okay, is that over? Now that the bang is over, I can carry on. Now, this poor man is the one who is very much loved by the girl. She wants to marry him. Sergei's overreach wants to marry off his daughter to a lord called Lord Lowell. This girl is in her sweet 16s and that man is in his sweet 60s. That's the difference. అమ్మాయి 16, అతనికి 40 వయసు, 60. వీడిని తీసుకెళ్ళి he wants to marry her off to that nobleman because he is a nobleman. That nobleman does not want to marry anybody. He is a confirmed bachelor. This is the kind of a thing. Baunda situation, this situation is good, isn't it? And then one fine morning, Lord Lowell, the nobleman, is invited by Sergei's overreach to his house. బాగుందండి, ఇంటికి పిలిచాడు. But in England, diplomacy is always dinner diplomacy in those days. When once you are invited to dinner, you may conclude, if you are interested, you are a winner. Otherwise, you are a loser. This is the problem. So, Lord Lowell is in two minds, to go or not to go. If he goes, there is a problem. If he does not go, the villain will be angry with him. What shall he do? So, he decides to go at last. And when noblemen go, they don't go alone. రాజులు పెద్ద పెద్ద వాళ్ళు ఏం చేస్తారు, ఒకరిని పక్కన వేసుకుని వెళ్తారు. ఏమీ తెలియని వాడు, రాని వాడు, నాలాంటి వాడే పక్కన మనుషుల్ని తిరుగుతారు కదా, శిష్యుల్ని వాళ్ళని ఇంతమందిని వేసుకుని. అలాంటప్పుడు వాడు తిరగడా చెప్పండి. సో హీ టేక్స్ somebody along with him. That is, he takes a young man called Allworth. His name is Allworth because he is very worthy. And Allworth is an attendant or a secretary to Lord Lowell. Allworth is the man who loved that girl. Lowell knows, but he keeps quiet. He wants to say, "Dekho tamasha," kind of a thing. He takes this man Allworth along with him. But they are going by some horse chase or some carrier, బగ్గీలో వేసుకొని గుర్ర బగ్గీలో వెళ్తున్నారు. వెళుతూ ఉంటే he stops this man for some cane juice or Coca-Cola, I do not know. He wants to sip the drink or tea or whatever. వచ్చాడు, వచ్చి టీ తాగడానికని ఆపారు. Suddenly, Allworth, who had no habit of speaking more than a word or two to his master, ఒక మాట రెండు మాటలో మాట్లాడేవాడండి. అలాంటి వాడు he gives a long lecture like mine to this man, Lord Lowell. But the sum and substance of which is that the girl whom they are going to see is beautiful, more beautiful than Psyche, more beautiful than Rati. And this man, that is her father, is rich like Kuberu. Like Kubera, he is very rich. So he is worried that Lord Lowell may be tempted either by the beauty of the girl or by the wealth or by both. Sometimes beauty plus wealth combination. Otherwise by her beauty, otherwise by her wealth. This is the problem. And then he cannot tolerate because he is worried. If Lord Lowell is committed, then he will lose his chance of marrying the girl. There is some hope still in him. Therefore, what does he do? He gives a long lecture like mine to this man. Lord Lowell smiles, and you know what he says? That is what literature is all about. He says, "Love hath made you poetical, Allworth." That's all. Love hath made you poetical, Allworth. That is the beauty of literature. Situational, contextual brevity. What can be said in so many words is said in one word, two words. That is the greatness of literature. Literature I have already given an example how it dealt with disaster management. A disaster was aborted in the case of the businessman who read the sloka of Bharavi. It's a kind of a thing. But there are other kinds of disaster management. In the Mahabharata, there is a wonderful situation. What is the situation? Many of you know. Those probably who have seen a movie like the Nartanashala would know the beautiful situation. The situation is Kichaka is harassing Draupadi. Bhima observes the whole thing at a distance. Understand that? And he wants to take serious action. He wants to kill Kichaka on the spot. But he should not. If he ventures that, then they will be in trouble because they will have to go into exile. 12 years of forest dwelling plus as a bonus 1 year exile, అజ్ఞాతవాసం. ఇన్ని సంవత్సరాలు 12 సంవత్సరాలు అరణ్యవాసం చేయాలి మళ్ళీ మరొక సంవత్సరం అజ్ఞాతవాసం చేసి వీళ్ళు భీముడని తెలిస్తే కొంప మునిగిపోతుంది. ఇంకా టైం అవ్వలేదు. ఏం దాడి వాడు ఊగిపోతున్నాడు చెట్టు మీద. At a distance, Dharmaraja notices this. And he cannot tell directly, don't move that, remove that. Bhima analedu kada, he cannot say, he cannot address him, he cannot keep quiet. He must avert the situation. Then he thinks upon a beautiful plan, and the verse that is written in that context is worth reciting. And you kindly permit me to recite the verse. వలనుండెక్కడ చూచనేనియు అశేష స్మాజముల్ ఉట్టవే ఫలితంబై వరశాఖలొప్పగ అనల్ప ప్రీతి సంధింపగాగల ఈ భూజము వంట కట్టియలకై ఖండింపగా నేటికిన్. This fool, he tells the king, because they are playing dice there, and it says this fool, Valala, he is only a cook. Being a chef, he does not know anything. He lacks discrimination. Wherever he sees, there are trees. And wherever he sees the trees, he would fell them, cut them down, and take them for what? For firewood. Vantakatiyalakai. Because there is no coal gas and HB gas those days. So this wood cut or fell from, which is felled from the trees, will have to be used for vanta, for the kitchen. It says, the moment Bhima hears him, so that Bhima may hear this, he is telling the Virata Raja, and then suddenly Bhima realizes that the message is for him. అశేషస్మాజములు ముట్టవే ఫలితంబై వరశాఖలొప్పగ అనల్ప ప్రీతి సంధింపగాగల ఈ భూజము వంటకట్టికలకై ఖండింపగా నేటికన్. What he means symbolically or metaphorically is that the court of Virat Raja has given them shelter. That's what it is all about. And if he does this kind of a thing by felling the tree, they will all be in trouble. They will not only lose the shelter, but will also have to go for 12+1, like the 12+1 courses. 12 years of forest living plus 1 year of exile. Suddenly, Bhima stops. This is the beauty of literature. One verse, enough for disaster management. And then there is another. Sanskrit literature full of such things. Actually, the whole thing is language and literature. I can quote from any language. For your convenience, I will quote from French variety. Because you are bored with Sanskrit, Telugu and English perhaps. Shall I quote a word from French? I will translate it, don't worry. There is a story by Edgar Allan Poe. The story is called Fall of the House of Usher. It's a terrible story, a horror story actually. And then he writes, perhaps in that story or some other story, I don't exactly remember, but there is a quotation given there by the writer. The quotation is, Sans coup, please bear with me, I am quoting from French. This is not English, so don't think that I am speaking something nonsense. Sans coup étant loose suspendu, il touch résonné, means his heart was like a suspended lute. L-U-T-E. Lute is a stringed instrument. మనకు ఉంటాయి కదండి తీగల వాయిద్యం, తంత్రవాద్యం ఉంటారు, తీగలతో ఉంటాయి కదా వాద్యాలు, అలాంటి వాయిద్యం ఉంటాయి. సాన్ కూడ్ యథాన్ లూట్ సస్పెండు, హిస్ హార్ట్ వాజ్ లైక్ ఎ సస్పెండెడ్ లూట్, విల్ టచ్ ఇట్. Resonne means it resounds. Look at the beauty. The whole story is like that. There is a character called Ajar or whoever, who is a lot troubled, and even at the end, things are no better. So, look at the expression, son coup eton luz suspendu, il such resonne. His heart is like a suspended lute, touch it and it resounds. That's what he says. Look at the beauty of literature. Can you expect this from round verb adjective? No. So learn literature, read literature, don't bother about grammar. Grammar will come to you naturally. Grammar will come to you naturally if you study great literature. That's the thing. And remember, the great masters of literature are great makers of English, as they are called. Shakespeare has created many words. Milton has created many words. Pope, who else? There are so many writers. They have all created a great amount of vocabulary. They contributed by making the vocabulary, by making words, by forming words on that particular situation. When Shakespeare says, rather the multitudinous seas incornadine, making the green one red, the expression incornadine is not there in English. It is coined by Shakespeare. Like this they have so many. But even in the times of Milton, people were not amenable to good literature. Milton is angry and says, for example, alas, with what boots is it uncertain care to tend the homely slighted shepherd's trade, were it not better done to play with amaryllis in the shade, or with the tangles of Nero's hair? Fame is the last spirit, but the clear spirit that raise the last infirmity of the noble minds. This is what he says. Look at the beauty of literature. Literature itna mahan hai ki hum nahi jaan sakte. You can't understand the beauty of literature unless you read it. Read literature thoroughly. You don't need any other training. Grammar, put it aside. Grammar is merely sound. It is merely grammar, I told you. It has no grammar. Put it aside. Read literature. If you read literature, grammar will become an inborn thing with you. Keeping 10 computers and then trying for vocabulary, what nonsense. Vocabulary is not piled up that way. Vocabulary is not through dictionaries. Vocabulary you can learn through usage, and usage of great writers, great masters. It has multiple connotations, one word. Oh, Vanitamani Vyasanam Bunandakumu. Their word Vyasanam does not mean addiction. It means Vicharam. Vyasanam Bunandakum ante vicharinchakani. అంతేకాని వ్యసనం ఉందకంటే నువ్వు తాగడం ఇలాంటి వ్యసనాలు మాని అని కాదు అర్థం అక్కడ. ఓ వనితామణి వ్యసనం బృందకము అంటాడు. దట్ ఈస్ ది కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎ థింగ్. అండ్ వెన్ యూ లెర్న్ లాంగ్వేజ్, ప్లీజ్ డూ ఇట్ ఇన్ సింపుల్ వర్డ్స్. పెద్ద పెద్ద వర్డ్స్ వాడడం అవి నాకు తెలీదు, మీకు తెలీదు, డిక్షన్లో కనబడవు. ఎందుకండి ఇది? సో యూ మస్ట్ ఆల్వేస్ లెర్న్ టు బి సింపుల్. నిరాడంబరమైన భాషలో సింపుల్ లాంగ్వేజ్లో రాయండి. అంతేగాని ఒకడో కుర్రాడు పాపం స్టూడెంటు మీద టైటిల్ ఉందండి నక్క కథ. నక్క కథ అంటే ఓ సింతే కదా అనుకున్నాడు పాపం. కింద చూసారు తొలి యొక్క జంబుకంబు ఎక్కడ నసలంబుగా అనక దిరుమరుతో. అసనం అంటే తెలియదు, దిరుమరం అంటే తెలియదు, జంబుకం అంటే తెలియదు, తొలి అంటే తెలియదు. తొలి యొక్క జంబుకంబు ఎక్కడ నసనంబుగా అనక దిరుమరుతూ అని రాశారు. వెంటనే పుస్తకం ఇచ్చారు. అదే, దట్స్ నాట్ హౌ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి రిటన్. And a committee, I believe, who visited India, they were asked whether agriculture is good or education is good. Then the committee said, after a deep deliberation and consideration, we have come to the conclusion that the matriculation examination is a botheration to the nation whose main occupation is cultivation. ఏమిటిది నాన్సెన్స్? ఒక్క ముక్కలో చెప్పచ్చు. We considered the issue and came to the conclusion that in an agricultural country like India, higher education is not necessary. That's what they meant. But what did they say? After a deep deliberation and consideration, We have come to the conclusion that the matriculation examination is a botheration to the nation whose main occupation is cultivation. That's the kind of thing. ఎందుకండి అలాగా? మనకి చిన్న వర్డ్స్ రావాలి ఆయన అంతంత పెద్ద వర్డ్స్ ఎందుకయ్యా? మండలం లాంటివి దెబ్బలు అవి తగులుతాయి. చిన్న వర్డ్స్ చెప్పడం నీ భావాన్ని తిక్కనగారు అల్పార్థర అనల్పార్థరచలు అంటారు. యూజింగ్ స్మాల్ వర్డ్స్ అండ్ ప్రొడ్యూసింగ్ మ్యాగ్నిఫిసెంట్ మీనింగ్. దట్ ఈస్ ది గ్రేట్నెస్ ఆఫ్ లిటరేచర్, దట్ ఈస్ ది గ్రేట్నెస్ ఆఫ్ లాంగ్వేజ్. అలా చేయాలి. ఒక నవల ఉందండి, ఇట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ సప్తపర్ణి. కైండ్లీ ఎక్స్క్యూజ్ మీ ఫర్ కోటింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ తెలుగు బికాస్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఆర్ ఆల్ తెలుగు. అయితే అక్కడ సప్తపర్ణి ఒక నావెల్ ఉందండి. అంటే స్టూడెంట్ బాబు పుస్తకం చదువు భలే ఉంటుందని తీసేటప్పుడు అది వసంతమో సింతేనా, నాకే ఇంకా బాగా వచ్చినట్టు తెలుగు అనుకున్నాడు. అది వసంతము అంటే అది వసంతం అంటే ఏముందండి, అది ఎవరైనా ఓ సింతేనా అనుకున్నాడు. అంటే నా నెక్స్ట్ సెంటెన్స్ చదివా, నందనని సంజాత కాంచన కేతకి కుసుమ గర్భలోదర గతమరాగ సమరోహర సంధ్యాపూర్రాతి తీక్షార్కాం సుమార వినిస్తృతులు సువర్ణ దీధితులు ఉంగరముల ప్రోగులై గదిగ వాక్షము గుండా కాంచన సప్తపర్ణిపై ప్రసరించుతున్నది చుక్క. ఏమిటిది? వెంటనే పుస్తకం మూసాడు. కానీ వాడు చూడలేదు. ఆ తర్వాత ఏమిటింది? రాజు ఇంకను నిధుల మేల్కాంతలేదు. అది వసంతం అన్నాడు, రాజు ఇంకను నిధుల మేల్కాంత మధ్యలో ఏమిటన్నాడండి? నందనమణి సంజాత కాంచన కేతకై కుసుమ గర్భదలు గతవరాగ మనోహర సంధ్యాపూర్రాతి తీష్ణార్కాం సుమాల వినిస్తృత సువర్ణ దీధితులు ఉంగరముల ప్రోగులై గదిగ వాక్షము గుండా కాంచన సప్తపర్ణిపై ప్రసరించుతున్నవి. ఏమర్థమైంది? కైండ్ అమ్మా. So that's not how language should be written. It's written with different purpose. The idea of the writer is different. For such occasions it is okay, but we should always be humble. We should always write simple English, simple French, simple Telugu, simple Hindi, and produce the greatest meaning. It is very difficult to write in easy, simple words and very easy to use difficult words. You will understand that from your own experience. I always try to come down to the level of the student when I write. That's my practice. And that's why I am struggling. I tell you, I am a very small man. I have always struggled to learn all my life. There are other instances. I will bring you from, literature. Shakespeare's Henry IV Part 1, where there is a character called Prince Hal. You know what he says? After listening to the conversation of people and mixing with them, you know what he says? I know you all, that's all. I know you all. I know you all. That's how diplomacy runs. You must be brief. అల్పాక్షర అసందిగ్ధం సారవత్ విశ్వతోముఖం హస్తోకం అనవజ్యంచ సూత్రం సూత్రవిదో విదుహు. It is written, a grammatical formula is written in a few letters. Alpaksharam, asandigdham, it must be precise. Saravat, quintessential in its distillation. Vishwatomukham, it must be universal in its applicability. A plus b whole square is a square plus 2ab plus b square wherever you go. Saravat, Vishwatomukham, Astokam, Anavajyancha, Sutram, Sutravido Viduhu. This is how the language has told us. But what do? We do not. We keep a deaf ear to all this kind of a thing. That is the problem with us. So we should learn to be simple, must learn to be precise, must learn to be brief. Because I always used to tell my students, be brief, otherwise we may all come to grief. That is the problem. Brevity is the soul of wit. As Polonius, the irony is, Polonius, a man who gives long lectures, says brevity is the soul of wit. He says brevity is very good, but he gives a very long lecture. And the queen, who is very irritated, queens and kings should not be addressed like that. They must be addressed briefly. She is irritated and says, more matter with less art. Look at that expression. Look at the beautiful reply, the beautiful repartee of the queen who says, more matter with less art. And but this man doesn't stop. That's the irony. He says, "Madam, I use no art at all," and then he continues his long, stupid lecture to the Queen. On one occasion, Gladstone the parliamentarian, this is a real story, Gladstone the parliamentarian spoke to the British Queen. He was speaking and speaking. And then she said, "Mr. Gladstone, I am not the parliament," she said. You can give a lecture in the parliament. But he says, the Queen replied, "Mr. Gladstone, I am not the parliament." And then Gladstone realized and went away, I believe. So, you must be careful in speaking. Communication is not the only thing. Culture, as my friend Ramesh was telling, is the other aspect. And how should you speak? Tajham padham priyamati muduram saravaddaiyahinam sabhiprayam durapam asatam chitramalpaksharam cha bahvartham kopasunyam smitayuta ganadhachinya sandehinam vakyam bruyat parishadi samaye saprameya apramattam. As I say, 16 or 17 characteristics of how one should speak. Tajham, Padham, Priyam, Atimrudulam, Saravat, Dainyahinam, Sabhiprayam, Durapam, Asatam, Chitram, Alpaksharancha, Bahvardham, Kopasunyam, Smita Yuta Ghanadakshinya, Sandehahinam, Vakyam Bruyat, Parishad Samaye, Saprameya, Apramaktam. What great communication skills are our people teaching in comparison to this sloka? This is my open challenge. One sloka is enough. That is the greatness of Sanskrit. Sanskrit has been hailed not by me, not by you, but by Sir William Jones. Sir William Jones is not an Indian, you know it. And Sir William Jones, you know what he said? The Sanskrit language, whatever be its origin, is more perfect than Greek and more copious than Latin. These are the words of Sir William Jones, not my words. You can check. Why did they say that? We are born to a great culture. मेरा भारत महान है, महान था, महान रहेगा. There is no doubt about it. Be Indian, speak Indian, respect India. Patriots is necessary. We love our motherland. You know, the story goes that Lakshmana was hesitating to come out of Lanka. Rama asked him, brother, he says, bro, these days మీరేమంటారు బ్రో నా మాట విను బ్రో అన్నాడు. ఎవరు? లక్ష్మణుడు రాములు గారితో. ఆ బ్రో అన్నాడు, నాయనా ఏం మీ ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటన్నాడు అంటే ఒక్క మాట అన్నాడు. ఏంటంటే ఇది చాలా హిరణ్య ప్రాకారాలతో ఉంది. లంకా సిటీ హ్యాస్ ఎ గోల్డెన్ కాంపౌండ్. ఆల్ ద వాల్స్ ఆర్ బిల్ట్ విత్ గోల్డెన్ బ్రిక్స్. సో హీ సేస్ వీ షల్ స్టే హియర్. అయోధ్య కూడా వదిలి ఇక్కడ ఉందాం, ఇక్కడే పరిపాలన చేసుకుందాం అన్నాడు. అంటే రాములు వారు అన్నారు, నాయన అపి స్వర్ణమయీ లంక. ఐ అగ్రీ దట్ దిస్ ఈజ్ ఫుల్ ఆఫ్ గోల్డ్, బట్ జనని జన్మభూమిశ్చ స్వర్గాదపి గరీయసి అన్నారు. దట్ ఈస్ ది ఆన్సర్ ఆఫ్ శ్రీరామ టు లక్ష్మణ. దిస్ ఈజ్ అవర్ కల్చర్. వీ షుడ్ నాట్ రన్ అవే ఫ్రమ్ అవర్ కల్చర్. వీ షుడ్ లెర్న్ టు రెస్పెక్ట్ అవర్ కల్చర్ ఫస్ట్. అవర్ మదర్ టంగ్ వీ మస్ట్ లెర్న్. ఇప్పుడు ఏంటి చాలా ఫ్యాషనబుల్, ఇంగ్లీష్ మీడియంలో చదువుకుంటాడే మా వాడు, హీ విల్ గో టు ఏ కాన్వెంట్. అండ్ ది మదర్ అండ్ ఫాదర్, డాడీ, మమ్మీ. మమ్మీ ఈజ్ ఇన్ ఈజిప్ట్. వై డూ దేర్ ఆర్ ఈజిప్షియన్ మమ్మీస్, నాట్ ఇండియన్ mummies. We are not mummies. If you want a mummy, you go to Egypt. You can see a number of them enshrined in the pyramids. This is a kind of a thing. Mummy, daddy. But there is a wonderful joke about this daddy business in J.M. Singes as the playboy of the Western world, where the word daddy, because the children are tired of saying daddy, so they start saying dad. Next step. In next generation, children say, instead of daddy, they say dad. And then the next generation becomes even more clever. They say da. That's what exactly the characters in J.M. Singes, the playboy of the Western world, do. I'm not joking. There is a character called Christopher Mann. I'm quoting from literature, authoritatively. And he says, I murdered my dog. That means his dad or daddy. Daddy can be daddy also. So this is the kind of a thing. And if you are not capable of saying the da, then you will say d. D. Daddy becomes D. This is the kind of a thing. What a fall, my countrymen, what a fall. Where are we? Whither our country, whither culture and civilization, whither humanity? This is my question. Whatever I say, I am more in anguish than anger. That is the problem. I am not angry with anybody. I must be angry with myself. That's all. What can I do? Can I treat them? Can I punish them? No. But that's the tragedy, my friends. That's the tragedy of the humanity who do not read literature, who do not read literature. Sahitena hitam sahityam. Sahityam is full of moral values, cultural values, and those values are given a go. We have a habit of throwing away the baby with the bath water. The proverb is well known to you. We should not throw away the baby with the bath water. Bath water can you throw away? But the baby is there in the bath water. They throw away the baby also along with the bath water. Whether it is English, whether it is French, whether it is Hindi, or whether it is Telugu, any language, all languages must be learned meticulously, and they can be learned meticulously. The cultural aspect of the language can be understood only through literature. Sahitena hitam sahityam apare kavya samsare kavireva prajapatihi. In the infinite realm of letters, the poet is the drashta, he is the srashta. That is the thing. There are many other examples. I have actually noted some examples. Let me see if I have some examples before me. My memory is also becoming worse these days. There is a beautiful story which these days the military would say code language. There was a code language there in those days also, even among ordinary scholars. One beautiful story I will tell you. That story is, long ago, there were two students called Mandabuddhi. Mandabuddhi, you know, he is a fool. The other is Kushagra Buddhi. He is a very intelligent boy. These two people want to go to Kasi. In those days, Kasi was the center of learning. Both of them started going to the Guru. They were learning. Every day, the master would praise Kushagra Buddhi and accuse, blame Mandabuddhi, because Mandabuddhi doesn't understand anything. Whereas Kushagra Buddhi would grasp the thing immediately. But one fine morning, the Guru gives them a holiday. Meeru, manaki istuntaru, meeru kuda nostalgic homesick vacation edo istuntaru. They become nostalgic and want to go home. Sare naina intiki velli rendanaru. The Guru Patni, the wife of the teacher, has given them edo pulihora avani kuda puliyogore antaru. Meeru kada puliyogore antaru kada, aa puliyogore avani ichindi annamata. She gave a puliyogore potladu avani ichindi, biryani anni petti oorlu avani ichindi papa. But there was a long way, and there was a very thick forest in between. ఆ ఫారెస్ట్లోకి వెళ్ళాలంటే అందులో నైట్ అప్పుడు ఇట్స్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్ ఫర్ దెమ్ టు నెగోషియేట్ ది ఎంటైర్ ఫారెస్ట్. సో దే డిసైడెడ్ టు స్టే బ్యాక్ ఫర్ ద నైట్ అండ్ ద మార్నింగ్ దే విల్ కంటిన్యూ ద జర్నీ. సో కుశాగ్ర బుద్ధి took out a dagger, a knife from his bag, gave it to Mandabuddhi saying, in case you feel threatened by any wild animal in this or by thieves or somebody, you can take the help. I know you are very strong, but you can take the help of this dagger or knife. And he gave it to him and told him, I am a lean man, weak man, I would sleep first. The first half of the night I will sleep. You wake me up if there is any problem which you can handle on your own, but then if there is any problem, wake me up, or if you want to, whenever you want to sleep, you wake me up, he said. Okay, but Mandabuddhi entertained other evil ideas in his mind. And suddenly, at the middle of night, he woke Kushagra Buddhi up and said, Kushagra Buddhi, get up. He put his feet on the tuft of his hair. ఆ రోజులో పిలకలు అవి ఉండి సాంప్రదాయంగా ఉండేవారు కదా ఆయన, హిందువులు అది ఇందా వెనక ఉండేది. ఆ పిలక మీద కాలు పెట్టాడు on the tuft of hair. There, and said, okay, is there any problem? Said Kushagra Buddhi, no. The animals are not the problem. You are the problem, he said. what did I do to you? Then he said, I am envious of you. I want to get rid of you. Kushagra Buddhi realized, however much he may plead with the man, he wouldn't listen to him. And therefore, what did he do? Okay, go ahead, he said. But I have only one request. You may kill me, but you pass on a very small message to my father. Okay. Manda Buddhi said, killed him, then bundled the clothes of Kushagra Buddhi, took them to the father of Kushagra Buddhi and told him, your son died of a snake bite. Like in Hamlet it happens. Shakespeare's Hamlet also has that kind of a thing. So he died of a snake bite, he said. And he said, father said, okay, it's my destiny. Why do you weep? Go away, he said. But after something, the message was delivered. What was the message? One day the father wept. 2 days, 3 days, then he said, okay, let me know what my son had delivered to me. It was a 4-letter message. It was Aprasikha. The message was Aprasikha. Okay? Now, Aprasikha, that's the message. The father was a great scholar himself, but he did not understand what Aprasikha meant. Aprasikha Telugu, he did not know whether it is in Telugu, Pali, Sanskrit, English or whatever language it was, he did not understand. And then what did he do? He went into the village, consulted greater scholars than him. They said, we also do not know. You are a scholar by yourself. If you do not know, how can we know? Then he said, anyway, I lost my son. Can't I even know the message of my son? Then what is my life worth? I will go and commit suicide, he said. Then the scholars, no, don't be in a hurry. They said, go to Dhara Nagara, where there are great scholars like Kalidasa and others. Vikramaditya is there or Bhoja is there. Go to his court. And there are many great scholars. You consult them, you will know the meaning of this 4-letter word. He went there, talked to Bhoja and said, this is the message of my son, Aprasikha, Aprasikha. Son, then Bhoja himself was a great scholar. He could have delivered the meaning, but he looked at Kalidasa. Kalidasa got up and said, Anena Tava putrasya prasuptasya vanantare sikhama akramya padena khadgena abhihatam siraha. Anena, that means Tava putrasya, your son, that is myself, the man who wrote the letter or gave the message. Prasuptasya vanantare, while I was in deep sleep, slumbering in the dense forests in the middle of woods, this man who brought the message, what did he do? Khadgena, he took the sword out, a dagger out, simply cut my head off, he said. Bhoja got very angry and, who is that rascal villain? Bring him, he said. And the soldiers brought him, and then he asked the fellow, were you the one who did this? Yes. He said, I confess, you may do what you like. And he was beheaded. He was killed by the soldiers of the king. Why? Why do I quote all this? This is not nonsense. This is how a dead man took revenge with the help of just 4 letters. That is what I call it as code language. You understand? So we have great tradition. Every language has such great things. I do not know much English because I am in India. That's the problem with me. I don't know much Sanskrit because I have not learnt it either in the school or in the college or the university. My guru was Ishvara. Ishvaro Guru Atmeti. I told you. At the very outset, I learned Sanskrit on my own, especially literature out of interest. So such are the examples. So the language is capable of managing, that is, literature is capable of managing disaster. Literature is capable of delivering managerial skills. Literature is capable of this, capable of that. One more instance, I will quote from the Kumara Sambhava of Kalidasa. Everyone will speak to you in English, I know. I'm a professor of English, I know that. I can speak in English, but what is the use? Well, I have given some instances, but greater instances there are in other languages, which also I shall quote. I quoted from English, I quote from other languages also. One more example from Kumara Sambhava. In Kumara Sambhava, it so happens that all the gods assemble and they want to see that the penance of Shiva is disturbed and that he should marry Parvati and beget a son who can kill Tarakasura. That is the problem. But then he goes to the conference where all the gods are assembled. Earlier what was he doing? He was speaking to Varuna, he was speaking to Agni, he would speak to Vayu, he would speak all the great gods. He would not bother about Manmadha. But today is Saturday. On this Saturday what did he do? He went to Manmadha. He did not bother to greet Varuna. He did not bother to greet Vayu. He did not bother to greet Agni. He went to Manmadha straight, put his hand on his shoulders, patted him on the back and said, "Hey boy, is Rati Devi giving you good coffee in the morning or not? Is she serving you good lunch and dinner? Well, I hope she does it." This is the kind of a thing. What for? And then Kalidasa says only one word, which is an excellent sample of what managerial skills are like. He says, "Prayojanapechitaya prabhunam prayaschalam gauravamasriteshu." Prayojanapechitaya, if the king wants something from you, if the management wants something from you, prayaschalam gauravamasriteshu, probably you will be giving great respect. Otherwise, no. If they have some work with you, they will greet you. Even if you are a servant, they will greet you. If you are a small man, they will greet you. Prayojanapechitaya prabhunam prayaschalam gauravamasriteshu. That's the kind of a thing. Or look at a beautiful example from Shakespeare's Othello, where Othello is attacked by so many people suddenly. But Othello, is a general, a military general. He knows what to do, and what does he do? He doesn't take his sword out. He says, "Put up your swords, for the Jew will rust them." This is what he says. This is winter, there is snow falling outside. If you bring up your swords to fight with me, the swords will catch rust, R-U-S-T, because there is a lot of fog. మంచు కురుస్తోంది, మీ తుపాకులు తుప్పమేయితాలు కాయుధాలు తుప్పపోతాయి కాబట్టి దయచేసి అలా చేయొద్దు. పుట్ అప్ యువర్ సోర్ట్స్, మీ సోర్ట్స్ని మీ వరల్లో పెట్టుకోండి అన్నాడు. ఎంత ధైర్యం ఉండి 15 మంది వచ్చి అటాక్ చేస్తే ఎంత జనరల్ అయినా ఆయుధం చేతిలో లేదు. హీ డజంట్ హ్యావ్ వెపన్ విత్ హిమ్ అండ్ హీ సేస్ పుట్ అప్ యువర్ సోర్ట్స్ ఆర్ ది జూ విల్ రస్ట్ దెమ్. ఎంత డేరింగ్ ఉండాలి. అది దట్ ఈస్ లిటరేచర్. దట్ ఈస్ హౌ యూ షుడ్ లెర్న్ టు స్పీక్. Not going to the lab. What will you learn that way? Understand? You have to read, my dear students, all of you should benefit from a study of literature. This is my message. Thank you very much for bearing with me. Pray. Not bad, I think.
Wonderful talk, sir. Wonderful. This is, we had the experience of listening to his talks previously, but this is another time that we are blessed to listening to his speeches. We know well of his extempore speech, and that is evident to the students also today. And Kantimati madam wants to speak.
Probably, sir, I enjoyed the scholarly quotation that you gave from Sanskrit and French, and so we're delighted to listen to you, probably for the first time, but it was really feast for my ears, and there's a lot of learning that I can carry back from this. Thank you, sir.
Now it's time for offline presentations. Online presentations are going on simultaneously in the other room, and you can have your offline presentations, paper presentations. Anyone. Or you can just come and have the photographs also if you need. Anyone, PPT. You can give it to him, ma'am. Give it to Praveen and he will display them. You want to say something about sir's lecture? You want to say something about sir's lecture? Sir, ఇచ్చేసేద్దాం. Just any participants, if you want a photograph when sir is there, you please come and have it. Participant Vasanta and all. Come. Srinivas sir, Nageswara sir, anyone. Because the resource persons are also here, no? It is better if we have a photograph. Should speak like this only, sir. Extempore speech. where many of us cannot do that.
I am R.C.H. Nageswara Rao from Government Degree College, Chinturu. My topic of presentation is From Print to Pixels, the role of technology in teaching language and literature for undergraduate students. This paper focuses on the impact of technology on the teaching of language and literature at the undergraduate level. It examines the changes in the uses of print sources to the uses of digital sources and other technologies, and again discusses the advantages and the difficulties of technology adaptation in the academic environment and its prospects. This paper seeks to fill gaps in the existing body of work by exploring various studies and case studies to provide practical recommendations for teachers on the use of technology in language and literature classes, with an emphasis on learning strategies, student participation and achievement. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Vasanta. Can someone call Kambaya sir and all who are waiting outside? Just for 2 minutes. Rajbabu sir, can you call Kambaya sir? Another madam is also out. She is also outside. Please call her.
Good afternoon, respected ma'ams and sirs. First of all, thank you for giving this opportunity. Myself, Vasanta. I am the student from Adhikavi Nannaya University. My paper is about language, emotion, and reader response. This paper explores the complex relationship between language, emotion, and reader's response with a focus on Gabriel Okara's poetry, particularly on Once Upon a Time. It examines how language conveys emotions, influences reader connections. This study aims to deepen our understanding of literature power to evoke emotions, empathy, and understanding. We all know that the language acts as a bridge in communication. It conveys emotions, thoughts, and ideas. But we have many languages, so that we can't convey our entire thoughts entire thoughts to everyone. Because when people from other states or countries they want to communicate with us, we face difficulty to understand their whole thoughts and feelings. If the content is in native language, we can easily understand and we can feel those words and imagine the entire content like it is real. In my point of view, language is not just about group of words. It encompasses emotions. Different people have different accents, language styles, and expressions. Even the same word conveys different emotions from different persons. For example, the word "I'm fine" used different persons with different emotions. Like if you take any one of the person who says in angry tone, "I'm fine," it conveys annoyance and irritation. If you observe another person who says in sad tone, "I'm fine," it conveys sadness. If you take another person who says in sincere tone, "I'm fine, thank you for asking," it conveys genuine appreciation. It's all based on their tone and way of speaking. Verbal communication is not only the way to express our thoughts and feelings. Writing also plays a significant role in communication. Many poets share their thoughts, life experiences, emotions through their writings, and they are trying to talk to us. I chose one of the poems of Gabriel Ocaras to show how poets share their emotions to us. The poem, Once Upon a Time, explores how people change as they grow up, losing their genuine smiles. He mentioned that previously, people laughed with their hearts and eyes, shaking hands with warmth and sincerity. However, now they only laugh with their teeth, with their cold eyes search for hidden intentions. He conveyed how sorrow he was with those aspects and desired the way people should be. He wanted to relearn how to laugh truly, like he did in his youth. When we read this poem, it resonates differently with each individual. This depends on the reader's perspective and interpretation. It varies from one person to another person. So, some may understand the inner meaning of the poem, while some are not. We can learn so many things from this poem. We can feel his emotions while reading. It makes us think about being real versus pretending. We connect with the speaker's desire for genuine relationships and reflect on our own experiences. The poem helps us what is real and what is not, and inspires us to be our trueness. Finally, what I conclude that the reader's response depends upon the combination of both language and emotion. If the readers catch the emotion from the writings, then they can be easily respond for any question regarding that particular topic or any writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasanta. Now, Soni Madam will deliver her talk, present her paper. I should thank Soni Madam for presenting a paper, though she belongs to Microbiology department. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah? It undala? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm T. Soni from Department of Microbiology. Like today, I'm presenting a paper here. The title of my paper is A Literary Renaissance Through Science, a study on transformative influence of scientific advancements on literature. So first of all, I want to thank all the dignitaries on stage, especially HOD Madam, like who came to a department and encouraged us to publish a paper in this conference. Next. Okay. Since I'm from science discipline, like you can see some words on the screen. Like, can you relate to them? We use them almost every day. For example, the word Wi-Fi, 5G, smartphone, Bluetooth. Or when it comes to food, we talk of fiber. Do you have fiber in your diet? Probiotics, vitamins, calorie. Like when it comes to environment, we speak of greenhouse effect, ozone, pollution. And then ordinary words like shampoo, detergent, disinfectant, sanitizer, especially during Corona, you all must have come across these words. Sanitizing. Sir, next slide, sir. Yeah, let me finish, please. I'll take only 5 minutes, don't worry. Then more words like LED lights, non-stick cookware. Then we have artificial intelligence. Next slide. So like, where did these words come from? They obviously don't belong to English literature. They have come from science background, from biology, physics, chemistry, electronics, computers, which have become part of our lives. No? Like as we see this evolution of scientific literature, earlier there was oral tradition. All scientific literature was in oral. They would either memorize it, recite it, through communal rituals, they would pass it on. Then we had the Renaissance movement, birth of modern science, where we had the invention of printing press, There's one more thing which I would like to add, like printing of Bible in King James Version in English, no? And other, then later on we had journals, peer-reviewed journals, like Nature, Lancet. And after that, 19th century we saw expansion and specialization, like each subject became separate. Separate thing for chemistry, physics, biology. And then 20th century digital revolution, like everything available online. Next slide, sir, please. Sir. Okay. So like these are some of the books which I want to show, like every medical student know they take Hippocrates Oath. No, this was written somewhere in 15th century. Next slide, please. Sir, next slide. Yeah. Some of the, what do you call them? Some of the best works of literature, science literature. Just I want to tell you one thing. Have you seen that book, Philosophia Naturalis Principia Mathematica? It's printed in 1726. It is there in our library. Today morning I went and checked it. No, that rare book, our library has that book. Madam, please do see that. Since you are a guest, no, I'll be happy if you see that book. Next. Okay, so talking of scientific journals, like Nature, Science Direct, PubMed, Scopus, no, this is available to everyone. And moreover, they've gone online. It is not like that you have to purchase the hard copy of it. And then next slide please. We have come to preprint servers and data, like you don't even have to publish a book right now. It's available online without peer review. So all this helps in dissemination of science knowledge. So that science is accessible to almost everybody. And next slide please. Yeah, like after this scientific literature somehow got into mainstream, like sci-fis and cli-fis, like scientific fictions and climate fictions. Like you must have seen many movies, any scientific movie which you remember? Like for example, I can quote only few, like these are the books which I'm talking about. Like for example, The Great Derangement, no, by Amit Ghosh. It talks about environmental pollution, no, climate change, deforestation, ozone depletion. Next slide please. And like some of this scientific literature has been converted into blockbuster movies. I'm sure you all must have heard of the Star Trek series. It started in 1966. It reigned the world for some 30 or 40 years. Then you must have heard of this movie called Matrix. And then this Diamond Age. Very few to endless. You must be having those in Telugu also, but these were some of the giants, I must say. So next slide. Yeah. So now, after that, we have online platforms for education, like SWAYAM, NPTEL, EDX. I'm sure you must have done some course on EDX last year. YouTube, Coursera, what do? Disseminate knowledge, no? Democratization of knowledge. So as a result, even common people can get access to these scientific terminology. And they become imbibed into our lifestyles. Then there's something called STEM education, which focuses on science, technology, engineering, and maths. So last. Yeah, like these are some of the words again which I'm showing on stage, on my PPT, which we are using every day. Like you can enlist thousands and thousands of words which do not belong to English literature but belong to scientific realms. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Soni madam, for giving a good explanation. Come. Nagbhushan sir. Paper presentation photo should, sir. Paper presentation photo should be there, no? For that. Please come. Anyway, we are exempted from reading out the paper. Oh, backbench boys, what do you want? You want one more? No need to read, just have a photo and go. Just, no need, no compare. I'll give a paper. Don't read, just have a photo.
To present different forces that affect on the identities of individuals. The other voice in these works showcases how main characters struggle to adjust themselves in powerful structural hierarchy. These writers convey that identity is not a monolithic entity, it is affected by different forces. Sometimes these forces are positive and sometimes
convey the meanings and their emotions, but and later on they are used to making sentences, and gradually by developing the technology, printing presses were came into existence, and then printing books were came into existence. To learn language, how technology helped is, if anybody wants to learn language, in the ancient days they used to read books and grammar books like that, but here we can discuss. There are some pros and cons in this regard. There is no availability of buying books or reading books, going somewhere and read grammar books. It is not available to many people. That is the one pros in this regard. And another and okay, this is the one of the pros. Now we discuss the cons. The advantage of learning language using technology is one can learn language in any place in the world by Googling or by joining in the apps, language learning apps like that, and watching movies also we can learn from that. And another advantage is, by using technology, by using phone calls, phone conversations, we can also improve language, we can also learn grammar. These are the pros and cons in the role of technology in language. And another thing is ICT. ICT also can help in learning new language or learning another language. And also technology in helping in learning new language is when new gadget came into existence, there will be a new word, because if there will be any new gadget, new investment or new invention, new discovery, that gadget should be named with a new name. In this manner, the language, the technology helped in learning new language. And the second one is the role of technology in literature. In ancient period, literature scholars and writers, poets used to go to library and reading books. But later on, technology developed, and there are some softwares are there came into existence, Spark Notes, a Duolingo app like this. This technology helped literators and language scholars in some manner, because to understand the Shakespearean or very difficult writings of the writers, there is a difficulty to understand the difficult texts written by the different authors. By using the Spark Notes, different or difficult text, complex texts will be transformed or translated in a simple language. By using the Spark Notes, we can analyze and learn literature in a better manner. So this is what today presentation from me. Thank you one and all.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel very happy to share this session, the interdependence of the language and literature. Altogether, English is most important language today, as we are in the midst of the cutthroat and rat race competition. Speaking English for guys and girls is very fashion today. As we are in the midst of this cutthroat and rat race competition, speaking English is very fashion to the guys and girls today. Literature and language is an ingenious combination of incarnates and inseparable couple, and it will be continued as long as the books last in the world. And literature is talking about the attitude and action, belief and behavior, creed and character, and doctrine and doing, and this is about the part of the language, literature. Whereas language is a costly custom of entertainment today, because English has lost its own opinion today. Because my mean is not just trying to mitigate the bankruptcy of secular statements, rather just elevate the importance of the language of English. Till yesterday, English is the language of library. Today it is the language of employment. And English will be continued as long as the books last in the world. In this sense, it has its own a positive and negative opinion about the part of the language of, literature today. As Mackay says about the opinion against the literature, first the lack of contribution to the literature and the teaching grammar. The people, the part of literature is altogether based on a nutshell epoch-making events will be revealed through the part of the literature. Whereas language is altogether a master component, in fact, to attract the attention of the people. So altogether, we cannot separate the matter from the man or man from the matter. So far, English and literature are true friends, and there is a lawless, the part of sense and sensitivity goes in between. So in this realm and diction, I want to talk about the positive quality of the literature here. It is the very contribution to expand and give glamour to the part of the language. As long as literature is fastidious, and certainly it gives hope to the people, whereas language is the ultimate phenomena to attract the attention of the people. And in fact, the possibility as we are in the midst of easygoing, busy thinking, hurry living genre, English is the ultimate, in fact, to attract the people. Based on it, literature provides the deep insight of the cultural norms and helping students towards the parts of the differences and similarities. And literary integration and integrity will give hope on part of speaking English and vocabulary grammar. So, literature and language is an ingenious combination and incarnates and inseparable couple, and it will not be separate from the language cannot be separated from the language, and language cannot separated from the literature. They go hand in hand, and it is altogether based on certain give hope to the people regarding the form of analysis, and students invited to a critical analysis. The scrupulous mannerisms will not be revealed through the part of it, and based on it, the desire and improved reading skills through the part of achievements and academic goals will be just based on literature. Literature can give glamour to the language, whereas language can give hope to the literature, because those things too go hand in hand, and this is the ultimate. The empirical data has been introduced with the English teachers, and commemorative aspects through literature enriches based on it. And this is the fundamental genre that they have given in the part of the cells. And now I conclude it with the part of a conclusion regarding the integration at the peroration literature into English language education emerges as a powerful strategy that can based on certain notions and notations. This will be altogether integration of literature into English language education offers a holistic approach of language learning, and it is these findings suggest time literature and is based on two things. One is based on empirical movements and the English language curriculum warranting of the cells. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
dais. Thank you very much for your kind support today, ma'am. Please come on to the dais. Please come, ma'am. I welcome Mr. Suresh, MD of IACT, and also the supporter. With his kind support, we could organize this program. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind support, financial support towards organizing this program. I welcome Ms. C.H. Venela, Head of the Department of PR Government College Autonomous Kakinada, onto the stage. Young, energetic and dynamic leader, and a product of this college also. I invite another sponsor and our dear singer of English department, Professor Nagabhushan Garu, onto the stage. Now I extend a warm welcome to Dr. N. Srinivas Garu, coordinator of this international webinar. I request him to come on to the dais. I request our principal, sir, to... okay. Respected dignitaries on the days and off the days, dear participants, it is my privilege and honor to present the organizing secretary's report for this international seminar titled From the Text to Tongue, Exploring the Synergy of Language and Literature. This international seminar was organized with the objective of sharing insights and knowledge on the symbiosis and complementarity of language and literature. One is no less than the other. Language and literature both are equally important and equally relevant to sustain human civilization. I am very glad to inform you all that we have received an overwhelming response. We received 130 registrations covering participants at state level, international level, and national level. We received 66 research papers, and we are very, very glad to inform you that we could publish all these papers in the form of an ISBN book within a very short span. And I really, really thank the efforts of our convener and also for the, what we call, untiring spirit, I can say, of our Srinivas sir towards publication and getting this work done. Once again, thank you very much, sir. Moving on to the technical session, renowned experts, Professor K.S. Ramesh Garu. He is the professor and dean of Adikavi Nannaya University, Professor Gandhimati Madam from Chennai, Professor Ashma Shamail from Saudi Arabia, Professor T. Viswanathan Garu, one of the most revered teachers across the state. All these stalwarts delivered wonderful, wonderful lectures and shared their valuable inputs on language and literature. And coming to the technical sessions and paper presentations, they were conducted both online and offline, and we received a tremendous response for online presentations. Almost all the participants who have submitted their papers have presented their research papers online, and we had to restrict them because of time constraint. I thank all the participants for their wonderful cooperation and participation, and also for patience. Now, the online sessions are very, very vibrant and very, very informative. Now, this is the report of the entire program from my side. I now hand over the session to our convener, madam, to say a few words.
I thank all the organizers and majorly our Rajeshwari madam, who is the organizing secretary of this program. And most of the efforts are for organizing committee only. Along with Rajeshwari madam, there were Rajalakshmi madam and also Priyanka madam, and all the entire department, all the 14 members of the department worked hard to make this program a successful event. And I thank all the donors, SBI, IACT, and also our Nagabhushanam sir for giving us the support, financial support, along with our principal sir. And so anyway, okay. Yes, sir. Now it's time for certificate inauguration, certificate release, e-certificate release, and I request principal sir to press the button.
Okay. Now it's time for certification. Press that link. Those are the certificates. They are moving very fast at a very rapid pace. Fantastic. We sincerely thank the Department of Computer Science for giving us such a wonderful, wonderful facility. The certificate has also got a QR code. Right. Yeah. Now it's time to felicitate all those who have made this program a wonderful event. Let us begin with our leader, our beloved principal sir. I request him to accept our felicitations, sir, as a token of our love and affection.
Sponsors.
Okay.
The event is grand success. The credit goes to Department of English and as well as the sponsors. So, physical conferences, getting success is so difficult nowadays. But the college, like Government College Autonomous, Rajamandri, A+ accreditation, and this kind of colleges only getting this kind of success. You know, it is not just a simple conference, a lot of deliberations, and the concept is also thought-provoking and different participations across the state and nation and international level also. And really I astonished when I look at that inaugurated that book actually. So nowadays sending papers and receiving and fine tuning and publishing these ISBN book number and all, it is very tough job. So yeah, for the last 1 week Lakshmi madam didn't sleep, I guess it is, and she didn't sleep, and her colleagues also not allowed to sleep actually. So I literally, he's my administration close associate, Dr. Nojala Srinivas, sir, please allow me for 4 to 5 days. I don't assign any work to me. I need to attend my departmental work like that. But you did a meticulous job. So extraordinary work. That means that that work we have seen in you, and every point they take it into the heart, and they did well actually. So openly I congratulate to everybody who involved in it, not only the convener and organizing secretary and other members, everybody, Vijay Shanti madam and every Neeraja garu. So everybody, all the faculty members, and especially our Nagabhushan sir, how enthusiastic he is, you know. So see, English conference means the prayer is also in English. That's a really good thing actually. So he's a good singer. I know it. I know him well, very well. And our IACT coordinator Suresh and alumni of the college, and he supported well this activity. So and another alumni and manager SBI and Swami Garu is also did well. His contribution is so he's just now explaining the conference and the college which is going in a good track, sir. Keep on doing like this. We are supporting you, whatever the activities you are going to take up. Yeah, that's a good word, sir. So then we are going to organize Woodbow 2025. It's a very big national youth festival. So in that, without your permission also, our sponsor list, the SBI is there. So if you give or not, then some of the activities they are supporting well, not only this. And so whatever the supporters, that means sponsors are there, every sponsor is there in our Woodbow 2020. That is maybe a thanksgiving to all the supporters, year-long activities which we are taking up, and we are getting overwhelming support from the public and as well as the different, this branches, public and private sectors and industries. So really awesome, and your job is very good. Excellent, not very good, it is excellent, extraordinary. Just now I received a call when I sat there. I received a call from JD, Joint Director of Commissionerate of College Education. A link has been posted, a live link has been posted in that. Across the state, all the principals, they watched it, and especially, and then he seen that, so Nagabhushan sir is also one of the sponsors. I have seen his photo, and yes sir, he is also one of the sponsor conference, and all other sponsors also there. It's a very good conference, because that flyer itself, all the members are there. Whenever we are looking at our photo, we feel ourselves inside, we are not saying outside, but inside, yeah, my photo is good, this. So in that, this is, Bharat Kumar sir, ours. See, everybody has little kind of flattering is, somewhat happy. All this, not all the time, it should not be over, okay. So that kind of appreciation you got, madam. So that goes to, that all credit goes to Department of English only. So under her leadership, see, everybody has sat like this. Some of the conferences which we are conducting at the end, some of the faculties may, yeah, gone away. But here it is not like that. So dedicated, or maybe the spectators and the participants, that's not, that the protocol has to be followed. So it's a very good. And my sister is Dr. Kormayagari daughter, Vanilla. And she's also very enthusiastic, and she came from all the way. And she is passionate towards the college. Whenever she comes, she simply just come here and a deep inhale of this air of Government Arts College Rajahmundry, and yeah, I got. So whenever I come back, then up to that, this is okay for me. So that kind of feel she is having. So whenever we talk to her, then that kind of feeling is there in her mind. I don't know. I am.
Sir, this is also our startup, sir.
And happy birthday. SBI కూడా ఉంది.
This is also our startup, sir.
Okay,
Our students made it. Pratima madam, Kamas.
Innovation చూస్తుంటారు స్టూడెంట్స్ అండ్ కాలేజ్.
చాలా బాగా చేస్తున్నారండి మీరు మాత్రం ఇంటర్వ్యూ బాగుంటుంది.
I invite Dr. N. Nagabhushanam Garu onto the stage to accept our felicitation. Hero of this event, and the main force behind all of us, propelling force behind the Department of English. with his vibrant voice and sweet singing. He always keeps us engaged. I now invite our principal, sir, to kindly accept, please, sir, kindly accept our felicitation. Okay. I request our Vice Principal, sir, Dr. Ramurthy Garu, to accept our felicitation. Now it's time to thank our rapporteurs, Dr. B. Anuradha Suryakumari Madam. I request her to come on to the dais and accept our felicitation. Thank you very much, ma'am. You have stayed with us throughout from 9:30 to the fag end of the program. Actually, she's on fast today. Thank you very much, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time. I now request our little darling of the department, C.H. Vennela, to come on to the dais and accept our felicitation.
She likes you.
Ayyo.
Thank you. Pattukondi, pattukondi.
Thank you very much, Vennela. I now request the coordinator, convener of this program, Srimati M. Srilashmi Garu, to accept our felicitation. I invite Dr. N. Srinivas, sir. He is also one of the renowned personalities of the town, a great poet and whatnot, a multifaceted personality. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now it's time to
Felicitate our dynamic young Rajeshwari ma'am, academic coordinator of Government Degree College. We all know how hardworking she is.
I request our Bhavani madam. Okay, she must be in hostel, attending to the hostel children. Okay, sir. I invite our rock star SDV Neeraja onto the stage. I invite Srimati J. Ratnavinala madam to accept our felicitation. I invite our dearest Prasad sir to accept our felicitation. He is always the man in action today. I have seen him running throughout the program. Everything. Every action part is handled by him, sir. I invite our Anuradha madam to come on to the dais and accept the felicitation. I invite Dr. Lakshmi Sudeshna, Vijay Lakshmi. I invite Srimati S. Vijay Lakshmi, the alumnus of this college, and also a very strong member of Alumni Association, apart from being the lecturer in English. I invite my teammate Rajalakshmi to come on to the dais, one of the team members of organizing committee. We are all young sir. Our organizing committee is a young committee. I invite Priyanka, Rajababu sir to come on to the dais and accept our felicitation.
Sponsorship
Next time gold chains anni kuda.
I invite the youngest contributor from our department, Priyanka, to accept the felicitation.
Kirtana.
I invite the wonderful team of Special English, Samuel, Kirtana, Sophia, Daya, to come on to the dais. They have participated very well, sir, and they really proved to be the students of Department of English, special students. Please. వాళ్ళ పేర్లు చెప్పండి సార్. అమ్మా ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ ఇంగ్లీష్ పిల్లలందరూ స్టేజ్ మీదకి రండిరా. All please come on to the stage. Your contribution is immense. Your hospitality, everything went very well. Without your cooperation, this event can never be a success. Your name?
Lakshman.
I thank Lakshman, Veera Reddy, Vajrareddy, Bujreddy, Revant, Sivaram, the special team that helped us in organizing this event so successfully. Thank you very much, dear students. Thanks a lot. Now it's time to propose vote of thanks to all those who have helped us in making this event a grand success.
Yes. We need to. Sir, Madam. Okay. So we request Mr. Praveen. No. You are the man behind that the success. Please come over here. Yes. And here at this moment we remember the services of Dr. BVR Garu from the Department of Chemistry, and who has helped us in getting that ISBN number and shared his valuable ideas to make this seminar a grand success. So now it is a moment, a satisfactory moment to propose the formal vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of English. And I thank on behalf of the Department of English our Honorable Commissioner Dr. Bharat Narayan Gupta Garu, Director of College Education, for accepting our proposal to organize this one-day international seminar, and for releasing the orders of OD. And we thank our JD Joint Director Garu and our RJD Madam Dr. Shobha Rani Garu for supporting us, and we don't forget what you can say. For the last 2 months, we have been receiving at every moment great support from our leader, the dynamic principal, Dr. Ramachandra R.K. Garu. At every moment, with a smile, has been supporting us in every proposal related to the seminar. Thank you very much, sir, for being the instrumentation behind this grand success. And we thank Vice Principal Garu, Dr. Sriramurthy Garu, and our Assistant Principal, Dr. Chandrasekhar Garu, for this wonderful support at every point. And we thank on behalf of the Department of English, the guest speakers, mainly the keynote speaker and today's chief guest, Professor K.S. Ramesh Garu, Dean CDC and Professor of Department of English, Adi Kavinana University, for delivering a wonderful keynote address. And we thank Professor K. Kantimati Madam and Professor Asma Shamail Madam, and renowned professor and who has no retirement, Professor Vishwanatha Rao Garu, who stole the hearts of all the students, even if it was a post-lunch session. And we thank all the participants who have presented their papers, particularly those who have presented through online media. Wonderful presentations came, that's what the feedback by the adjudicators. And for the people who submitted their papers and who got registered for this seminar, and the students for their immense support. And we thank all the heads of departments for not only participating, not only supporting us by sharing their valuable ideas to make this a grand success, but also registering themselves again for that seminar. And we thank all the teaching and non-teaching staff, particularly Superintendent Madam and Pavani and other staff who have worked continuously for releasing of checks and supporting us in all of the administrative acts. And we especially thank our first year special English students who are present over here, and we thank them for sharing the responsibility of introducing all the chief speakers of today. Generally, lecturers take that role, but today, when we asked them, they immediately agreed and they prepared themselves. They abridged those profiles of the speakers and they made these wonderful presentations, introductions today. Thank you very much. And we thank all naturally, the convener, because the Department of English, though it includes convener madam also, but Sri Lakshmi madam has relentlessly worked to make the dream a grand success, a grand realization. Because, yes, from the core of my heart, I shall say that such leadership skills are required, particularly for the in charges of the departments, to make any event successful. Because sometimes we were, what you can say, it was not with a negative mind, but we were wondering whether it could be made possible or not. But till the last minute, we tried our best and we could realize that book, these days generally we release only the abstracts as a souvenir, but we dreamt of releasing that whole book with full papers, and we could do it till the last minute. Here at this moment, I thank Eastern Graphics team, Madam and Imtiaz, for their relentless support, because we didn't think that it could be made possible till that last minute. We thank them a lot. And we thank Department of Chemistry for their for sharing their valuable experiences with us, because very recently they have organized that IC Best, and we took all those best practices from them and we got benefited. And we thank Head of the Department of Chemistry, Srinivasarao Garu, and BVR Garu, and other team members, and particularly Dr. Suresh Garu, who is not just PRO, and he is not public relations officer, he is a personal relations officer also, because he is so close to everyone's heart. Thank you very much, Suresh Garu. And BVR sir for bringing that ISBN number, and the silent partner of the successful seminar, BVR sir. So our due thanks are to him. And we thank Dr. Sunil and his IT department team for making the release of the e-certificates a grand success, and for giving valuable inputs to the IT team, Mr. Praveen and others, and we thank him a lot. And we thank Murthy Garu for the morning photos and all our students who have taken those wonderful photos. And yeah, we thank our Murthy, not only just for what you can say, for his support in taking the photos, or for giving this eye feast to us. And Anuradha madam was asking, who did this and where did you bring these plants? Actually, some of those plants, she was appreciating are from our garden only. That means from the college nursery, we can say. And they decorated it in such a beautiful manner. Murthy Garu and our own Prasad Rao Garu and our students team were behind this decoration. We thank them a lot. And the electronic and print media we thank, and Nirmala Madam Garu for providing these jute bags. Those are wonderful memories that can be carried back by everyone. And very proudly, I should say that we showed this only to our sponsor and requested them, sir, our students only are making these jute bags. It would be in one way supporting us and in one way supporting our startup also. So they immediately accepted, and we thank them. And we thank all of our sponsors here. Swami Garu on behalf of the Journal Office of SBI for their support. And we thank our own alumnus, my beloved student, and IACT Startup Managing Director, and he is supporting our students by training them well in technical skills, and who is a successful factor behind all the beautiful brochures that are coming over here for the last 2 months. And Thank you, Mr. Suresh, for being with us and for immediately accepting to support this seminar. And we thank our senior faculty member and our beloved singer and our Vishwanath Rao sir is, I think, beloved student also. Morning, sir was very happy to meet him. Hey, Nagabhushanam, you are in Vijayanagaram. How could you come over here? That means such was his bonding with Professor Vishwanath Rao Garu, and we thank him for immediately accepting our small request to be in support of this one. Thank you, sir, for your grand support. And we thank Pratima Madam from the Department of Commerce for supporting us by giving those saplings through the startup. And we thank all, particularly Praveen, for continuous support. I think our seminar utilized him to the core, it seems. We have felt his presence, felt throughout the day. Thank you, Praveen. Thank you. And Ishwar Graphics, yeah, Lakshman Rao Garu, and all, and Srinivas Rao Garu from the Department of Geology for registering and giving a paper also. Thank you very much, sir. And here, the unsung hero, Kiran Garu. No, that's why. Because the communication needs to be sent through, and always he facilitates us whenever we communicate, because when principal sir is, duty is busy, when he doesn't, but through Kiran Garu, we make the facilitation. Thank you, Kiran Garu. And Prasad and all the team of that CPDC workers, our security personnel, and all the office staff who have helped us in making this seminar a grand success and very good, a memorable moment to all the members of the Department of English. Okay, once again, yeah. So I congratulate as well as thank the convener, Madam Garu, and the organizing secretary, without whose presence and action nothing goes. And Dr. Akilla Rajeshwari Madam Garu, thank you very much, ma'am, because with a smile on her face, she takes up every responsibility and she fulfills it. Thank you very much, ma'am, and I thank all the members. With Janaganamana, we can just. जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष माहे गाहे तव जय गाधा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय